Second, that is, to Kara. After having spoken of how this messianic dimension does not depend upon any mechanism, that is, how this opening to the future is not itself determined by any determinate mechanism, Derrida writes an invincible desire for justice is linked to this expectation. By definition, the latter is not and ought not to be certain of anything, either through knowledge, consciousness, conscience, foreseeability, or any kind of program as such. This abstract messianicity belongs from the very beginning to the experience of faith, of believing, of a credit that is irreducible to knowledge and of a trust that founds all relation to the other in testimony. This justice, which I distinguish from right droit, alone allows the hope, beyond all mechanisms, of a universalizable culture of singularities, a culture in which the abstract possibility of the impossible translation could nevertheless be announced. This justice inscribes itself in advance in the promise, in the act of faith or in the appeal to faith that inhabits every act of language and every address to the other. The universalizable culture of this faith, and not of another or before all others, alone permits a rational and universal discourse on the subject of religion. What motivates the law and motivates law to go beyond the law is thus not some vision, idea, or ideal, but rather the desire for justice, or rather, a desire that essentially is justice, a messianicity that has to do with a faith that cannot be justified by any knowledge. Recall that, in the introduction to this work, I cited a brief passage from an interview from Paper Machine where Derrida says that, just as he makes a distinction between justice and law, so he would distinguish between faith and religion, p.m. It is this reference to justice, now linked to messianicity, that makes this more than a mere analogy. Just as justice would be, as Derrida calls it, an excess of law linked to an invincible desire, the very motivation, inspiration, or aspiration of law, so faith would be the very opening and motivation of religion, never reducible to religion and yet always in some sense traced or girded within it. As Derrida says in his conversation with Mustafa Cherif, I always distinguish between faith and religion. If we limit ourselves to what we have customarily called religion in the Abrahamic universe of the religions of the book, I will then distinguish between the religious adherences to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam and faith, without which no social relationship is possible. I cannot address the other, whoever he or she might be, regardless of his or her religion, language, culture, without asking that other to believe me and to trust me. It is this distinction between faith and religion, on the one hand, and justice or messianicity and law, on the other, that will lead, as we will see in what follows, to a rethinking of Kara and of democracy, and through this notion of democracy to a renewed understanding of the universal and universality. Messianicity without mechanism is thus the only thing that allows one to hope, says Derrida, and hope would have to be heard as an almost technical, quasi-Kantian, term here for what Derrida calls a universalizable culture of singularities, that is, a culture of singularities that promotes and projects no determined and thus limited mechanism, whether religious or secular, for example, Marxist. This is what motivates the law and what, as an act of faith or as a promise, inhabits every act of language and every address to the other. We would not address one another without this promise, says Derrida, which is a promise not for this or that conception of justice but a promise that is justice itself, a promise that then marks every determination or conception of justice in the law. The origin of the law is thus not some insight into what is the case, some recognition of what is objectively true, for example, that all human beings are created equal, but an event rooted in the absolute alterity of the other, which would exceed every determination it helps found. To use terms that Derrida had occasion to question but that we have found helpful throughout this work, the messianic belongs to the performative regimen of language, while all mechanisms belong, in some sense, to the constitutive. All determinate mechanisms thus rely upon the messianic through every affirmation and every address to the other, but the messianic as this address or as this affirmation remains radically heterogeneous to these mechanisms, just as the salad. As the promise of every determination of salad as health or as redemption remains radically heterogeneous to such determinations. Derrida will go on in the passage we are reading to speak of an absolute night, setting up the transition to Kara, which will be the subject of the next 3 sections. He will thus begin crossing or mingling in this passage the 2 historical names he spoke of earlier, as if the one had to be thought in the light or night of the other. But before turning to Kara, Derrida again evokes the distinction between justice and law made most forcefully in Force of Law. This messianicity, stripped of everything, as it should, this faith without dogma which makes its way through the risks of absolute night, cannot be contained in any traditional opposition, for example that between reason and mysticism. It is announced wherever, reacting without inching, a purely rational analysis brings the following paradox to light: that the foundation of law of the law, institution of the institution, origin of the constitution is a performative event that cannot belong to the set that it founds, inaugurates, or justies. Such an event is unjustifiable within the logic of what it will have opened. It is the decision of the other in the undecidable. Henceforth reason ought to recognize there what Montaigne and Pascal call an undeniable mystical foundation of authority. The mystical thus understood allies belief or credit, the douchiary or the trustworthy, the secret, which here signes mystical, to foundation, to knowledge, we will later say also, to science as doing, as theory, practice, and theoretical practice, which is to say, to a faith, to performativity, and to technoscientic or teletechnological performance. By evoking Montaigne and Pascal, Derrida is recalling his analysis of messianicity, performativity, and law in Force of Law. It is there that Derrida demonstrates most clearly that the law is founded upon nothing other than an originary performative and the elementary faith that we have been following here. Derrida writes, for example, in this important text RST delivered in the very emergence of justice and law, the instituting, founding, and justifying moment of law implies a performative force, that is to say always an interpretative force and a call to faith, FL. And again the authority of laws rests only on the credit that is granted them. One believes in it, that is their only foundation. This act of faith is not an ontological or rational foundation. Still one has yet to think what believing means, FL, a task that is left to faith and knowledge and other texts. There is thus more than a structural analogy between religion and faith, or messianism and messianicity, on the one hand, and law and justice, on the one hand. Or, rather, such an analogy presupposes as always more than it says. Law would be turned always toward a past that must be remembered and protected, just as determinate religions or messianisms would be turned toward an original experience of the holy or the sacred that must be safeguarded and indemned. Justice, then, would motivate and exceed every determinate law much as faith would inspire but also go beyond every determinate religion, and just as messianicity would open up a future for every determinate messianism. Messianicity is thus the place in Derrida's discourse where the registers of religion and law intersect, in the form of a faith that inspires and exceeds all religion and of a justice that motivates and goes beyond all law. It is the place where memory and the promise come together. As we have seen, every act of language presupposes an I promise the truth, and I make this commitment before the other from the moment that I address him, see. It is this faith in the form of a desire or promise that is the common source of both science and religion, a source that opens up the future for good or ill, as an endless perfectibility/pervertibility. As Derrida puts it, there is no avenir, no future, no to come, without heritage and the possibility of repetition and iterability, without the confirmation of the originary yes and an originary affirmation in that confirmation, that is, without memory and promise. Technics is thus the possibility or the chance of faith, and this chance cannot be separated from the possibility of radical evil. Without this possibility, the future would be foreseeable, masterable, knowable, in other words, a kind of knowledge. Hence faith and knowledge, religion and science, the miracle and the machine, must be thought together as a single possibility that divides or soars already at the origin. They are not the same thing, but they cannot be thought separately. Both are possible only on the basis of a testimonial deus ex machina, which always already betrays and displays the duplicity of origins, a deus that from the beginning becomes do, at once miracle and machine. As we have seen, it is this same mystical foundation as belief or credit that founds both our technoscientific knowledge and our faith in teletechnological performativity. But because this foundation is lost as soon as it arrives, religion can only begin again with the automaticity of a machine or the spontaneity of a source for better or for worse, with no assurances. Wherever this foundation founds in foundering, wherever it steals away under the ground of what it founds, at the very instant when, losing itself thus in the desert, it loses the very trace of itself and the memory of a secret, religion can only begin and begin again quasi-automatically, mechanically, machine-like, spontaneously. Spontaneously, which is to say, as the word indicates, both as the origin of what owes from the source, spont sua, and with the automaticity of the machine. For the best and for the worst, without the slightest assurance or anthropotheological horizon. If religion can do nothing but return, then the so-called return of religion is but a pernicious pleonasm. Religion does nothing but return in the form of the RST source of religion, but always already thanks to the second, the one that founds by withdrawing at the origin. Without what Derrida calls this withdrawal of the origin, this desert in the desert, this origin that is immediately lost, or this desert that is deserted even of the trope of the desert, there would be no promise and no future. The language of messianicity and messianism, as opposed to revealability and revelation, allows Derrida to rethink the relationship between the conditioning and the conditioned, the universal and the singular, in terms better suited to the complications of time, through the futurity or deferral of messianism, and language, through the distinction between the performative and the constative, or through a historical name or idiom that at once roots and uproots. Before turning to the other historical name cited by Derrida in Faith and Knowledge, namely, Kura, I would like to conclude this brief look at the RST historical name by turning once again to Archive Fever, a text written right around the same time as Faith and Knowledge, and then to some improvised remarks made not long after the Capri Conference, where Derrida recapitulates much of the argument regarding messianicity that we have been following here. Completed, I recall, in May in Naples, that is, just 3 months after the Capri Conference, Archive Fever attempts to relate messianicity to the questions of the future, the archive, and the performative, questions that are central to any consideration of the possibility of religion, though not necessarily to the consideration of any particular, determinate religion. In other words, Derrida attempts at once to use the traditional resources of the messianic in a waiting and an openness to the future in order to end or await or invent another, unexpected, and barely receivable sense of the messianic, messianicity in its most universal sense. Using the terms and logic of faith and knowledge in what initially appears to be a very different context, Derrida approaches the question of the archive through what seems to be a rather trivial example, his attempt to save or indemnify a text on his computer, that is, a text that has for the moment only appeared on his computer screen but has not yet been archived and saved. What we thus catch a glimpse of through this somewhat odd and surprising example is an insight not only into the way Derrida thinks or writes, but, better, into the way Derrida's former work, his archive, precisely comes always and of necessity to mark what initially appears to be a completely new and unrelated theme, in this case, the archive. I ask myself, what is the moment proper to the archive, if there is such a thing, the instant of archivization strictly speaking, which is not, and I will come back to this, so-called live or spontaneous memory, mneme or anamnesis, but rather a certain hypomnesis and prosthetic experience of the technical substrate. Was it not at this very instant that, having written something or other on the screen, the letters remaining as if suspended and floating yet at the surface of a liquid element, I pushed a certain key to save a text undamaged, in a hard and lasting way, to protect marks from being erased, so as to ensure in this way salvation and indemnity, to stock, to accumulate, and, in what is at once the same thing and something else, to make the sentence available in this way for printing and for reprinting, for reproduction? AF, though I cannot give this passage the attention it deserves, we can already begin parsing it in terms familiar to us from Faith and Knowledge. There are, in effect, two sources of the archive, one turned toward safeguarding or indemnifying the past and one turned toward an affirmation of this past, an affirmation that opens this past to future possibilities of reinscription, transformation, deformation, living on, and so forth. But the two sources of the archive are not just analogous to the two sources of religion. The second of religion's two sources is actually the same as the second source of the archive. Derrida writes later in Archive Fever, the affirmation of the future to come. This is not a positive thesis. It is nothing other than the affirmation itself, the yes, insofar as it is the condition of all promises or of all hope, of all awaiting, of all performativity, of all opening toward the future, whatever it may be, for science or for religion, AF. The RST source of the archive, we might speculate, would thus be oriented toward the protection and indemnification of a unique past or experience of the past, while the second would have to do with an affirmation of that past in the form of a promise or performative that, we can already suspect, must enlist the deracinating powers of the technoscientific supplement. It is thus hardly a leap to want to claim that the archive is autoimmune and that this autoimmunity is both what threatens the archive and allows it to live on. The question of the archive concerns the future just as much as the past, and it is this concern with the future in the form of a promise that links it not only to science but to religion and to Messianicity. Hence Derrida can write in Archive Fever, a spectral messianicity is at work in the concept of the archive and ties it, like religion, like history, like science itself, to a very singular experience of the promise. And we are never far from Freud in saying this. Messianicity does not mean Messianism, AF. The archive is thus founded upon a promise. Derrida could have said a faith, an elementary or elemental faith that must be thought before all knowledge. The condition on which the future remains to come is not only that it not be known, but that it not be knowable as such. It is a question of this performative to come whose archive no longer has any relation to the record of what is, to the record of the presence of what is or will have been actually present. I call this the messianic, and I distinguish it radically from all messianism. AF. But if the messianic is to be radically distinguished from all determinate messianisms, then one might ask why Derrida uses a name for the former that risks conation with the latter, that is, why he uses a name that would seem to be marked and thus determined by a particular, messianic, tradition. To begin to approach this enormous question, I have no pretensions of being able to answer it. I would like to turn to some of Derrida's improvised remarks at a round table at Villanova University in October, that is, only about 7 months after the Capri Conference and 6 months before Derrida signs the essay from Laguna. In these comments we see Derrida following quite closely the itinerary of faith and knowledge, but expressing much more openly his hesitation with regard to this historical name messianicity, and explaining even more clearly its provisional nature and strategic necessity. Asked by John Caputo during the roundtable discussion what Judaism, the biblical tradition generally, and in particular the prophetic tradition of justice have to do with the work of deconstruction, Derrida, still in the process of writing Faith and Knowledge, it would seem, or in any case not yet having signed it, rolls out a series of arguments and claims that should be familiar to us by now, dn. After noting that within what one calls religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or other religions, there are tensions, heterogeneity, disruptive volcanoes that call for new ways of reading, Derrida goes on to say that he would rst of all distinguish between religion and faith, dn, a distinction that should be very familiar to us by now. If religion is understood to be a set of beliefs, dogmas, or institutions, then religion as such can be deconstructed, and not only can be but should be deconstructed, sometimes in the name of faith, dn. This is precisely what we have seen in Faith and Knowledge, above all, no journalists, and elsewhere. A universal faith, the second of religion's two sources, would be that by means of which or in the name of which determinate religions might be questioned, contested, submitted to critique, or deconstructed, in a word, exposed to the promise they harbor and open to a faith that is not conditioned by any given religion. This faith, Derrida then goes on to say, must be understood in relation to a testimony before or an address to the other that says, "Believe me. Trust me, I am speaking to you," and so on, language that all comes right out of faith and knowledge. D.N. Derrida says next that he would wish to speak of messianicity in the same way he has just spoken of faith, namely, as that which must be opposed to all determinate religions and messianisms, as a universal or general structure of experience in its openness to what is to come, as a promise that cannot be reduced to or limited by any determinate gears and forms of the Messiah. He then adds, bringing in concerns that are at the center of several of Derrida's seminars from the S on philosophical nationality and nationalism. As soon as you reduce the messianic structure to messianism, then you are reducing the universality, and this has important political consequences, for one then begins accrediting one tradition among others and a notion of an elected people, of a given literal language, a given fundamentalism, and so on. D.N. The deconstruction of determinate messianisms by means of messianicity, of religions by means of faith, is thus not only a theoretical exercise but a political intervention. The deconstruction of religion, of law, of all phenomenal forms of justice, would always be carried out in the name of what motivated them in the RST place, that is, in the name of a messianicity as justice. Derrida might well have ended his discussion there, with this radical distinction between faith and religion, justice and law, or messianicity and messianism. But worried, it seems, that such a thinking of the future as radically open has itself been determined by a certain messianic tradition and feeling the need to justify his choice of the term messianicity, Derrida presses forward to clarify what remains for him a problem and an enigma and to explain his provisional solution. First, then, the problem remains, and this is really a problem for me, an enigma whether the religions, say, for instance, the religions of the book, are but specific examples of this general structure, of messianicity. There is the general structure of messianicity, as the structure of experience, and on this groundless ground there have been revelations, a history which one calls Judaism or Christianity and so on. That is a possibility, and then you would have a Heideggerian gesture, in style. That is one hypothesis. The other hypothesis, and I confess that I hesitate between these two possibilities, is that the events of revelation, the biblical traditions, the Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions, have been absolute events, irreducible events which have unveiled this messianicity. We would not know what messianicity is without messianism, without these events which were Abraham, Moses, and Jesus Christ, and so on. In that case singular events would have unveiled or revealed these universal possibilities, and it is only on that condition that we can describe messianicity. Between the two possibilities I must confess I oscillate, and I think some other scheme has to be constructed to understand the two at the same time, to do justice to the two possibilities. D.N. In what follows, I will suggest that Derrida's reinscription of the Platonic Kura was an attempt to construct just such an other scheme, or, perhaps better, an other schema, at once name and schematism, for doing justice to the two possibilities. In some sense, Kura will appear even more promising than the Messianic as a historical name. While it too will have been marked by a culture and an idiom, by the language of Greek philosophy, while it too, then, must be only provisional, it, unlike the Messianic, will never have been appropriated by religion or theology. Nonetheless, Derrida is not yet prepared to give up on the strategic and pedagogical resources of this provisional notion of the Messianic. He continues, that is why, and perhaps this is not a good reason, perhaps one day I will give up this. For the time being I keep the word Messianic. Even if it is different from Messianism, Messianic refers to the word Messiah, it does not simply belong to a certain culture, a Jewish or Christian culture. I think that for the time being I need this word, not to teach, but to let people understand what I am trying to say when I speak of messianicity. But in doing so I still keep the singularity of a single revelation, that is Jewish, Christian revelation, with its reference to Messiah. It is a reinterpretation of this tradition of the Messiah. D.N. because the Messianic allows Derrida to reinscribe a thinking of the future in terms of the promise, awaiting, and justice, he is not willing for the moment to give it up. Even though it might always be heard as just another messianism, he is willing to take that risk in order to let people understand what I am trying to say when I speak of messianicity, and in order to mitigate the risk of the messianic being heard as a master name or concept, in order to keep it open to reinscription and reinvention. Derrida speaks of not one but two historical names. It is time now to look at this second name, which will allow Derrida to rethink not just time but space, and not just justice but democracy. For if Derrida in Faith and Knowledge relates the Messianic to a justice that exceeds the law, he will relate Kura to a democracy to come that exceeds all determinate forms of democracy. Derrida thus concludes, which is devoted for the most part to messianicity, by RST distinguishing Kura, the desert in the desert, from a certain negative theology and then relating it to democracy. Without this desert in the desert, there would be neither act of faith, nor promise, nor future, nor expectancy without expectation of death and of the other, nor relation to the singularity of the other. The chance of this desert in the desert, as of that which resembles to a fault, but without reducing itself to, that via negativa which makes its way from a Greco-Judeo-Christian tradition, is that in uprooting the tradition that bears it, in atheologizing it, this abstraction, without denying faith, liberates a universal rationality and the political democracy that cannot be dissociated from it. Though Derrida does not name Kura in this passage, the reference to the desert in the desert makes it clear that he is gesturing toward the analysis of Kura that will take up the following three sections. Recall that back in Derrida names three aporetical places, three places of aporia where a path or issue, poros, is unforeseeable or incalculable, three places with no way out or any assured path, without itinerary or point of arrival: the island, the promised land, the desert. These three places, says Derrida, referring, it would seem, to their discussion of the topic of religion on the quasi-deserted island of Capri, shape our horizon, here and now. But because any truly aporetic place, that is, any place without itinerary or destination, would disrupt or puncture every horizon, Derrida goes on in this passage not to elaborate the shape of this horizon but to speak instead of a certain absence of horizon, one that, in accordance with the notion of messianicity we have just seen, conditions the future itself. What is thus initially presented as three places of aporia that form a shared horizon thus becomes by the end of this short passage the apprehension of an abyss. The emergence of the event ought to puncture every horizon of expectation. Whence the apprehension of an abyss in these places, for example a desert in the desert, there where one neither can nor should see coming what ought or could perhaps be yet to come. What is still left to come? Derrida seems to be suggesting here that in order to think the event, we need to consider not so much the gur or aporia of the promised land, which might still be thought within the horizon of eschatology or historicity, not so much the island, which might still be related to some revelation and apocalypse, not so much even the desert, which still might be thought within the horizon of temptation, sacris, and redemption, but a desert in the desert, that is, Kura. If these places or topoi so common to religious thought in the West are indeed to remain unforeseeable or incalculable, they must be thought precisely without horizon, without preformed images or revelations. Of these three places, then, one will seem to mark the place of an ultimate, unforeseeable, ungurable event, a desert that is deserted or bereft even of the religious trope of the desert, bereft of the island as a place of revelation, whether Patmos or Capri, bereft of the promised land as a place of safety or salvation. Having spoken in of a nocturnal light as the origin of light itself, Derrida says we must hasten toward a third place that could well have been more than archi-originary, the most anarchic and anarchivable place possible, namely, a certain desert, that which makes possible, opens, hollows or initizes the other. This third place, this desert within the desert, would be Kura, which must be thought, as we saw in the very RST section of Faith and Knowledge, in accordance with an ultimate uprooting or deracination and the most extreme abstraction. Derrida continues in that which would orient here in this desert, without pathway and without interior, would still be the possibility of a religio and of a religiera, to be sure, but before the link of religare. The abstraction of the desert can thereby open the way to everything from which it withdraws. Whence the ambiguity or the duplicity of the religious trait or retreat, of its abstraction or of its subtraction. The deserted retreat thus makes way for the repetition of that which will have given way precisely for that in whose name one would protest against it, against that which only resembles the void and the indeterminacy of mere abstraction. It is precisely here, at the end of, that Derrida explicitly gives the two historical names for the duplicity of origins in relationship to religion, the Messianic and Kura. After devoting, then, as we just saw, 2 sections, to the Messianic, Derrida devotes 3 to Kura. He begins the RST of these 3. The second name, or RST name prior to all naming, would be Kura, such as Plato designates it in the Timaeus, without being able to reappropriate it in a consistent self-interpretation. From the open interior of a corpus, of a system, of a language or a culture, Kura would situate the abstract spacing, place itself, the place of absolute exteriority, but also the place of a bifurcation between 2 approaches to the desert. Bifurcation between a tradition of the via negativa which, in spite of or within its Christian act of birth, accords its possibility to a Greek Platonic or Plotinian tradition that persists until Heidegger and beyond the thought of that which is beyond being, epikeina tes ousias. This Greco-Abrahamic hybridization remains anthropotheological. In the gears of it known to us, in its culture and in its history, its idiom is not universalizable. It speaks solely at the borders or in view of the Middle Eastern desert, at the source of monotheistic revelations and of Greece. It is there that we can try to determine the place where, on this island today, we persist and insist. Referring here to this central gur in Plato's Timaeus that came to play a critical role in his work from the late S onward, and particularly in Kura, from, C on, Derrida identities yet again a dual role for Kura. As this third kind or third place, Kura disrupts not only a certain Platonic thinking of oppositions, between being and becoming, the intelligible and the sensible, and so on, but, as the most extreme form of abstraction or desertification, a Neoplatonic and Christian tradition of negative theology that attributes a certain excess and fecundity to the good beyond being. Kura would thus situate abstract spacing, the place of absolute exteriority, but also, says Derrida, the place of a bifurcation of 2 approaches to the desert. His approach, it would seem, that is, the one found in Plato's Timaeus or in Derrida's reinscription of it, and a desertification of the kind 1 and ds in negative theology which is Christian but also Greek from the epikeina tes ousias, the good beyond being, of Plato to Pseudo-Dionysius and beyond. Derrida will thus claim, both here and elsewhere, that this Greco-Abrahamic negative theology remains in the end anthropotheological and that its idiom, as a result, is not universalizable, as another thought of Kura would be. The fact that negative theology has made a much more impulse off Plato's good beyond being from the Republic than Plato's Kura from the Timaeus would be but one indication of the suitability of the latter for a discourse that aims for justice in the form of a universalizable culture of singularities. Before going on to develop this thought of Kura, Derrida again justifies his use, his provisional use, of these historical names including, it seems, Kura if we insist, and we must for some time still, upon the names that are given us as our heritage. It is because, in respect of this borderline place, a new war of religions is redeploying as never before to this day, in an event that is at the same time both interior and exterior. At the beginning of, Derrida argues that we will not be able to think what is happening today with regard to religion so long as we have not thought this borderline place, this lieu limitrophe, this outside residing and resisting within. Because today's wars of religion are at once archaic and absolutely new, a return to religion and the emergence of the unprecedented, we must rethink such terms as war and religion, though also, and especially, for Derrida, faith, messianicity, and Kura in its relation to the democracy to come. The surge deferment of Islam will be neither understood nor answered as long as the exterior and interior of this borderline place limitrof have not been called into question, as long as one settles for an internal explanation, interior to the history of faith, of religion, of languages, or cultures as such, as long as one does not deem the passageway between this interior and all the apparently exterior dimensions, technoscientific, telebiotechnological, which is to say, also political and socio-economic, etc. We here see Derrida pointing to one of the resources or strategies of deconstruction. While it may take a particular intervention or reading from what one may characterize as the outside in order to make this apparent, certain quasi-concepts within the history of religion or philosophy will have in fact always resisted from within or from this borderline place. Just as it took a textual supplement such as Plato's Pharmacy to demonstrate the way in which the Pharmakon will have resisted philosophical appropriation from within Plato's text from the very beginning, so it takes a text such as Kura to demonstrate the way in which Kura, in perhaps an even more explicit way, has resisted philosophical mastery and domination from the very beginning. As a kind of thergenos, it cannot be captured by any of the Platonic categories or identified through any of its dualisms. It is neither being nor becoming, neither intelligible nor sensible, neither invisible model nor visible creation. As such, Kura will have been from the beginning a kind of outside within the Platonic text. Here is one of Derrida's most succinct and powerful accounts of Kura. In addition to investigating the ontotheologico-political tradition that links Greek philosophy to the Abrahamic revelations, perhaps we must also submit to the ordeal of that which resists such interrogation, which will have always resisted, from within or as though from an exteriority that works and resists inside. Kura, the ordeal of Kura would be, at least according to the interpretation I believe myself justed in attempting, the name for place, a place name, and a rather singular one at that, for that spacing which, not allowing itself to be dominated by any theological, ontological, or anthropological instance, without age, without history and more ancient than all oppositions, for example, that of sensible/intelligible, does not even announce itself as beyond being in accordance with the path of negation, a via negativa. As a result, Kura remains absolutely impassible and heterogeneous to all the processes of historical revelation or of anthropo-theological experience, which at the very least suppose its abstraction. It will never have entered religion and will never permit itself to be sacralized, sancted, humanized, theologized, cultivated, historicized. Radically heterogeneous to the safe and sound, to the holy and the sacred, it never admits of any indemnification. This cannot even be formulated in the present, for Kura never presents itself as such. It is neither being, nor the good, nor God, nor man, nor history. It will always resist them, will have always been, and no future anterior, even, will have been able to reappropriate, enact or wreak to Kura without faith or law, the very place of an innate resistance, of an innately impassible persistence restance an utterly faceless other. As that which comes before all determinate revelations without itself being revealed, or all appearances in general without itself appearing, Kura does indeed look like a desertification, an abandonment, a place of abstraction. It is not the opposite, exactly, of that other form of abstraction in the Timaeus that corresponds to the intelligible forms, but the event or taking place whereby or within which these intelligible forms imprint themselves in the sensible realm. It is thus an abstraction that gives rise to that from which it then withdraws. In Soph el-Enam, postscriptum, it is characterized not only as a gur of the pure place, sn, but as the place of an endless desertification of language, sn. Though Kura would itself resist identification, anthropomorphization, relation in general, it would nonetheless be the place of relation, or, rather, the place or condition of the link that has been identified throughout faith and knowledge with an elementary faith. Kura is thus the name, for Derrida, of what has resisted all appropriation, the name of what has not let itself be dominated by any theological, ontological, or anthropological authority. Without age, without history, older than all oppositions, says Derrida, Kura does not announce itself or herself in the epikena tes ousias or the beyond of being of negative theology. Unlike the latter, then, it has never entered into religion and has never allowed itself to be humanized or theologized as the good beyond being. In a word, it has never lent itself to indemnification and has never even presented itself as such. Derrida ends his long description of Kura in the very place of an innate resistance, of an innately impassible persistence rest ans an utterly faceless other untout autre sans visage. As a unique event rather than an identifiable being, a proper name without property, oscillating between a what and a who, Kura has no face and cannot be identified with the face. We are no doubt invited to hear a reservation with regard to Levinas. It is an utterly faceless other not because its or her face or truth is hidden by a veil but because she or it is nothing but veil, a place where the face or anything else may come to imprint itself and leave its trace for a time while it itself remains without a face. It thus gives rise or place to all faces and all forms, to all gurs, but then itself immediately withdraws, faceless and gurless. Despite the temptation, then, and despite Plato's own analogies in the Timaeus, Kura cannot even be thought as a mother, nurse, or womb, even though it or she gives rise to all these gurs. As Derrida says in a late text on gene genet to which I will turn in chapter, that is why the word mother and the determination of maternity bother me here. It's a matter of going beyond the mother or womb, towards what in other texts I termed Kura, trying to save the interpretation of Kura in Plato's Timaeus from interpretations that precisely made a womb, a mother, of it. Kura, the receptacle, the space that receives the impressions of the copies of paradigms, has often, and by Plato himself, been compared metaphorically to a womb. I tried to show how Kura isn't one, how it doesn't even correspond to a maternal gur. C.S. It is here that the relationship between Kura and all the gurs that appear within her or thanks to her seems most like the relationship between revealability and all determinate revelations. In Derrida asks in effect in terms with which we are familiar by now whether Kura, like revealability, can be thought only on the basis of gurs or revelations we already know, or whether these gurs can be thought only on the basis of Kura. While Derrida seems to suggest that he wants to maintain two originarities, the order of the revealed and the order of the revealable, the language of Kura will have displaced rather radically the terms in which any originarity is to be thought. Kura is nothing, no being, nothing present, but not the nothing which in the anxiety of Dacian would still open the question of being. This Greek noun says in our memory that which is not reappropriable, even by our memory, even by our Greek memory. It says the immemoriality of a desert in the desert of which it is neither a threshold nor a morning. The question remains open, and with it that of knowing whether this desert can be thought and left to announce itself before the desert that we know, that of the revelations and the retreats, of the lives and deaths of God, of all the gurs of kenosis or of transcendence, of religio or of historical religions, or whether, on the contrary, it is from this last desert that we can glimpse that which precedes the rstl avant premiere, what I call the desert in the desert. The indecisive oscillation, that reticence, epoche or Verhaltenheit, already alluded to above, between revelation and revealability, Offenbarung and Offenbarkeit, between event and possibility or virtuality of the event, must it not be respected for itself? Respect for this singular indecision or for this hyperbolic outbidding between two originarities, the order of the revealed and the order of the revealable, is this not at once the chance of every responsible decision and of another reacting faith, of a new tolerance? The enigma or oscillation that Derrida sketched out in the Villanova Round Table with respect to messianicity is here repeated with regard to Kura. As a historical name, Kura too is marked by a language and a culture, by everyday notions of place, country, and earth, on the one hand, as well as philosophical and, through Derrida at least, theological notions of space, abstraction, kenosis, and the desert, on the other. The question thus remains whether Kura can truly be thought as a desert within the desert before all the deserts of religion, or all the abstractions of philosophy, or whether it is itself already marked by religion and or philosophy. The question, says Derrida, remains open and the oscillation must be respected, an oscillation that can be thought, we now see, on the basis of the aporia between revealability and revelation, or, more promising still, on the basis of messianicity or kara. Yet again the lexicon of kara, like that of messianicity, provides Derrida with resources that the language of revealability and revelation does not, even if the former is often contaminated by the latter. Hence kara, which is neither nothingness nor being nor the good beyond being, will not be identified as a kind of quasi-transcendental revealability. It will instead be positioned as the nocturnal source of light, the source not only of particular revelations but of the very light of revealability, a source that would not be a fecund or life-giving source but simply the giving rise or the taking place of all phenomena. Already back in anticipation of the arrival of kara, Derrida suggests that there may be a common source of both science and religion, of both knowledge and faith, both savoir and foi, by saying not let there be light, and there was light, que la lumière soit. Et la lumière fut, but light takes place, la lumière allu. However difficult this difference may be to maintain, Derrida wishes to contrast the light of revelation and revealability and the giving place of kara. Instead of a genesis, then, what we get is a chorology, to cite John Sallis, instead of a story of creation or else the story of the good beyond being, a story of a father and his life-giving fecundity and sovereignty. What we are given is an account of the taking place of light, of that which gives place to light and to the phenomena that come to appear in the light. Instead of the sovereign father of the Republic who assures all analogies based on likenesses, instead of a good that is in the intelligible realm what the sun is in the visible realm, what we are given is the kara of the Timaeus as the Theurgenos, a sort of mother or nurse who makes possible all analogy and yet is so absolutely unique that it or she withdraws from all analogies and resemblances. Desert within the desert, kara is thus itself no more techne than physis, no more a father who gives life than a mother who protects or shelters it. As this Theurgenos, this third kind, species, genre, or gender, kara is not a kind like the others, undialectizable. It resists a thinking that remains caught between two dialectically related alternatives. Though kara is compared by Plato to a receptacle, to that which would receive all phenomena within it or within her, she is in the end neither that which encompasses or holds everything within herself nor something to be located within the encyclopedic tradition of onto theology, in which she has nonetheless left a trace. Kara neither invests in that to which she gives rise nor is she invested in it, she neither gives life nor indemnises it. She is barren, disinterested, withdrawn from every possible predicate. As Derrida once put it in a particularly idiomatic and colorful phrasing, kara est enfant completement, that is, kara couldn't care less, couldn't give a damn. Derrida thus wishes to read kara in Plato's Timaeus as a unique event, as unique and irreplaceable as an untranslatable idiom or a proper name. Though kara is, of course, also a common name, a Greek name meaning place or location or country, so that the distinction between the proper and the improper is never assured, Derrida wants to see in Plato's development of kara in Timaeus something so unique that it deserves to be called by a name so proper that it or something within it, a desert within its desert, would have nothing common or comparable about it. As a common name, kara is at once linked to the Greek language and idiom and yet opens itself to universalization and translation, as land or country or space, while as a proper name it at once resists translation and yet, as the name of a promise, remains absolutely open to replacement and substitution like a witness. The name kara thus testes, in a sense, as a irreplaceable witness to the universality marked in its idiom. Kara would thus be, for Derrida, more radical because more withdrawn, more universal in some sense, more strategically and pedagogically useful than the category of revealability or Offenbarkeit. Neither being nor a being, neither a being in space nor the substratum of space, kara is the unique event that resists from within both Greek thought and Greco-Christian negative theology. Neither intelligible nor sensible, requiring, therefore, a third kind of discourse, kara has remained unlike the good beyond being of the Republic heterogeneous to all anthropomorphism and all theologisms. Derrida suggests in Abraham, the other that this Greek place or thinking of place might even have a deep affinity with a certain nomination of the God of the Jews. He is also the place, Ao. It is for all these reasons, it seems, that Derrida neither simply accepted nor abandoned the language of revelation and revealability but displaced it into registers that would allow him to rethink this traditional problematic and the assumptions on which it relies. And this is precisely what Derrida himself says in yet another set of improvised remarks from November, where he addresses one more time, perhaps for the last time, the question of the relationship between revelation and revealability. Asked by Kevin Hart to elaborate on the relative priority of revelation and revealability, on what Derrida has sometimes called the aporio between these terms, Derrida begins by agreeing that this distinction is an aporio, but that aporia does not mean for him simple paralysis. On the contrary, it's the condition of proceeding, of making a decision, of going forward. He then goes on to explain the distinction as it is found in Heidegger before expressing his reservations with regard to it. Heidegger says the Offenbarung, that is revelation, implies, it's not logical, it's not chronological, implies that some revealability, some Offenbarkeit, was already there, that already has no chronological meaning. For some revelation to take place, Dasein, the human existence, must be able to open itself to revelation, and this revealability is, let's say, ontologically, not chronologically, not logically prior to Offenbarung, to revelation. If you want to think religious revelation, you have to go backwards, so to speak, to the possibility of religion, to the possibility of revelation. The question is this the proper order, in the non-chronological, non-logical sense, revealability and the revelation? Or is it more complicated than that? My difficulty with Heidegger's very strong, very rigorous argument has to do with the possibility that revelation is not simply something that comes to conream and to fool a revealability. Revelation is something that reveals revealability. It is something, an event. Revelation is always an event that, in fact, breaks something, so that revealability, Offenbarkeit, is open. Revealability is opened by revelation, that's putting it the other way round. But I was not satisfied by this other order, either. I would try to think the relation between the two in a different way. And I don't know which way. I must confess that the logical order, the chronological order, even the ontological order, is not appropriate. So I'm trying to think something that removes the event that one calls revelation from the scheme of veil, revelation, revealability. I'm trying to think the event as something other than an unveiling of a truth or the revelation of a truth, as something that has effects but makes no reference to light, no reference to vision, no reference to unveiling. Derrida could not be clearer. It is the reference to light, to truth as unveiling, that needs to be rethought, and, along with it, the logic, chronology, and ontology of the alternative between revelation and revealability. Only then will we be able to think the event of revelation in a more radical way. Derrida thus concludes his answer to Kevin Hart's question in November by contrasting a phenomenological thought of the horizon with a rethinking of the event as what cannot be anticipated or predicted, what cannot appear on any horizon but comes to us, indeed what comes to all living beings, animal and God as well as human, always from above, unpredictably and blindly. Usually one thinks that there is phenomenologically or ontologically a background, a horizon, against which one sees the event coming. If so, there is no event. If you see it coming, it is not an event. The revelation or revealability is the neutralization of the event. One has to think of an event that affects every living being, human, animal, and God, without any essential revelation or essential revealability. And to that extent the pair of concepts, Offenbarung and Offenbarkeit, is not useless, but it remains secondary by way of thinking what an event is. Hence the terms of the alternative or aporia will be reinscribed into other registers, of all into the two sources of religion and then into the two historical names messianicity and, perhaps above all, Kura. All this helps explain, I believe, why the Gur of Kura came to play such a privileged role during the last 2 decades of Derrida's work. Indeed, were we to hear Derrida actually privileging this gur of Kura or the desert over others, perhaps even over the notion of the messianic, we would be in good company. In Saf el-Enam, Postscriptum, a text written in multiple voices we read in listening to you, one has more and more the feeling that desert is the other name, if not the proper place, of desire, sn. As a desert within the desert, a desert that now testes to a promise that goes well beyond the desert, Kura would be the place or the name of a link to the other in general, a duciary link that would precede all determinate community, all positive religion, every onto-anthropo-theological horizon. Hence, Derrida argues, Kura would link pure singularities prior to any social or political determination, prior to all intersubjectivity, prior even to the opposition between the sacred, or the holy, and the profane. Before any social or political space, it would join or link singularities by saying simply, in an innately low voice, and in the name, as we will see in a moment, of another tolerance, space available, the relationship we saw earlier between messianicity, the performative, faith, and a justice that would exceed all determinate laws helps set up what initially appears to be a rather surprising evocation of democracy in relationship to Kura. Derrida claims in the midst of a passage on Kura as the desert in uprooting the tradition that bears it, in atheologizing it, this abstraction, without denying faith, liberates a universal rationality and the political democracy that cannot be dissociated from it. The arrival of democracy at the end of the sentence is, at least initially, almost as surprising and unexpected as Derrida's claim in Rogues in the middle of a discussion of democracy that the democracy to come would be like the Kura of the political, r. But these two sentences have more than these jarring and unexpected formulations in common. Insofar as Kura, like Messianicity, is related to the promise and the future, insofar as it or she is neither an idea nor an ideal, neither a concrete existence nor a phenomenal form, it is the only thing capable of acting as a critique of all ideals and phenomena, opening up the horizon formed by these to the future just like the democracy to come. That is why the democracy to come would be like the Kura of the political. As that which opens up a relationship to the future through a series of autoimmune gestures, elections in the form of the by-turns, freedom of expression and critique, another tolerance, democracy would be the only quasi-regime that is open in principle to the future, that is, to a perfectibility/pervertibility that remains at once its fragility and its only chance. In chapter, I cited Derrida recalling that all of them present at Capri shared an unreserved taste, if not an unconditional preference, for what, in politics, is called Republican democracy as a universalizable model. He goes on to explain in that passage that it is this commitment to Republican democracy and universality that bind S philosophy to the public cause, to the residential publicate, to publicness, once again to the light of day, once again to the lights of the Enlightenment auxiliary Lumieres, once again to the enlightened virtue of public space, emancipating it from all external power, non-lay, non-secular, for example from religious dogmatism, orthodoxy or authority, that is, from a certain rule of the daza or of belief, which, however, does not mean from all faith. In a less analogical manner, but I shall return to this later, and at least as long and in so far as we continue speaking here together, we shall doubtless attempt to transpose, here and now, the circumspect and suspensive attitude, a certain epithet that consists rightly or wrongly, for the issue is serious in thinking religion or making it appear within the limits of reason alone. The question, as we have seen, is whether religion within the limits of reason alone can be divorced from the elementary faith or the reacting faith that opens the possibility of religion without determining any religion as such. This question of the universality of faith has, as we have seen, an explicitly political dimension. In the following section Derrida writes somewhat elliptically of these political implications but then appends two footnotes that send us to places in his work where we can follow out what is only suggested in Faith and Knowledge. Related question: what of this Kantian gesture today? What would a book be like today which, like Kant's, is entitled, Religion Within the Limits of Reason Alone? This epithet also gives its chance to a political event, as I have tried to suggest elsewhere. It even belongs to the history of democracy, notably when theological discourse was obliged to assume the forms of the via negativa, and even there, where it seems to have prescribed reclusive communities, initiatic teachings, hierarchy, esoteric insularity, or the desert. These two footnotes refer us to two of Derrida's most explicit attempts to address the question of negative theology, how to avoid speaking denials, and Sauf l'Enam, Postscriptum, a text written just a couple of years before Faith and Knowledge, and one that has, as we have already seen, much in common with it. This reference also seems to indicate, among so much else, a place of intersection in Derrida's thinking between the themes of friendship in Politics of Friendship, much of which was written in the late Law in Force of Law, RST delivered in, and the democracy to come, which is referred to in these earlier texts but is only fully developed in Rogues. Derrida thus says in Sauf l'Enam, Postscriptum, that he would like to speak of another community, SN, a reference that might seem rather surprising, given what we saw in chapter to be Derrida's professed and pronounced skepticism regarding the entire theme and lexicon of community. But if the scare quotes around the word suggest that Derrida's skepticism has not disappeared, the parenthesis that follows conreams that I would like to speak of another community, a word I never much liked, because of its connotation of participation, indeed fusion, identification. I see in it as many threats as promises, of another being together than this one here, of another gathering together of singularities, of another friendship, SN. Derrida thus goes on to suggest that in order to rethink community we would need to question certain inherited notions of friendship by emphasizing not communion and sharing but interruption and singularity, by suspending a certain human or anthropocentric community and withdrawing friendship from all its dominant determinations in the Greek or Christian world, from the fraternal, fraternalist, and phallocentric schema of philia or charity, SN. Only such a rethinking of community and friendship will allow one to open up a certain arrested form of democracy, SN, one that is Greek or Christian, or Greco-Christian, to what Derrida will call the democracy to come, a democracy that is related to that universalizable culture of singularities he speaks of in Faith and Knowledge. It is this promise of a messianicity without messianism and of a universalizable culture of singularities that allows one to criticize or question every determined messianism and every non-universalizable culture, this promise of a universal rationality, linked always, as we have seen, to an elementary faith, that allows one to contest or deconstruct all beliefs and all determinate notions of universality, such as globalitization. It is this same promise that marks historical names as untranslatable idioms that nonetheless call out for reinscription and translation in other idioms and other contexts. As Derrida conreams in Sauf l'Enam, Postscriptum, the movement toward the universal tongue oscillates between formalism, or the poorest, most arid, in effect the most desert-like techno-scienticity, and a sort of universal hive of inviolable secrets, of idioms that are never translated except as untranslatable seals, SN. What Derrida calls the democracy to come would thus be the place of translation between these untranslatable idioms and a certain universality, in short, the place of a universalizable culture of singularities or, shifting idioms, a universal hive of inviolable secrets. Later in the same essay, Derrida will thus speak of two concurrent desires and a double injunction, the desire to be inclusive of all, thus understood by all, and the desire to keep or entrust the secret within the very strict limits of those who hear/understand it right, SN. Rather than turn here to Derrida's Rogues, where the history of the concept of democracy is traced and analyzed from Plato and Aristotle up through Rousseau and Nancy, I would prefer to look briefly at some improvised remarks made by Derrida about democracy not long after Rogues, and in the spirit of much that is said in Faith and Knowledge in a public discussion with the Algerian intellectual Mustafa Cherif in the spring of. Derrida clarifies even further the relationship between democracy and universality. Because democracy must always in principle, if not always in fact, question its own presuppositions and historical limitations, because it must criticize whatever is being called democracy at any time and in any place, it is open to a universal application in a way that no other political regime is. What distinguishes the idea of democracy from all other ideas of political regimes, monarchy, aristocracy, oligarchy, and so on, is that democracy is the only political system, a model without a model, that accepts its own historicity, that is, its own future, which accepts its self-criticism, which accepts its perfectibility. To exist in a democracy is to agree to challenge, to be challenged, to challenge the status quo, which is called democratic, in the name of a democracy to come. This is why I always speak of a democracy to come. Democracy is always to come, it is a promise, and it is in the name of that promise that one can always criticize, question that which is proposed as de facto democracy. I.W. Derrida speaks here of democracy in a way that should remind us of our earlier discussion of messianicity as opposed to determinate messianisms, or faith as opposed to religion. It is the historical origins and non-universalizable aspects of every democracy, of every determinate democracy, we might say, that lend themselves to being criticized or deconstructed in the name of the democracy to come. Hence the association of democracy with autochthony, blood, birth, a particular territory or nation-state values we see attached throughout faith and knowledge to the RST of the two origins of religion are to be criticized in the name of the promise of a democracy to come, a promise that is related to the second of the two origins. From the beginning, Greek culture associated the concept of democracy with concepts from which, today, the democracy to come is attempting to free itself: the concept of autochthony, that is, the concept of being born on a land and belonging to it through birth, the concept of territory, the very concept of state. I have nothing against the state, I have nothing against citizenship, but I dare to dream of a democracy that is not simply tied to a nation-state and to citizenship. And it is under these conditions that one can speak of a universal democracy, a democracy that is not only cosmopolitical but universal. I.W. Derrida distinguishes here between the cosmopolitical and the universal because, as he has argued elsewhere, our inherited concept of the cosmopolitical is itself too heavily marked by its Christian origins, example Paul, and so is hardly universal enough. Derrida is seeking a universality which is not connected to a nation-state, which is not connected to citizenship, to territoriality, I.W. But because nothing would be less effective and potentially more dangerous than a purely empty, merely formal universality, Derrida attempts to think at once the universality of a democracy to come disconnected from every determinate culture and nation-state and a respect for the idiom. That is why he argues that plurality is the very essence of civilization and that the principle of differences and the respect for alterity are the principles of civilization, I.W. These are not, notice, the ideals of every civilization but the essence and principles of civilization. Hence Derrida can go on not only to decry the horrible linguistic hegemony that is taking over the earth but to declare that the homogeneous universal civilization that seems foreshadowed by this hegemony would be the opposite of a civilization, I.W. In short and by definition, a civilization must be plural, it must ensure a respect for the multiplicity of languages, cultures, beliefs, ways of life. And it is in this plurality, in this alterity, that a chance for the future is possible, I.W. The idiom must thus be respected for itself, for what is untranslatable within it, at the same time as it must be translated. The very discourse of deconstruction that we have been following here would thus already be the putting into practice of this translation of unique idioms. Rather than inventing some new language, it reinscribes already given historical names in the name of the promise they bear, not only messianicity and kura, as we have seen, but the democracy to come, friendship, respect, and, as we will see shortly, tolerance. What Derrida calls the democracy to come will thus borrow from the philosophical and political heritage of democracy in the West and submit this heritage to critique, that is, question, suspend, or deconstruct what is already too Christian about it. Derrida makes this thesis clear in Rogues when he follows various conceptions of democracy in relationship to certain theological notions of sovereignty. In above all, no journalists. The series of improvised remarks we put such emphasis on in chapter Derrida says quite straightforwardly that the concept of democracy, at least in the dominant form familiar to us, is itself marked by traits that are strongly Christian, indeed Pauline, etc., AANJ, and not only democracy but the related notions of freedom, liberation movements are often also Christian movements, AANJ, the world as mundus. The concept of world remains a Christian concept, AANJ. Even secularization, the concept of secularization has no meaning outside of Christianity, AANJ. All this suggests that what the Enlightenment claimed to oppose to Christianity is still Christian in its formation, AANJ, and so needs to be submitted to critique, including the belief on the part of some that we have entered into a purely secular age. This explains why Derrida writes, not far from the end of faith and knowledge nothing seems therefore more uncertain, more difficult to sustain, nothing seems here or there more imprudent than a self-assured discourse on the age of disenchantment, the era of secularization, the time of laicization, etc., the democracy to come would thus be universal and secular in a way that existing democracies are not, for it would attempt to disengage or liberate even more this notion of secularism from its Christian origins so as to give an even greater chance to the universal rationality or elementary faith that is at the origin of every social bond. I believe that the democracy to come assumes secularism, that is, both the detachment of the political from the theocratic and the theological, thus entailing a certain secularism of the political, while at the same time, encompassing freedom of worship in a completely consistent, coherent way, and absolute religious freedom guaranteed by the state, on the condition, obviously, that the secular space of the political and the religious space are not confused. In addition to the secularism within the state, Derrida argues that a truly international law is needed, one whose concepts and institutions are not linked to the interests and control of powerful nation-states, IW. This secularism was thus often coupled in Derrida's later work with a more and more trenchant critique of American sovereignty and the international institutions largely under its influence, and with a more and more marked hope for the future of a certain Europe. This critique became more and more emphatic after the Gulf War and, especially, after the American invasion of Iraq and it included a stinging critique of the United Nations and its Security Council, which, Derrida rarely failed to point out, remains under the tutelage of the United States, IW. Hence Derrida argued that new forms of shared sovereignty must be invented, though also, since the concept of sovereignty that comes to us with a theological heritage presupposes indivisibility, a new concept of sovereignty, IW. In these works, Derrida demonstrates quite clearly that he is not simply against the state or its sovereignty, since state sovereignty is often the best means we have of combating or limiting other kinds of international or transnational powers and of ensuring secularity and religious freedom. He thus calls for a rethinking or reinvention of state sovereignty, a reform of certain international institutions, such as the United Nations, and the development of others, example the World Criminal Court. Already in Spectres of Marx, Derrida speaks of a new international or a new international alliance beyond nation-state citizenship, and in Islam and the West he sees some of today's anti-globalization movements that aim to combat imperial and imperialist hegemonies as the sign of a new alliance that is forming, IW. Though one cannot be certain, though one cannot know that this is what is happening, there are reasons, Derrida believed, to be hopeful and reasons, it seems, to take responsibility and to decide to commit oneself in this direction, that is, commit oneself on the basis of a faith that can and should insist on all the questioning and analysis in the world, but that will in the end have to proceed beyond all knowledge. Notice in the passage I am about to cite the way in which the two terms we have been following throughout this work, faith and knowledge, are woven together to form the knot of a decision and the sign of an alliance that requires all the light in the world, but that must proceed by means of a leap that is blind. For if the moment of decision must always be prepared by knowledge, analysis, argument, and calculation, the moment proper to it is one of faith. Responsibility, decisions, are taken in the darkness that is the lack of knowledge, which doesn't mean we must cultivate ignorance, lack of knowledge, obscurantism. One must accumulate the most knowledge and critical awareness possible. One must be for scientific knowledge, science, as far as possible. But we must also know that the moment of decision, the moment of responsibility, the moment of opening up, does not come out of knowledge. It is a leap that must be made by each person wherever he or she is and in the unique situation in which he or she happens to be. Between knowledge and responsibility there is an abyss. Thus we must have knowledge, one must reject neither knowledge nor critical awareness, but there are also moments of faith, in which a leap is made, the leap of opening up, toward that new alliance that I mentioned earlier. If the notion of democracy emerges, as we saw, somewhat abruptly and unexpectedly in faith and knowledge, many of the stakes of democracy and of the debates surrounding it are there from the outset. In the debate surrounding the return to religion, for example, Islam has had a certain privilege not only because of a few spectacular acts of violence carried out, Derrida is clear to specify, in the name of Islam, but because of the declared opposition on the part of a certain Islam to Western notions of democracy and international law. Instead of simply focusing on the best known and most mediatized characterizations of this Islamic reaction to the West: fanaticism, obscurantism, lethal violence, terrorism, oppression of women, one must begin by admitting that this Islamism also develops a radical critique of what ties democracy today, in its limits, in its concept and its effective power, to the market and to the teletechno-scientific reason that dominates it. In other words, before writing off such Islamism as fanatical and obscurantist, one must recognize everything within it that in autoimmune fashion uses a certain non-fanatical and non-obscurantist power of critique to denounce Western democracy and the power of critique that is supposedly enshrined in it. This does not mean, however, that such Islamism is to be endorsed or seen as a viable alternative for the future. On the contrary, as Derrida makes clear in Rogues and in the interview he gave after, it is ultimately a certain denial of the future that is most objectionable in this Islamic opposition to Western democracy, a denial, as we have seen, not just of democracy but of messianism. Because this future is also related, as we will see again in chapter, not only to democracy but to literature, to the right to say everything, we can perhaps understand why Derrida would draw particular attention in Faith and Knowledge, to the fatwa against Salman Rushdie. The reaction to Rushdie is a reaction to literature and to democracy, the only political regime that, in principle at least, does not try to indemnify its future. In the wake of, Derrida draws all these arguments together with particular clarity and with an emphasis on religion, particularly on a dogmatic expression of it that elides or eclipses the source of religion that would leave it open to critique, universality, and, especially, the future. Asked in October whether he thinks Al-Qaeda and bin Laden harbor international political ambitions, Derrida responds: what appears to me unacceptable in the strategy, in terms of weapons, practices, ideology, rhetoric, discourse, and so on, of the bin Laden effect is not only the cruelty, the disregard for human life, the disrespect for law, for women, the use of what is worst in techno-capitalist modernity for the purposes of religious fanaticism. No, it is, above all, the fact that such actions and such discourse open onto no future and, in my view, have no future. If we are to put any faith in the perfectibility of public space and of the world juridico-political scene, of the world itself, then there is, it seems to me, nothing good to be hoped for from that quarter. What is being proposed, at least implicitly, is that all capitalist and modern techno-scientific forces be put in the service of an interpretation, itself dogmatic, of the Islamic revelation of the One. Nothing of what has been so laboriously secularized in the forms of the political, of democracy, of international law, and even in the non-theological form of sovereignty, assuming, again, that the value of sovereignty can be completely secularized or detheologized, a hypothesis about which I have my doubts. None of this seems to have any place whatsoever in the discourse bin Laden. AI, Faith and Knowledge thus needs to be read in conjunction with several of Derrida's subsequent texts, beginning perhaps with Rogues. Not only are both texts concerned with what we might call the visions or, better, the phantasms of sovereignty, that is, the phantasms of the sovereignty of the self, the state, and God, but both are concerned with the nature of sovereignty itself, indeed with the autoimmune essence of sovereignty. Though Rogues is somewhat more explicit than Faith and Knowledge on this point, it is in Faith and Knowledge, interestingly, that we end a long footnote on Benvenist's analysis of the Indo-European origins of this concept. We will look at this footnote more closely in the next chapter. Moreover, both texts, as we saw a moment ago, bring a thinking of Kara to bear on their subject, and both, the one in relation to religion and the other in relation to democracy, speak about the performative engagement before all knowledge, of messianicity without messianism, of virtuality, media, globalization, and so on. Written some 8 years apart, these two texts, the one written before, and the other after, call out to one another today and deserve to be read side by side. Rogues and the interview after, help make explicit much that is only implicit in Faith and Knowledge and so can easily be misunderstood. If Derrida in Faith and Knowledge and elsewhere locates a kind of elementary faith at the origin of both science and religion, this obviously does not mean that Derrida now wants to locate religion within the political. On the contrary, throughout the SNS and right up to his death, Derrida relentlessly pursued a kind of radical or originary secularism or secularity that constantly questions and criticizes the imposition of any particular religion or religious doctrine upon political concepts. Motivated in part by the analyses of Carl Schmitt, Derrida takes up the project of demonstrating the onto-theological origins of what at RST appear to be modern secular concepts such as popular sovereignty, democracy, and religious tolerance. Hence Derrida argues that the fundamental concepts that often permit us to isolate or to pretend to isolate the political restricting ourselves to this particular circumscription remain religious or in any case theologico-political. After commenting, then, on how in one of the most rigorous attempts to isolate in its purity the sphere of the political, Carl Schmitt was obliged to acknowledge that the ostensibly purely political categories to which he resorted were the product of a theologico-political secularization or heritage. Derrida claims that so many of our concepts associated with democracy, the sovereign state, the citizen subject, public space and private space, and so on have been inherited in truth from a determinate religious stratum sus religieuse. Because these inherited concepts are themselves being incarnated and transformed in new and unprecedented ways by the developments in media and teletechnoscience that we have seen, the project of distinguishing religion and science, or religion and the political, is even more difficult in today's so-called secular age. What is required is thus a thoroughgoing deconstruction of the theological origins of our concepts, not only of sovereignty but, and this is just a partial list, of labor, the world, literature, even concepts such as secularism or religious tolerance, which we might mistakenly have assumed the Enlightenment severed forever from religion. To return one more time to the interview given by Derrida in New York City just after, the word tolerance is RST of all marked by a religious war between Christians, or between Christians and non-Christians. Tolerance is a Christian virtue, or for that matter a Catholic virtue. Though I clearly prefer shows of tolerance to shows of intolerance, I nonetheless still have certain reservations about the word tolerance and the discourse it organizes. It is a discourse with religious roots, it is most often used on the side of those with power, always as a kind of condescending concession. It is with these remarks in mind that we must read the question Derrida poses in as to whether it is possible to think tolerance outside or beyond its Christian provenance. Derrida argues that Voltaire, for example, author of the Philosophical Dictionary, with its article on tolerance, believed that the Christian alone was able to provide an example of tolerance. While Voltaire opposes with great vehemence the Latinization of Christianity and the hegemony of the Roman Church, he nonetheless believes that Christianity, a more originary, uncorrupted Christianity, is the only moral religion and the only one capable of an exemplary tolerance. Hence Voltaire is not so much against Christianity as for an originary or proto-Christianity that has been forgotten, n. Derrida is suggesting that we at once criticize different ideologies of secularism that are never quite secular enough and help support various forms of secularism in which the political and the religious risk being conated. The theological origins of political concepts must thus be questioned not only in the Muslim world but in America and the European West. As for the Muslim world, which is already fractured and multiple, Derrida argues in Rogues that one must do everything possible to help movements within that world that are already advocating for this separation. The task, he argues, would consist in doing everything possible to join forces with all those who, and are of all in the Islamic world, not only for the secularization of the political, however ambiguous the secularization remains, for the emergence of a laic subjectivity, but also for an interpretation of the Quranic heritage that privileges, from the inside as it were, the democratic virtualities that are probably not any more apparent and readable at first glance, and readable under this name, than they were in the Old and New Testaments. Just a year later, in the improvised remarks we have been following here from the spring of, Derrida makes a similar claim, this time emphasizing the separation of the political and the theological as a way of achieving a new form of religious tolerance. He there argues that we must ally ourselves to that in the Arab and Muslim world which is trying to advance the idea of a secularization of the political, the idea of a separation between the theocratic and the political, this both out of respect for the political and for democratization and out of respect for faith and religion. On both sides we have much to win from the dissociation between the theocratic and the political. While Derrida questions the religious origins of the idea of sovereignty and even of the idea of the state, he is the enemy of neither religion nor the state. Indeed, it is only through a radical separation of religion and the state that a genuine freedom of religion within the state can be guaranteed, a freedom of religion that would be grounded not in any particular faith but in the elementary faith that is at the origin of the social bond. As a result, one can become committed to the secularization of the political without the need to renounce faith or religion, that is, one can radicalize the secularization of the political while maintaining this necessity for faith in the general sense, It is on the foundation of this universal faith, this shared faith, this faith without which there is no social bond, that one can then respect strictly deemed religious affiliations, Just as Derrida in Faith and Knowledge demonstrates the necessity of thinking religion in relationship to science and technology, so he argues that religion in its essence or in its indemnid purify cannot be thought apart from questions of the political. While Derrida will always have been vigilant and especially during the last 2 decades in rooting out the theological origins of so many of our putatively secular concepts, he would have been the last to believe that the essence of religion can or even should be thought completely independently of the political. In other words, he would have been the last to think that religion or the possibility of religion could be treated in isolation from its supposed others, civil society, science, the Enlightenment, etc. He would have been the last to think that one can protect religion from these others or banish religion in the form of a universal or elementary faith from these others. The universality of democracy would entail both the separation of the political from the theological and a form of religious freedom or religious tolerance that goes well beyond its Christian incarnation. Indeed, Derrida suggests in his conversation with Cherif that the latter can be truly achieved only through the former. This speech addressed to the other presupposes the freedom to say anything, on the horizon of a democracy to come that is not connected to the nation, the state, religion, which is not even connected to language. Naturally, the religion of the other must be recognized and respected, as well as his mother tongue, of course. But one must translate, that is, at the same time respect the language of the other and, through that respect, get his meaning across, and this presupposes what you have called a universal democracy. The democracy to come thus requires at once respect for the idiom and the other and translation, at once religious freedom and a relation to a future that is disconnected from any particular religious tradition. Returning to the relationship between revelation and revealability with which we began this chapter, it is notable that Derrida speaks of a respect for this singular indecision or for this hyperbolic outbidding between two originarities, the order of the revealed and the order of the revealable as being perhaps the chance of every responsible decision and of another reacting faith, of a new tolerance. Derrida appears to be calling for a tolerance not for this or that dogmatic faith as such, this or that revelation as such, but for the revealability of that revelation, or perhaps better, for the elementary faith that is one of its two origins. A new concept of tolerance is thus required that would break with its Judeo-Christian heritage. We would be here to try to think what tolerance could henceforth be. I immediately place quotation marks around this word in order to abstract and extract it from its origins, and thereby to announce, through it, through the destiny of its history, a possibility that would not be solely Christian. For the concept of tolerance, stricto sensu, belongs rst of all to a sort of Christian domesticity. It was printed, emitted, transmitted, and circulated in the name of the Christian faith and would hardly be without relation to the rise, it too Christian, of what Kant calls reacting faith and of pure morality as that which is distinctively Christian. Notice how the quotation marks in the above passage around tolerance are used to indicate the abstraction or extraction of this word from its original context, example in Voltaire, and its grafting or reinscription into a new, call it a deconstructive context. What is needed is a new tolerance or another tolerance that would at rst be located in but then also abstracted from its Judeo-Christian origins. What is needed, says Derrida in the null lines of, the null words, presumably, of Derrida's more or less improvised remarks at the Capri Conference in February, those that thus conclude italics and precede postscriptum, another tolerance that would be in accord with the experience of the desert. In the desert, it would respect the distance of inite aldirite as singularity. And this respect would still be religio as scruple or reticence, distance, dissociation, disjunction, coming from the threshold of all religion in the link of repetition to itself, the threshold of every social or communitarian link. Before and after the Logos which was in the beginning, before and after the Holy Sacrament, before and after the Holy Scriptures les Saintes Écritures. By speaking here in the same breath of both the experience of the desert in the desert as a respect for the distance of inite aldirite as singularity and of religio, now, as distance, dissociation, and disjunction, Derrida is rethinking religion itself on the basis of another kind of social bond. Neither the experience of respect or modesty before what must remain safe and sound, religieur, nor the gathering or recollection into a community, religare, that then puts up a resistance or a reaction to disjunction and absolute alterity, this religio would entail, it seems, a respect for disjunction, for the distance of aldirite, or for the inviolable secret. In contrast to what we saw in chapter to be the two etymologies of religion, Derrida is trying to rethink, to reinscribe, perhaps even to abstract and extract a religio that would be related to the link to the singular other, on the threshold of every community, a link or social bond that is to be thought in relation not to the repeatable bond that allows for the identification of community members and the indemnification of the community, but to the originary greeting at once. Relation and interruption of relation that RST opens up, and interrupts in opening up, every community. In short, he is trying to think another tolerance in relationship not to some shared idea or ideal but to the testimonial faith that is at the origin of the social bond. The future of the community is thus secured not by a repetition of the same, by an attempt to keep safe and sound, by an indemnification that would react against the machine in order to return to the original community, to the lived body, to an authentic religious experience, and so on, but by the repetition, which is never without risk, of a threshold gesture, the respect for an inite aldirite, that is, for a non-repeatable and non-gatherable singularity. The very life of the community is thus preserved not by a violence that would protect and indemnify the community from death but by the repetition that opens it to the future, that is, to death as well as living on. The life of the community, or, rather, its living on, is secured only through the machine, secured, I say, but never assured, and never without the risk or possibility of death or of a radical evil rooted in this very openness to the future. As Derrida put it way back in Freud and the Scene of Writing, life can defend itself against death only through an economy of death, through deferment, repetition, reserve, FSW. As we will see in what follows, it is precisely those discourses of life that believe they can exclude death, those that believe they can return to a life protected from corruption, that often lead to the worst possible violence, the most nightmarish scenes of death and destruction, all fed by the phantasm of a life greater than life, the dream, in short, of a miracle that can do without the machine. Part 3. He plucks the ripe pomegranate, looking to make sure that some pure sunshine is left upon it. Offers it to Persephone, who marvels, astonished, to end here in her night. A reminder of earth's light, the lovely color of delight. Now with more cadence, she smiles, gives way to her appetite, seizes the pomegranate, takes a bite. At once, Mercury eyes off and Pluto smiles. André Gide, Persephone. Interlude 2. Underworld 3. I suggested at the outset of Part 2 that Don DeLillo's Underworld is a great contemporary novel about the relationship between waste, weapons, and faith, the environmental crisis, the weapons industry, and religion. This network of associations or connections is sometimes explicit, conscious, and above ground, and sometimes just below the threshold, in the underworld or unconscious of memory and history. DeLillo's use of the word or image of the underworld is itself a perfect example of this. It refers in the novel to the vast landfills that today pockmark our planet, to underground nuclear test sites, but also to the underworld of gangsters, where Nick's father Jimmy is thought to have lived and died. It refers to catacombs, to the New York City subway system, and to the underground basement where Nick's life changes forever as a loaded shotgun discharges in his hands, killing George Manza, a heroin addict who had aroused his interest, his anxiety, and his horror. These are the shades of Nick Shay's underworld, the underground of memory and collection, the shades of a past that is seemingly long gone but that can nonetheless rise out of the ashes of memory and of mourning. Living now in Phoenix, descending into the underworld for him means not just going back east but back in time, breathing onto the embers of the past in order to revive what remains living within them. For Nick, then, the underworld is both his present and his past as it seeps into the present, and that is, of course, the point for how does one keep one's underworld separate, how does one dispose of one's waste or one's past without fear of return? How can one draw a line between one's desires and one's fears, one's dreams and one's nightmares? Underworld thus names Nick's past but also our own. It has been part of our cultural imagination ever since Odysseus recounted his travels to the land of the dead in Book of the Odyssey. It is also the name, as DeLillo reminds us, of both a gangster LM and Sergei Eisenstein's classic Unterwelt, a LM that is described in detail at the center of the novel during a screening at Radio City Music Hall, a LM that seems eerily prescient in its depiction of underground prisons, lasers, and nuclear weaponry. By the very end of the novel, Underworld seems to be the best name for what we now call cyberspace, a vast network of interconnections that can bring together in just a couple of keystrokes the miracle and the machine, faith and weapons, one website devoted to miracles and another to the war machine that is the nuclear bomb. DeLillo thus ends Underworld with two sections entitled Keystroke, and Keystroke, the RST revolving around a miracle in the Bronx and the second around the bomb and the interconnections made possible by the internet, by the web that, or at least this is the phantasm, is capable of bringing the entire 20th century into relationship with itself. Is cyberspace a thing within the world, the narrator asks, or is it the other way around? Which contains the other, and how can you tell for sure? On the internet, and this will be the last reference to the title of the novel, in the novel you can follow a word through the tunneled underworld of its ancestral roots, a word, for example, like the last word of the novel, at once a noun and a greeting, a word that can be used in a constative or as a performative, as an idea or as a prayer piece, a word the narrator seems to utter, to whisper, whispering without whispering, breathing without breathing, perhaps, as he looks away from the screen, away from the underworld for a moment, to the everyday objects of the room around him. The underworld is thus all of this and more: the unconscious, the past, a scene of crime, waste, and weapons, a place of nightmares and, of course, of the triumph of death, the realm ruled over by Hades or Pluto. As Nietzsche, waste management expert, reminds us early in the novel, we build pyramids of waste above and below the earth. The more hazardous the waste, the deeper we try to sink it. The word plutonium comes from Pluto, god of the dead and ruler of the underworld. They took him out to the marshes and wasted him, as we say today, or used to say until it got changed to something else. We here see Nietzsche bringing together, tossing together, as if in a landau, ancient Egyptian history, Greek mythology, contemporary waste and weapons technology, and speculation about his own father's death at the hands of the underworld or the mob, the story of his father being not just simply whacked, for that's one of the words it changed to, but, precisely, wasted out in the marshes. What waste, what a waste, we might say, but then what is one to do when everything is destined in the end to get wasted? While we would like to treat our waste as something apart, something we remove and keep at a remove, what is to be done when there are, strictly speaking, no limits to waste, when every limit you draw between inside and outside, the world and its waste, gets trashed? Waste, weapons, and the underworld or the mob in DeLillo's underworld, these are our common lot. And yet, at least initially, most of these seem to designate an essentially man's world, like the world of baseball with which we began and the world of gang violence with which we will end, a world with its heroes and its heroine but rarely its heroines, a world with 4 jacks or 4 kings, as we saw in the prologue, but not 4 queens, a world where women often gore but usually only as objects of violence or else as the idealization or phantasms of men. The mere mention of the name Pluto or Hades in the passage cited above is perhaps enough to recall one of our founding myths of sexual aggression, of violence against women and of death, though also, as we will see, of life and affirmation, the story of Hades and Persephone. In Faith and Knowledge, sexual violence and male phantasms of women are related, it would seem, to all the attempts to use the machine in order to return to a supposed nature that would remain intact, safe, and sound, indemned or undelled. We should not be surprised, then, to see rise up before us the silhouettes of at least 3 feminine figures, to which we will add at the very end an unexpected and supplemental 4th. After Kara, then, whom we have already seen, will come Gradiva and Persephone, both of whom are evoked by Derrida in Faith and Knowledge, summoned from their underworld into his text, and then Nali, beyond Derrida's essay, elsewhere, the spectre of Esmeralda, not the heroine/victim of Victor Hugo's The Hunchback of Notre Dame but the runaway of DeLillo's underworld. Like Persephone's, her story will be one of rape and violence; like Gradiva's, it will be a story of phantasms or delusions, and, like Kara, it will be a story of space or of giving space, of giving rise, a story of what might emerge from the underworld whenever there is space available, the story, in short, of a miracle made manifest by the machine. Life, Sacrus, and the sexual thing. As we saw back in chapter, when we were developing the 3 principal theses of Faith and Knowledge, religion attempts to indemnify the RST of its 2 sources by appropriating in an autoimmune fashion the powers of technoscience. While it has done this from time immemorial, insofar as the ether of religion will always have been hospitable to a certain spectral virtuality, religion will have never been quite as hospitable to the spectral as it is today, through all the cable networks and internet sites and telecommunications satellites that form this ether. This autoimmune appropriation of teletechnoscience by religion, this simultaneous appropriation and rejection of teletechnoscience is, as we saw, fatal, potentially deadly, and absolutely unavoidable, ineluctable, a reaction to the machine that is as automatic, and thus machinal, as life itself. It is thus not only religion that is autoimmune but, Derrida suggests, life itself, life in its supposedly indemned presence and purity. In order for life itself to continue to be vital, to live on, it must at once appropriate the machine, in the forms of repetition, the prosthesis, supplementarity, and so on, and reject it? But there is, it would seem, an even more essential relationship between religion and life than this common reaction to the teletechnological machine. Derrida describes in some detail both the unprecedented forms religion is taking today in its appropriation of technoscience and the emphasis that is placed on the value and dignity of life, and particularly human life, the attempt, in short, through a kind of anthropological re-immanentization, to found a new humanism whose origins would be located in religion, to be sure, but which would entail a displacement of absolute value and dignity from the divine order to man. This displacement, which would also seem to spell the end of certain forms of religion, would never be, however, as simple or straightforward as it might at RST seem. For life can attain its absolute value and dignity, Derrida argues, only if it is worth more than life, and so only if it is sacrificed in the name of what is always worth more than it, that is, only if it sacrificed in its own name. We thus need to look more closely at this relationship between religion and life, for only then will we be able to understand not only religion's attempt to protect and indemnify life at all costs, indeed, even at the cost of life itself, but the inevitable phantasms of life that emerge from out of this sacrifice. Derrida develops this emphasis on the human and on human life in a long passage where several possibilities or forms for today's return of religion are sketched out. One form of this return, he says, can be seen in the self-destructive affirmation of religion in its globalatin form, that is, in the autoimmune reaction that is found in every pacifist appeal within the three Abrahamic monotheisms to a universal fraternalization that would seek to go beyond and so destroy all determinate religions in the name of a kind of ecumenical reconciliation. These pacifist, fraternalistic, and ecumenical attempts to go beyond religion would thus be carried out, in conformity with a certain Kantianism, within the kenotic horizon of the death of God and a concomitant anthropological re-immanentization, the rights of man and of human life. Derrida describes this as a self-destructive affirmation of religion insofar as all obligation with regard to a divine order would seem to have been replaced or sacrificed in the name of the innate dignity of man. Derrida thus interprets the return of religion not simply, as we saw him say in the interview from Paper Machine cited at the outset, in terms of church attendance but in relationship to movements that on their surface appear to be secular or non-religious, whether national, cosmopolitan, ecumenical, or humanitarian. Derrida suggests that this appropriation and rejection of technoscience, this autoimmune rejection of technoscience by means of technoscience, can follow as one might have already guessed two avenues that compete with each other and are apparently antithetical, even if both can as easily oppose or support a democratic tradition, either the fervent return to national citizenship, patriotism of the home in all its forms, affection for the nation-state, awakening of nationalism, or of ethnocentrism, most often allied with churches or religious authorities, or, on the contrary, a protest that is universal, cosmopolitan, or ecumenical. Ecologists, humanists, believers of all countries, unite in an international of anti-teletechnologism. Derrida follows up this mock call for a new international with one of the most succinct definitions as well as concrete examples of the thesis of autoimmunity in faith and knowledge. What is involved here, moreover, is an international that, and it is the singularity of our time, can only develop through the networks it combats, using the means of the adversary. At the same speed against an adversary that in truth is the same. Autoimmune indemnification. This is why these contemporary movements are obliged to search for their salvation, the safe and sound as the sacrosanct, as well as their health in the paradox of a new alliance between the teletechnoscientic and the two sources of religion, the unscathed, heilig, holy, on the one hand, and faith, or belief, the Dushieri on the other. The humanitarian would provide a good example of this. Peacekeeping forces as well. Derrida's emphasis here on cosmopolitanism and humanitarian in their appropriation of and reaction to the teletechnological machine underscores well the centrality of life and, particularly, human life in so many contemporary religious discourses. Religion makes use in an autoimmune fashion of that which it must resist, the deracinating, abstracting powers of technoscience, teletechnology, and the media, in order to reroot what has been uprooted and return to its origins, in a word, to life, and especially human life. It becomes more and more evident in faith and knowledge that what is at stake in religion, the beating heart, so to speak, of the RST of its two sources, and particularly in the forms religion is taking today, is life, the value, worth, or dignity of life, and the necessity of indemnifying that life. The declared stakes already appear to be without limit. What is the world, the day, the present, hence, all of history, the earth, the humanity of man, the rights of man, the rights of man and of woman, the political and cultural organization of society, the difference between man, God, and animal, the phenomenality of the day, the value or indemnity of life, the right to life, the treatment of death, etc. Life is what must be held in absolute respect, treated with dignity, with retenue or inhibition, protected at all costs. Derrida goes on in this passage to speak of the papal encyclical Evangelium Vitae and its stances against abortion and euthanasia, and for the sacredness or holiness of a life that is safe and sound, unscathed, heilig, holy for its reproduction in conjugal love, soul immunity admitted, with priestly celibacy, against human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, N. As we have seen in Derrida's emphasis on salad, the sacred or divine promises always to restore, to make intact, to restitute and make whole. All religion thus seems to require saving the living, keeping life intact, indemned, safe and sound. In it becomes clear that everything we have identified throughout as religion's RST source, its drive toward health and salvation, all revolves around the question or the values of life. The religion of the living is this, not a tautology. Absolute imperative, holy law, law of salvation, saving the living intact, the unscathed, the safe and sound, heilig, that has the right to absolute respect, restraint, modesty. That which is, should remain, or should be allowed to be what it is, heilig, living, strong and fertile, erect and fecund, safe, whole, unscathed, immune, sacred, holy, and so on. Salvation and health. Such an intentional attitude bears several names of the same family: respect, modesty, restraint, inhibition, Achtung, Kant, Sku, Verhaltenheit, Gelassenheit, Heidegger, restraint or holding back, halt in general. This respect for the living, this modesty or restraint before what must remain unscathed, before what has been identified as the RST source of religion, is so central, says Derrida, that it might be seen as a sort of universal, not religion as such, but a universal structure of religiosity, that which opens the possibility of the religious without ever being able to limit or restrain it. This universal structure might look at RST glance like the elementary faith that opens religion without being limited to any determinate form of religion. But Derrida stops short of identifying this reserve or respect for life with the second source of religion for a couple of reasons. First, this second source is the source, as we have seen, not just of religion but of science, indeed it is the source of every social bond. But second, and more importantly, this respect or reticence can already be taken in two directions, toward the best as well as the worst. On the one hand, it is respectful or inhibited abstention before what remains sacred mystery, and what ought to remain intact or inaccessible, like the mystical immunity of a secret. But in thus holding back, the same halting also opens an access without mediation or representation, hence not without an intuitive violence, to that which remains unscathed. That is another dimension of the mystical. A respect for life can thus lead not only to a reticence before the secret but to the assumption of an immediate access to it, a possibility, Derrida seems to suggest, that can lead to what we might call the violence of mystical union. It is at this point that Derrida suggests that this return to life, this indemnification of life, can take, yes, two forms, an absolute respect for life and a sacrifice of the living. Whereas the former would respect and protect life through an absolute prohibition against killing, through an interdiction against abortion, artificial insemination, gene manipulation, through certain forms of vegetarianism, and so on. The second would seek not only the protection of life but the hyperbolization of it through a sacrifice of life. Though very different, indeed as different as the vegetarian and the carnivore, these two movements nonetheless spring from a single source. There is thus, on the one hand, the absolute respect of life, the thou shalt not kill, at least thy neighbor, if not the living in general, and, on the other, the no less universal sacrificial vocation seen in contemporary practices of animal breeding, slaughtering, and experimentation, practices of using animals or putting them to death, sacrificing them, precisely, in the name of a human life that would be worth more than life. This mechanical principle is apparently very simple. Life has absolute value only if it is worth more than life. And hence only in so far as it mourns, becoming itself in the labor of innate mourning, in the indemnification of a spectrality without limit. It is sacred, holy, innately respectable only in the name of what is worth more than it and what is not restricted to the naturalness of the biozoological, sacrificable, although true sacrifice ought to sacrifice not only natural life, called animal or biological, but also that which is worth more than so-called natural life. Thus, respect of life in the discourses of religion as such concerns human life only in so far as it bears witness, in some manner, to the innate transcendence of that which is worth more than it, divinity, the sacrosanctness of the law. Because life must ultimately be worth more than life, it is what must be sacrificed in the name of a hyperbolization of life, a life greater than life. Life is sacred, holy, innately respectable only in or as the name of what within it is worth more than it. Such a notion of life obviously cannot be limited to the naturalness of biological life, insofar as life, according to this hypothesis or this hyperbole, must go beyond the merely natural. It is thus related to human life only insofar as it bears witness to the innate transcendence of what is worth more than it, divinity, the sacred holiness of the law, and so on. It is empirical life, then, that must be sacrificed in the name of the law or in the name of life itself, sacrificed. As the price to be paid for what is itself priceless, for what must then remain safe, immune, absolute, and so worthy of reserve and respect. Such life would thus resemble what Kant called the dignity Wertigkeit of an end in itself, a value beyond the market and beyond all measurable values. This theme of sacrifice, so prominent in Derrida's work in texts from Glass to Eating Well, or the calculation of the subject, to the gift of death, is complicated in the following section as Derrida speaks of an ellipsis of sacrifice. The word ellipsis is used here in at least two different registers. It is used RST to evoke the ellipsis formed around the two foci or sources of religion, one of which involves the indemnification of the safe and sound through sacrifice. As Derrida writes, this reactivity is a process of sacrificial indemnification. It strives to restore the unscathed, heilig, that it itself threatens. The second sense of ellipsis has to do with the exclusion or elision of sacrifice. The ellipsis, or for this is a related meaning, the silencing of sacrifice, the silent respect within it. Derrida thus calls this ellipsis of sacrifice a double bind, a sacrifice of sacrifice that at once does away with sacrifice and transforms or interiorizes it. On the one hand, says Derrida, it seems difficult to imagine a religion without sacrifice and without prayer. On the other hand, the law of the unscathed, the salvation of the safe, the humble respect of that which is sacrosanct, heilig holy, both requires and excludes sacrifice, which is to say, the indemnification of the unscathed, the price of immunity. Hence auto-immunization and the sacrifice of sacrifice. The latter always represents the same movement, the price to pay for not injuring or wronging the absolute other. Violence of sacrifice in the name of non-violence. Absolute respect enjoins RST and foremost sacrifice of self, of one's most precious interest. A sacrifice of sacrifice, therefore. On the one hand, the violence of sacrifice is carried out in the name of non-violence. Absolute respect requires self-sacrifice, sacrifice of the most proper in the service of the most proper. On the other hand, sacrificing sacrifice is the price to be paid for not damaging what is absolutely other. But, of course, as Derrida writes in an essay entitled Simply Sacrus, putting an end to sacrus is not so easy, for by sacrusing sacrus one simply makes it undergo a mutation or a supplementary interiorization, as, my translation. Sacrus of sacrus, therefore, or the replacement of sacrus by prayer. In A Silkworm of One's Own, a text written not long after Faith and Knowledge, Derrida notes precisely this, namely, that prayer tends to replace, in coming together, the bloody sacrus and the putting to death of the living creature, a sacrus of sacrus, the end of sacrus in coming together, its unterminated and perhaps interminable sublimation, the coming together of the innate coming together in the orison of prayer, SW. So, a respect for life and sacrus, a double postulation that, says Derrida, happens with the regularity of a technique or a machine, death and repetition being situated, yet again, at the heart of processes that are supposed to protect and even augment life. As Derrida put it in the passage above, this mechanic principle is apparently very simple. Life has absolute value only if it is worth more than life. This is a mechanics because the autoimmune indemnification of life through either the absolute respect for life or through sacrus reproduces, with the regularity of a technique, the instance of the non-living or, if you prefer, of the dead in the living. As we will see in a moment, this mechanical and non-living element or aspect within the living makes possible both life, what Derrida sometimes calls life-death, and what is worth more than life, an abundance of life, or at least the phantasm of such a life. Derrida sets up this argument by relating the dignity of life to fetishism and spectrality, which, as we have seen, have been associated with religion from the very beginning but which are playing new and unprecedented roles in the teletechno-scientific religions of today. This dignity of life can only subsist beyond the present living being. Whence, transcendence, fetishism and spectrality, whence, the religiosity of religion. This excess above and beyond the living, whose life only has absolute value by being worth more than life, more than itself, this, in short, is what opens the space of death that is linked to the automaton, exemplarily phallic, to technics, the machine, the prosthesis, in a word, to the dimensions of autoimmune and self-sacrificial supplementarity, to this death drive that is silently at work in every community, every auto-community, constituting it as such in its iterability, its heritage, its spectral tradition. While life is worth more than life, worth more than itself, in excess of itself, it can only be protected through those very things we have seen to be related to death: technicity, the machine, virtuality, the prosthesis, and, here, the phallus or the phallus effect. Life as what is always worth more than life, the source of religion, can be indemned only through an autoimmunitary and auto-sacrificial supplementarity. This excess of life over life is thus related, writes Derrida, to a death drive that is silently at work in every community, every auto-community, constituting it as such in its iterability, its heritage, its spectral tradition. Community as common autoimmunity. No community is possible that would not cultivate its own autoimmunity, a principle of sacrificial self-destruction ruining the principle of self-protection, that of maintaining its self-integrity intact, and this in view of some sort of invisible and spectral survival. This self-contesting attestation keeps the autoimmune community alive, which is to say, open to something other and more than itself, the other, the future, death, freedom, the coming or the love of the other, the space and time of a spectralizing messianicity beyond all mechanism. It is there that the possibility of religion persists, the religious bond, scrupulous, respectful, modest, reticent, inhibited, between the value of life, its absolute dignity, and the theological machine, the machine for making gods. The community thus tries to indemnify itself by positing a value greater than life, and so sacrifices the life it holds sacred. It thus opens itself up to all the supplements of life, the machine, the technological, the phallic, and so on, through a principle of sacrificial auto-destruction or a sort of death drive that ruins the principle of self-protection, immunity, life, the sovereignty drive, in view of some invisible and spectral survey or survival. There is no community, Derrida argues, that does not entertain or support its own autoimmunity, that is, its own openness to what it cannot indemnify the other, the future, death, freedom, messianicity. There is thus violence and aggression in the name of life, a sacrifice of life in order to save life, a use of technoscience in order to indemnify a proper body that would purport to be foreign to and originally protected from all technoscience. This indemnification would be related to a ritual sacrifice that protects or compensates, that reconstitutes or attempts to reconstitute some intact purity, and that does so, oftentimes, upon the body itself, by marking or doing violence to the body itself, or else by replacing it with a kind of phantasm, namely, the phantasm of a body with total immunity. Though such a body might then seem to be most living, most protected from death, it would be in the end, as a body closed up within itself, closed off not only from what can harm it but from what can save it or allow it to live on, a body at once completely alive and completely dead. And the same holds for religion more generally. A religion of pure and total immunity would be a religion of death, a religion that would have to sacrifice its very lifeblood in order to live on. Before turning to some of the phantasms that haunt faith and knowledge, the phantasms, let me say in anticipation, of women, that is, the phantasms of women entertained by men, let us look briefly at how this thinking of the phantasm emerges, in relationship to a thinking of the fetish and the phallus. For it is the logic of the phallus that produces the phantasm of a life beyond life, a life to be protected from all exposure to death and thus protected from all life, a life that can be won only by being sacrificed. To understand the phallus, or what Derrida calls the phallus effect, in faith and knowledge, it is useful to keep in mind the second of the three theses outlined in chapter. Because the phallus, or the phallus effect, must always be understood in terms of its double value, it is in the end the best illustration of the way the teletechnological supplement attempts in an autoimmune fashion to indemnify a source that must remain safe and sound, life, the value or dignity of life or of a life beyond life. In The Beast and the Sovereign, Volume I, Derrida deans the phallus in the following way: the phallus, which is not the penis, RST designated in Greece and Rome for certain ceremonies, that simulacrum, that gourd representation of an erect penis, hard, stiff, rigid, precisely like a gigantic and artificially made-up puppet, made of tense springs and exhibited during rituals and processions. The phallus is, itself, like the thing itself that it is, a sort of marionette, BSI. I will return in a moment to this equation of the phallus with a sort of marionette, an association we also see in Faith and Knowledge, where Derrida speaks of a marionette, the dead machine yet more than living, the spectral fantasy of the dead as the principle of life and of survival serving. For the moment, let me underscore the conjunction of fecundity and the simulacrum in the phallus. Derrida speaks of this culture or this fetishistic cult of the phallic simulacrum, which honored fecundity or the generative potency in the Dionysiac mysteries, this culture or this cult, then, not of the organic penis but of a prosthetic representation of the penis in permanent erection, a penis that is hard, stiff, and rigid but detached from the body proper, just like a prosthesis, a prosthetic and automatic machine. A rigid automate, an erection that thus seems to be automatic, independent of will and even of desire, BSI. Derrida goes on in The Beast and the Sovereign, Volume I, to demonstrate that the simulacrum of sovereign power, now detached from man, now automatic and no longer under the control of an autonomous human being, is not an attribute of man, of something proper to man, nor indeed proper to anyone, not to the animal and not to God, BSI. It is the simulacrum of sovereignty, this gur of automatic movement by means of the technical or mechanical prosthesis, that gives rise to the phantasm of a spontaneous life that is immune from death, a nature before all culture and all techne. It is thus the automaton, the marionette, the prosthesis, all names for the dead machine that produce the spontaneity or superabundance of life, or the fantasy or phantasm thereof. In its phenomenal appearance, in its phanesthai, the phallus retains the values of both pure and proper presence and, by virtue of the law of iterability or of duplication that can detach it from its pure and proper presence, its phantasma, in Greek, its ghost, its spectre, its double or its fetish. The phallus effect is thus at once the colossal automaticity of the erection, the maximum of life to be kept unscathed, indemned, immune and safe, sacrosanct, but also and precisely by virtue of its rex character, that which is most mechanical, most separable from the life it represents. The phallus effect brings together at once the spontaneity of life, life in its purest form, safe and sound, immune, untouched by the machine, a life that promises what is even greater than life, and the automaticity of the machine, a hyperbolic life in the form of a machine that introduces repetition and duplicity, an automaticity without autonomy that nonetheless looks more living than life itself. As a mechanical supplement, the phallus, as distinct from the penis and once detached from the body, is thus nothing other than the marionette that is erected, exhibited, fetishized, and paraded in processions. The phallus is indeed to be thought as a marionette, a connection that is initially rather unexpected in faith and knowledge, though it comes on the scene in what appears to be a somewhat arbitrary and unmotivated manner, in a way that might seem to point back a bit too much to an author pulling the strings from behind the curtain. The logic and necessity of this reference becomes clear when we look at what Derrida says about the marionette in the seminar The Beast and the Sovereign, Volume I, and when we understand the crucial role it plays in the transition between a thinking of spontaneity in the male erection and the spontaneous swelling of female pregnancy. Let me return, then, to the passage from The Beast and the Sovereign, Volume I, cited above. Derrida identifies the phallus with a marionette in his penultimate seminar of, in order to introduce a reading of the marionette in Celan's The Meridian and so draw together the themes of sovereignty and teletechnology that he will have been following throughout the seminar. He begins even before holding the marionette to be a phallic gur, a simple gural representation of the phallus. One should remember to the contrary that the phallus is itself originally a marionette, bsi. What is significant here about the phallus as a marionette is that it appears more living than life itself. Though a machine, its automatic movement or growth appears nonetheless spontaneous. What is at stake is thus nothing less than the equivocally of the living being, precisely, where the living being concentrates, as though into a single value, spontaneity, the what goes of itself and owes from the source, what moves by itself, spontaneously, spont sua. This is how the living being in general is deemed. The living is spontaneous and moves of itself, it is automotive. Automotive spontaneity that gives itself its law. And its opposite, namely automaticity, or in other words the automate's mechanics of action and reaction without spontaneity, precisely, and with no autonomous liberty. BSI. We can thus see how the spontaneity of life becomes in the marionette or in the phallus indistinguishable from the automaticity of the machine. One might even suspect that it is precisely the automaticity of the machine that gives rise to the phantasm of spontaneity and life in the machine. In any case, it is precisely this concentration of opposing things as though into a single value, a single ambiguous value, that makes the phallus such a fecund place for the phantasm, for a phantasm that, as we are about to see, can always go both ways. For if this automatic swelling of the phallus appears to be simply a thing of man, of the male, Derrida warns us that things are not so simple. In truth they are less simple than ever. As always when sexual differences are in play, BSI. As he goes on to argue, in our typical representation of the marionette, what insistently came to the fore was the feminine gur of the small and the young, the little girl, the touching young girl, even the Virgin Mary, Mariole, Mariolette. With the grace, innocence, and spontaneity that usually go with that, BSI. Derrida is suggesting here, it seems, that the phallus effect, the spontaneous growth of the phallus, must be thought in relation not only to male erection but to the spontaneous movement and life of the marionette and, thus, of the Virgin, who too swells up in a seemingly spontaneous if not miraculous way. The living being is automotive, autonomous, absolutely spontaneous, sovereignly automotive, and at the same time perfectly programmed like an automatic rex. I insist on this paradox to put back on stage the eminently phallic gore of the marionette, the phallic erection that comes to inhabit, haunt, and double that of the virgin girl. The virgin girl is inhabited by motion, movement, the essentially phallic law of the marionette, BSI. It is in the phallic gore of the marionette, then, that spontaneity and automaticity, masculine and feminine, the miracle and the machine, the living and the dead, come together in a most striking way. That is why the question of marionettes keeps coming back, undecidedly what's and whose, feminine and masculine, taking on all forms, from marionette as virgin girl, little Mary, to phallic erection, the prosthesis of the phallus as marionette and the priapism of the erection without detumescence, erection unto death, the cadaverized erection, tragic and comic, all of which sketched out the unheimlich, worrying, and undecidable gore of the marionette as life and death, life-death, life-death, both. The spontaneous and graceful autonomy of the living and the rigid automatism of machine and death. BSI, if the phallus allows for the dream, the phantasm, of an erection without interruption or detumescence, a permanent erection as the source of life itself, the detachability and multiplicity of the phallus gore deet this phantasm in the name of living on. After all, the permanent erection, what we call priapism, the phantasm of eternal tumescence, is not just an object of ridicule and comedy but a symbol of tragedy and death. Life, erection, spontaneous growth without interruption, life without what the French call la petite mort, leads straight to death. As in Faith and Knowledge, Derrida will thus go on in The Beast and the Sovereign to relate this automatic or, rather, spontaneous growth to sovereignty. This is not a gore, but an essential feature of sovereign power, an essential attribute of sovereignty, its absolute erection, without weakness or without detumescence, its unique, stiff, rigid, solitary, absolute, singular erection. And concretely, this translates, in the political effectivity of the thing, not only as an all-power of the state over life-death, the right of pardon, generation, birth, sexual potency as generative and demographic power, but also the height from which the state has the power to see everything, to see the whole, having literally, potentially, a right of inspection over everything. BSI, having associated the phallus with the marionette and then both of these with the spontaneity of sovereign power, Derrida goes on to identify contemporary teletechnology as the most striking and visible site for the deployment of this sovereign power. And today, the sovereign power, the international power of a national sovereignty, is also proportionate to its power to see, power to have under surveillance, to observe, take in, archive from a superterrestrial height, by satellite, the whole globalized surface of the Earth, to the centimeter, and this in the service of the economic strategy of the market as well as of military strategy. This erection towards height is always the sign of the sovereignty of the sovereign, of the head of state, or simply the head, the dictator, il duce, the Führer, or quite simply the political leader, his leadership. Translated into the theatrical space of the politics of our time, namely the public space called televisual media, all political leaders, heads of state, or heads of parties, all the supposedly decisive and deciding actors of the political eld are consecrated as such by the election of their erection to the status of marionette in the puppet show. BSI, the phallus thus brings together the calculable and the incalculable, teletechnoscience and the absolute value of life, faith in the most living as dead and automatically surviving, resuscitated in its spectral phantasma, the holy, safe and sound, unscathed, immune, sacred, in a word, everything that translates heilig. A life, then, that protects itself by means of the technological supplement that sacristies what it is supposed to protect. It is this logic of autoimmunity and of sacris that leads to the phantasm, to a cult or culture of the generalized fetish, of the thing itself. Unlike Kant, then, who distinguishes between Christianity as the only truly moral religion and all other fetish-worshipping religions, see observation, Derrida seems to be suggesting that we consider the irreducible traces of fetishism even in Christianity. Without putting it in exactly these terms, it is as if Derrida were tracing the spectral presence of fertility cults beneath or within contemporary monotheisms. Again, the contemporary is divided, doubled, at once contemporary and archaic, hyper-sophisticated, and primitive. All three monotheisms, Derrida claims, are thus founded upon a covenant or promise in a trial of the indemnit or an ordeal of the unscathed, that is, in a circumcision, be it exterior or interior, literal or, as was said before St. Paul, in Judaism itself, circumcision of the heart. An originarily indemnit state can thus be brought about only retrospectively by means of a supplementary cut that turns the penis into the phallus, the fecundity of the phallus being assured then only through the fetish, life reaffirmed only through a supplementary violence or sacris. Through the circumcisional cut, the penis is transformed, resuscitated, erected into the phallus, so to speak, the undetachable organ transformed into the detachable fetish, a source of life beyond life, a surlife, a survey, that is, a survival but also a surplus life. To the values that have been identified from the beginning of this work with the RST source of religion, the indemnit, the safe and sound, the intact, heilig, are now attached a new series, life, fertility, spontaneity, growth, and so on. Derrida puts them in a single line: heilig, holy, safe and sound, unscathed, intact, immune, free, vital, fecund, fertile, strong, and above all, as we will soon see, swollen gone. Swollen, engorged, puffed up gone it is at this critical juncture, in the midst of this discourse on the fecundity of the phallus and the automaticity of the phallus effect, that Derrida says that this life force, this erection or swelling of life, can be related to the spontaneity of either erection or pregnancy, that is, to a spontaneity on the side of either the erect male or the bearing female. One could, without being arbitrary, read, select, connect everything in the semantic genealogy of the unscathed saintly, sacred, safe, and sound, heilig, holy, that speaks of force, life force, fertility, growth, augmentation, and above all swelling goniment, in the spontaneity of erection or of pregnancy. Vitality, fecundity, and fertility, the spontaneous swelling of life in either erection or pregnancy, these are, again, the values of that RST source of religion, the one that must be protected, safeguarded, indemned. But it does not take long for this RST source of religion to become contaminated with the machine, as if it were the machine that produced these values in the RST place, or at least the phantasm of their purity and indemnit presence. The teletechnoscientific machine is thus this enemy of life in the service of life, and it leads, to cite this crucial passage one more time, to a faith in the most living as dead and automatically surviving, resuscitated in its spectral phantasma, the holy, safe and sound, unscathed, immune, sacred, heilig matrix, once again, of a cult or of a culture of the generalized fetish, of an unlimited fetishism, of a fetishizing adoration of the thing itself. With this reference to a matrix, from the Latin matrix, womb, Derrida is again suggesting that this fetishizing adoration can be found not simply in the putatively natural growth and fecundity of the phallus but in the spontaneous and putatively natural swelling of the matrix. Indeed, it just may be that it is the desperate attempt to indemnify the latter that needs to be thought in our new wars of religion, wars in which, as Derrida emphasizes, women are so often the primary victims, and this would perhaps be the place to inquire why, in the most lethal explosions of a violence that is inevitably ethnico-religious, why, on all sides, women in particular are singled out as victims, not only of murders, but also of the rapes and mutilations that precede and accompany them. This is a crucial moment in the essay, the moment when Derrida draws attention to a kind of matriarchal and no longer simply patriarchal fertility, or to the phantasm thereof, that seems to operate below the surface, in the underworld, of the three monotheisms. Derrida here appends a long footnote in which he cites Benveniste at length on the common relationship in Indo-European languages between sovereignty, power, and a growth or swelling of strength or power that is related to pregnancy or carrying in the womb. To cite Derrida citing Benveniste, The holy and sacred character is thus seen through a notion of exuberant and fecund force, capable of bringing to life, of causing the productions of nature to burst forth. Pages, N. Derrida goes on to cite Benveniste on the origins of the Greek verb kin and the adjective kurios, commonly translated as sovereign, a word that was originally related to the sacred through a kind of automatic or spontaneous swelling. The sacred or holy is related to an exuberant, fecund force capable of bringing to life and increasing the production of nature. It is this exuberant force that feeds religion's attempt to bring about health and salvation, restoration and redemption, indemnification and a maximization of fertility and life. It is also here that the values of spontaneity, life, originality, fecundity, nature, etc., seem to become confounded with those of automaticity, death, repetition, sterility, technicity, etc. That this spontaneous swelling and automatic growth should be attached here not only to the male erection but also to the female womb should come as some surprise, like all pregnancy, perhaps, in this account of the origins of sovereignty. Are there queens as well as kings in this sovereign genealogy? Must we think them together? As we have seen, the phallus is a fetish or a marionette, a technical supplement that gives the uncanny appearance of life, indeed, that promises to supplement life and give rise to a life more fecund and perhaps more holy and sacred than life itself. The phallus is a technical supplement that would seem to augment and indemnify male sovereign power. And yet it is also the place where the spontaneity and life of this power would seem to cross a female power of spontaneous growth. As Derrida recalls in The Beast and the Sovereign, Volume I, the phallus is a marionette and the marionette is a virgin, even the Virgin Mary, Mariole, Mariolette. With the grace, innocence, and spontaneity that usually go with that, BSI. Hence the fecund exuberance Derrida speaks of here can be considered either on the side of the king's sovereign power or on the side of the queen's immaculate conception, which is, no doubt, why Derrida's glass traces throughout Hegel the values of both absolute knowledge, abbreviated through glass as sa savoir absolu, and the immaculate conception, abbreviated as ic immacule conception. It is starting from this reference to the phantasm of either the phallus or the womb, either erection or pregnancy, the phantasm of a life that is safe and sound, sacred and sacrosanct, spontaneous and fully alive, immune from aggression, that we should go back and pull together the many references Derrida makes throughout Faith and Knowledge to sexual difference. For it is at this point that Derrida recalls or asks why the victims of ethno-religious violence are so often women and often by rape and mutilation. The answer to this question should begin to become clear. Violence against women and the sacralization and protection, the indemnification, of them are not opposed but can actually go hand in hand. When real women are forgotten, suppressed, or repressed, we might even say, the phantasms of them are likely to emerge, their purity made into the object of fetishized desire. When life or life-death is forgotten, when the relationship between life and the technical supplement is denied or repressed, life or life-death is replaced by a hyperbolization of life, the colossal phallus or the spontaneously swollen womb. In an autoimmune reaction against the uprooting or deracination of the phallus effect, against the move beyond life into living on through media and technology, one turns against the living body, though always in the name of this living body and in the name of life. In a reaction against the radical evil of teletechnology, one turns against the living bodies of both men and women through what appear to be pre-technological gestures. Hence roadside bombs detonated by remote control are replaced by more direct, hands-on forms of degradation, humiliation, or mutilation, while guns and rocket launchers give way to decapitations with a single blade stroke, oftentimes, of course, before a video camera. Derrida thus argues, in and elsewhere, that in today's wars of religion violence has two ages and, in effect, two faces: a contemporary violence that makes use of hyper-sophisticated military teletechnology, digital culture, cyberspace, and so on, and a new archaic violence that counters the RST and everything it represents. We see here how the RST2 theses of faith and knowledge can help explain the phantasm in order to indemnify the RST of its two sources, religion resorts to the powers of the teletechnoscientic machine, indemnifying but also attacking in an autoimmune fashion its own powers of indemnification and producing the phantasm of a life before the machine revenge. Resorting, in fact, to the same resources of mediatic power, it reverts, according to the return, the resource, the repristination, and the law of internal and autoimmune reactivity we are trying to formalize here, as closely as possible to the body proper and to the pre-machinal living being. In any case, to its desire and to its phantasm. By turning against the expropriating, decorporealizing machine, one turns to the bare hand to decapitation and castration, mutilation and rape, to an exposure of bodies, and all this in order to return to the phantasm of the living body. What is involved is always avowed vengeance, often declared as sexual revenge, rapes, mutilated genitals, or severed hands, corpses exhibited, heads paraded, as not so long ago in France, impaled on the end of stakes, phallic processions of natural religions. These are, as Derrida reads them, symptoms of a vengeance of the body proper against teletechnoscience, against the globalization or mondialization of the European democratic model, which, as we have seen, is at once secular and religious. It is this autoimmune reaction of the body against the deracinating forms of teletechnology that can explain in today's new wars of religion the seemingly paradoxical combination of irrationalist obscurantism and hypercritical acumen and incisive analysis of the hegemonies and the models of the adversary. This archaic re-radicalization, at once modern and archaic, thus claims, in the name of religion, to reroute the living community, to relocate its place, body, and idiom, to leave it or to make it safe and sound, intact. We are back to some of the claims made by Derrida in the interview from Paper Machine cited in chapter. But now we should be a bit better prepared to understand the motivations for this return to the proper body or the intact idiom and the reasons why such a return is doomed to its own autoimmune undoing. This archaic and ostensibly more savage radicalization of religious violence claims, in the name of religion, to allow the living community to rediscover its roots, its places, its body, and its idiom intact, unscathed, safe, pure, proper. It spreads death and unleashes self-destruction in a desperate, autoimmune, gesture that attacks the blood of its own body as though thereby to eradicate uprootedness and reappropriate the sacredness of life safe and sound. Such violence in the name of religion tries to uproot the uprooting, to reappropriate the safe and sound, to save life by turning on the blood of its own body and on the bodies of its own members, men and, perhaps especially, women. What must thus be recognized is not only, as Joyce says and Derrida loves to cite, that paternity is a legulsion, that the phallus effect is the effect of a phantasm, but that the Immaculate Conception too is a royal phantasm. As Derrida argues, in an essay entitled The Night Watch, recent technological advances such as surrogate motherhood and in vitro fertilization have helped demonstrate today what has always and everywhere been the case, namely, that maternity too is a legulsion, not something we can simply see with our own two eyes in the spontaneous swelling of the womb, but something that must be deemed, determined, and declared. By recognizing this, we begin to deet the phantasm of a maternity that would be absolutely pure and natural, and thus the one thing that would need to be protected and indemned at all costs, even if it means mutilating or sacrificing women in order to protect or purify it. For the phantasm is always a phantasm of purity, the effect of a veiled or elided performative, a speech act that tries to pass itself off as a constative or statement of fact, an elision or an ellipsis of is and ought. It is always a phantasm of purity and of sovereignty, whence the sovereignty of the phantasm. Recall that Derrida spoke in the beginning of faith and knowledge of what is happening to religion today, what is happening that is unique to religion in our time. We now see that not even this today is a simple present or a simple unity, it is itself already divided, already duplicitous, inasmuch as today's wars of religion and violence are at once modern and archaic, unprecedented, and already iterations of the origin, of religion. Today's wars of religion are thus turned at once toward a certain future and the past, toward the three monotheisms and toward the religions of Greece and Rome, toward hyper-sophisticated technoscience as well as the sexual thing. Speaking of the return of the religious, Derrida argues in Above All, No Journalists, that this return follows the collapse of so many things: empires, totalitarian regimes, philosophemes, ideologisms, etc. He then goes on to emphasize both the theatrical dimension of this return and its psychoanalytic value, the way in which this return is not a rebirth but a return to the stage or a return of the repressed, a return from out of the underworld or the unconscious into the light of day. The return does not signify therefore that religion comes back, but that it comes back onto the stage, and onto one that is global and public. Its return is its reapparition on the stage and in no way its rebirth. Religion is not born again. All of a sudden it returns to the stage, intact, more alive than ever before. Between awakening and return there is the outbreak of visibility. Religion can now be practiced in a manifest manner, in the force of phenomenality, the alleviation of repression, repression as much in the sense of the unconscious as of politics. There is, because of the repression, an accumulation of force, a heightening of potential, an explosion de ferlement of conviction, an overowing of extraordinary power. AANJ, one thus cannot speak today of religion and its relationship to science, Derrida argues, without psychoanalysis, which is today receding in the West, that is, on the decline, having never made it out of a part of old Europe. For the return of religion cannot be thought without a logic of the unconscious, without some understanding of the repetition compulsion or the death drive, or without a thinking of the reaction to radical evil, which, says Derrida, is at the center of Freudian thought. A new cruelty would thus ally, in wars that are also wars of religion, the most advanced technoscientific calculability with the reactive savagery that would like to attack the body proper directly, the sexual thing, that can be raped, mutilated or simply denied, desexualized. Yet another form of the same violence. Is it possible to speak today of this double rape, to speak of it in a way that wouldn't be too foolish, uninformed, or inane, while ignoring psychoanalysis? Psychoanalysis would be necessary to rethink not only the most powerful discourses today on right, morality, politics, but also on science, philosophy, theology, etc. It would also be essential to elaborating a new space of testimoniality or a new experience of the symptom and of truth. In short, it would be essential to understanding this new cruelty that today links the technoscientific machine to a reactive savagery that attacks the body proper and so raises the question of sexual difference and what Derrida calls the sexual thing. And so it was bound to happen, there on the island of Capri, during that little retreat-like gathering of European philosophers. Gathered there, we recall, were philosophers from Germany, Spain, France, and Italy, from at least 4 European nation-states speaking 4 European languages, philosophers from Catholic, Protestant, and Jewish backgrounds, but, we recall, no Muslims, no non-Europeans, and, of course, not a single woman. Derrida writes early on in the essay, we ought to take this into account, speaking on behalf of these mute witnesses without speaking for them, in place of them, and drawing from this all sorts of consequences. One must thus speak, says Derrida, on behalf of poor these silent victims and witnesses without speaking in place ofte leur place. As Paul Celan wrote and Derrida cites in several places, Niemens jugt für den Zeugen, no one speaks for the witness, since the witness is, by definition, irreplaceable, the only one able to bear witness for what has happened uniquely to him or to her. How, then, is one to speak not in place of these witnesses but for them or on their behalf? How is one to give them a place without taking their place? Derrida recalls in a few places in Faith and Knowledge the violence perpetrated in the name of religion against these silent witnesses, the fact that in these contemporary wars of religion women are often the primary victims of a new archaic violence, singled out as victims, not only of murders, but also of the rapes and mutilations that precede and accompany them. He explicitly recalls these nameless victims, but he also marks in his text in a more discreet fashion the presence, the spectral presence, not of these women but of certain gers of women, 2 of which I will follow here. The RST of these two gurs is, not coincidentally, the archetypal gur of the male phantasm in Freud, namely, Gradova, while the second is the gur of a woman who, as the victim of rape by Hades, has become the gur of both death and ever-returning life, a gur of sexual violence and fertility or fecundity, namely, Persephone. Though I certainly do not wish to equate or connate the real or historical victims of sexual violence with these gurs, I do wish to argue that it is through the latter that we can see most clearly how a thinking of sexual difference in terms of simple opposition lends itself at once to the protection and indemnification of one side of the opposition and to an ever-increasing violence against what is supposedly being protected. In other words, it is only by understanding these phantasmatic projections of women by men that we can begin to understand the origins of the violence perpetrated against women and, as a result, begin to speak on their behalf. Recall that, in the passage from analyzed in detail in chapter, Derrida, after recounting the origins, the genesis, of the conference at Capri, automatically thinks of Gradova. Just after asking himself, from where did this come to me, and yes, mechanically, and after adding, once the theme was agreed upon, discussions were improvised between two walks at night towards Faraglione, which can be seen in the distance, between Vesuvius and Capri. Derrida opens a parenthesis for the ghost of Gradova to appear, Jensen refers to it, Faraglione, and Gradova returns perhaps, the ghost of light, the shadowless shadow of noon, das Mittagsgespenst, more beautiful than all the great ghosts of the island, better habituated than they, as she puts it, to being dead, and for a long time. But who exactly is Gradova, and why does she make such an appearance in Faith and Knowledge? Perhaps the best way to introduce the phantasmatic gur of Gradova is to recall the way in which this gur so frequently returned to Derrida. In Archive Fever, a text written just months after the Capri conference, Derrida says for more than 20 years, each time I've returned to Naples, I've thought of her. Who better than Gradova, I said to myself this time, the Gradova of Jensen and of Freud, could illustrate this outbidding in the Maldi archive. AF. But even when Derrida was not in Naples, Gradova had a tendency to return or reappear. In an interview with Bernard Stiegler on December, just a couple of months, therefore, before the meeting in Capri, Gradova returns yet again in the course of a discussion on LM, specters, and the nature of the trace. To understand her reappearance on this stage, a bit of context and staging is necessary. Derrida is recounting for Stiegler the experience of making the LM ghost dance, with the French actress Pascale Augier, and of having to repeat the line, suggested by the maker Ken McMullen, "And what about you, do you believe in ghosts?" To which Pascale Augier was to respond, "Yes, now I do, yes, E.T." He then goes on to recall the strange experience he had some years later of watching and discussing the LM with students at a university in Texas, the truly uncanny experience of seeing Pascale Augier on the screen a couple of years after her unexpected death. Imagine the experience I had when, 2 or 3 years later, after Pascale Augier had died, I watched the LM again in the United States, at the request of students who wanted to discuss it with me. Suddenly I saw Pascale's face, which I knew was a dead woman's face, come onto the screen. She answered my question, "Do you believe in ghosts?" Practically looking me in the eye, she said to me again, on the big screen, "Yes, now I do, yes." Which now? Years later in Texas. I had the unnerving sense of the return of her specter, the specter of her specter coming back to say to me here, now. Now, that is to say, in this dark room on another continent, in another world, here, now, yes, believe me, I believe in ghosts, E.T. This anecdote about Pascale Augier leads Derrida in this interview with Stiegler, this LMED and recorded interview, to reiterate a thinking of the trace, of the survival of the trace in the absence of the author or the speaker, a thesis Derrida had developed in texts as early as Signature Event Context in, and that he would go on to develop in works right up to Learning to Live. Finally, Derrida's interview with L. E. Monde in the summer of, relating this thinking of the trace as that which always, in principle, survives the living speaker. Derrida suggests that the uncanny experience of watching in Texas the screened image of Pascal Augier speaking of ghosts after her death was a possibility inscribed already at the beginning, a possibility of repetition in her absence that already haunted the supposedly live presence of the original utterance. Derrida continues. But at the same time, I know that the RST time Pascal said this, already, when she repeated this in my office, already, this spectrality was at work. It was already there, she was already saying this, and she knew, just as we know, that even if she hadn't died in the interval, one day, it would be a dead woman who said, I am dead, or I am dead, I know what I'm talking about from where I am, and I'm watching you. Je suis mort, je sais de quoi je parle, dou je suis, etjete regard, and this gaze remained dissymmetrical, exchanged beyond all possible exchange, eye-line without eye-line, the eye-line of a gaze that xes and looks. For the other, its counterpart vis-a-vis, the other gaze met, in an innate night. It is just after recounting this experience that Derrida in effect turns to Stiegler, with the camera rolling, and says as if he had just been haunted by the memory of another ghost. You will remember what Gradiva said for a long time now, I have been used to being dead, et. So, just a little more than 2 months before the gathering on Capri, Derrida thinks of an experience of spectrality that is made all the more poignant through teletechnology, through LM, and as he recounts his experience of looking into the eyes of the then deceased Pascal Augier, he thinks of Gradiva. Then, in Faith and Knowledge, at a conference organized on the topic of religion on the island of Capri, not far from Pompeii, Gradiva reemerges, not once but twice. She returns for the RST time in, as Derrida recounts his meeting with Ferraris in the Hotel Laetitia in Paris. Once the theme was agreed upon, discussions were improvised between 2 walks at night towards Faraglione. Jensen refers to it, Faraglione, and Gradiva returns perhaps, Speaking, then, of not 1 but 2 walks towards Faraglione, and both at night, as if what was excluded by day were destined to return at night. Gradiva returns, Brie, parenthetically, only to return again, and again. This can hardly be a coincidence, in the null, parenthetical paragraph of Faith and Knowledge, which begins, this, perhaps, is what I would have liked to say of a certain Mount Moriah while going to Capri, last year, close by the Vesuvius of Gradiva. Twice within parentheses Gradiva returns, precisely like a spectre, moreover, and Gradiva will not be the last of this kind who comes to us from out of a literary text. For the Gur of Gradiva comes from the novella of Wilhelm Jensen, which Freud reads in Delusion and Dream. With a name that means she of the graceful walk, the graceful marionette, we might even say, or the Mariole full of grace, Gradiva is a delusional Gur for the main character in Jensen's story. The German archaeologist Norbert Hanold, prompted by the vision of a bas-relief from Pompeii of a young woman with a particularly graceful gait, a young woman buried in ash by the eruption of Vesuvius in AD, this Gur comes to life in Norbert's delusions as he is visiting Pompeii. We eventually come to learn, in the course of Jensen's story, that Norbert's delusion is the result of his repressed desire for the daughter of a famous German professor who lives across the street in the German city where Norbert lives. When Norbert goes to Pompeii on the pretext of doing archaeological work, he ends up encountering the real-life version of Gradiva that led to his delusion, Zoe Bertgang, his neighbor's daughter, who is accompanying her father on his own research trip. There in Pompeii, Zoe Bertgang, feeling the same affection for Norbert that Norbert feels for her and understanding the nature of his delusion, helps cure Norbert of his delusional vision by trying, in effect, to substitute her own living and breathing existence for the dead Gradiva. Because Gradiva had come to replace her in the eyes of Norbert, she must remove the veil from Norbert's eyes and show him that she is the living woman behind the veil of the dead Gradiva. She does this, in the art of Jensen analyzed by Freud, through a series of equivocal statements that can be understood both from within Norbert's delusional state and from outside it. When Gradiva, aka Zoe Bertgang, thus says, for example, to Norbert, for a long time I have been accustomed to being dead, Norbert, in his delusional state, can hear this as meaning, for a long time now I, Gradova, buried alive in Pompeii in AD but now come to life, have been accustomed to being dead, while the reader, who begins to understand the repressed cause of the delusion and who, like Zoe Bertgang, occupies a place similar to that of the analyst, can hear it as meaning, for a long time. Now I, Zoe Bertgang, have been accustomed to being dead in your eyes, accustomed to being ignored, neglected, repressed, as if I did not exist or as if I had been replaced by Gradova. It is hard to resist speculating upon the relationship here between the exclusion of women from the meeting on Capri and the double appearance of Gradova, along with Derrida's reminders that women, unnamed women, have often been the principal victims of religious violence. There on the island of Capri, not far from Vesuvius, a number of European men had gathered to discuss religion. With no women in the room, no women at the table, it is as if this apparition were there to remind us that when women are forgotten they tend to return like Gradova as delusions or phantasms to replace the living. In the story of Gradova written by Jensen and interpreted by Freud, Zoe Bertgang is forgotten, abandoned, repressed by the protagonist archaeologist, and what takes her place in this repression, through this repression, is the dangerous delusion of a woman who would seem to go beyond mere life, beyond Zoe, precisely, in the gore of the once ashen and dead but now ivory-cheeked and living, resurrected and resuscitated, Gradova, a walking talking marionette. When living desire is repressed or goes underground, it is replaced by a symptom, in this case, by the delusion of a life beyond life or of a life that has overcome death some 1900 years after the fact. Let me go beyond Freud's language in this text but not beyond Derrida's. When real life, life itself, which is to say life-death, life insofar as it is always compromised entem by death, is repressed, what takes its place is a delusion or a phantasm of a proper body that goes beyond life, the phantasm of a body that has been resuscitated or resurrected from the ashes of Pompeii, a phantasm, then, that transcends life, death, language and ALTE writing. In other words, when the specter of life-death is repressed, what takes its place is the phantasm of pure life. Life without technique or without the machine, life that has not yet been compromised by death or repetition that, in the end, is the phantasm. In addition, then, to the spectral presence of the unnamed women who are the victims of sexual violence, what appears in Faith and Knowledge are not, so to speak, real women for whom one might pretend or presume to speak, but a delusional or phantasmatic gore of women for men, or else, in the case of Kara, the gore of what resists and yet makes possible all goration, and what, let me note parenthetically, made possible in Heidegger's The Origin of the Work of Art the projection or even the phantasm of a peasant woman into Van Gogh's famous still life with shoes. In each case, it seems, women are mentioned in the context of the phantasms of men, as the delusions of men, and the woman most clearly evoked by Derrida himself, Gradova, the phantasm of Jensen's archaeologist, makes this clear. But it did not take an explicit reference to Gradova for the notion of the phantasm to appear in Faith and Knowledge. It is, we recall, introduced earlier in the essay in order to describe the spectral virtuality of today's wars of religion, where, as we have seen, all kinds of teletechnology are appropriated in the name of the immunity, indemnity, and sacrality of life. Hence the Pope uses the machine in order to protect life, a life, Derrida ultimately argues, that attempts to go beyond life, that hyperbolizes life, that tries to restore its health and secure its salvation, in a word, that makes life into the object of a phantasm. Given this, the cyberspatialized or cyberspaced wars of religion have no stakes other than this determination of the world, of history, of the day and of the present. The stakes certainly can remain implicit, insufficiently thematized, poorly articulated. By repressing them, on the other hand, many others can also be dissimulated or displaced. Which is to say, as is always the case with the topics of repression, inscribed in other places or other systems, this never occurs without symptoms and fantasies, without specters, phantasmata, to be investigated. This would appear to be the RST clue about how we should interpret the appearance of Gradiva in Derrida's text. Gradiva, who is not only explicitly called a fantasy or phantasm and a symptom in Freud's text but whose name, in psychoanalysis, is almost a synecdoche for repressed desire, Gradiva, whom Derrida will follow with much greater attention just a couple of months later when, in Rome and then Naples, he will write the null sections of Archive Fever. As Freud argues in Delusion and Dream and elsewhere, repression leads not to effacement but to displacement, to the transformation of desire into dreams, into art, into religion, and into delusions that can be read as the symptoms of desire. What is repressed, pushed into the unconscious or into the underworld, returns and returns again as phantom, as delusion, or as symptom. That is perhaps why Derrida refers in not just one but two places to Gradiva, though perhaps also, even if her name is not spoken, to Persephone. Though the name Persephone is never pronounced in Faith and Knowledge, her story might nonetheless be heard, or her gur seen, lurking in the background of the essay, from the various references to rape and sexual assault to, perhaps, Jensen's story of Gradiva, where we read of a winged messenger who had come up from the asphodel meadows of Hades to admonish the departed one to return, but it is really an image or an emblem that most clearly brings the specter of Persephone onto the stage of the essay. Derrida concludes the next to the last section of Faith and Knowledge with this striking image, in a fragment without a verb emblem of a still life, an opened pomegranate, one Passover evening, on a tray emblème d'une nature morte la grenade entamée, un soir de Pax, sur un plateau. Emblem of a still life of what is called in French un nature morte, literally a dead nature, a cut or opened pomegranate on a tray during a religious celebration. Everything about this phrase, as well as the lines preceding it, sounds like a memory. Sam Weber calls it a screen memory, the memory of an actual painting, perhaps, or even more likely a childhood memory of Passover in a Sephardic Jewish family in Algeria, a memory that resurfaces from its underworld to haunt Derrida and invade his text on religion on its closing page, a memory whose central image is itself haunted by a long history of religion or religions. In the Old Testament or Hebrew Bible, the pomegranate is an important religious symbol. It adorns, for example, priestly garments and the palace of King Solomon. As Sam Weber reminds us, it is also a fruit that, in the wake of the exile after the Passover, came to signify the pleasures left behind but also those they hoped one day to recover. It is thus no surprise that this fruit would become associated with religious celebrations, particularly Jewish ones, and particularly Sephardic Jewish ones, in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, a fruit commonly eaten during celebrations of Rosh Hashanah or the Jewish New Year. But since, as we saw in chapter, Greek is always, for Derrida, Greekia, CVM, we must recall that the pomegranate is also an image out of Greek mythology, one that is almost a synecdoche for the underworld and, especially, for the goddesses of the underworld. Indeed, it is difficult not to associate this image of the pomegranate with the gur of Persephone, or, more to the point, it would have been difficult for the one who wrote of Persephone, of the phone of Persephone, in Timpan and elsewhere, not to associate the pomegranate with this goddess of the underworld, who spends half the year below the earth, in the land of the dead, and half the year above it. In the context of Faith and Knowledge and of the gurs of the phantasm that we have been following, it is also hard not to recall that Persephone, also named Kora, not exactly Kara, but close, daughter of Demeter and Zeus, was abducted and sexually assaulted by Hades while picking hours in a meadow and forced to live in the underworld with him. Inconsolable over the loss of her daughter, Demeter abandoned her role as fertility goddess, causing crop failure and famine and threatening the human race with extinction. To remedy these ills, Zeus sent Hermes to the underworld to persuade Hades to release Persephone, though Zeus tricked Persephone before her release into eating 6, or in some accounts 3, seeds of a pomegranate, making her unable to leave the underworld permanently and obliging her to return to Hades for 6, or in some accounts 3, months of the year. Hence Persephone was allowed to live part of the year with her mother Demeter above the earth and forced to live part with Hades in the underworld. Persephone thus came to symbolize the violence of men against women, and particularly the violence of rape, and young girls and women would offer sacras to her as the patroness and protectress of marriage and childbirth. The pomegranate itself thus became, in Greek mythology and religion, an image of all these polarized and connecting values. It is perhaps not a coincidence, then, that in a text on the duplicity of sources, a text RST conceived on an island in the absence of women, Derrida would end or almost with this image, this still life, this nature morte, of the pomegranate, and with this allusion to Persephone, who appears more than once in Derrida's corpus, from as early as Timpan in, a text written from within the ear canals of Amsterdam, so to speak, and whose right column begins with a quote from Michel Leiris's essay Persephone, and I have chosen, as the sign beneath which to place them, the entirely oral and subterranean name of Persephone, which is thus extracted from its dark terrestrial depths and lifted to the heavens of a chapter heading, MPX. Emblem of a still life, an opened pomegranate grenade entomy, one Passover evening, on a tray. The context leaves little room for doubt that the French word grenade should indeed be translated here as pomegranate. To translate it in any other way would be unwise if not downright perverse. But one will recall that, back in the opening chapter, when we tried to account for the rather baroque, even horrid, layout of faith and knowledge, we noted that the phrase "et grenades" is used earlier by Derrida, between and, to designate the 15 sections and to complete, it seems, the section title for the second half of the essay, Crypts. Et grenades, after recalling at the end of the two sources of religion and the two notions of source, one taking the form of a machine, the form of mechanization, automatization, machination, etc., and the other the form of living spontaneity, the indemned propriety of life, the putative self-determination and spontaneity of the living community, etc., Derrida places an ellipsis and two little words between the end of the section and the beginning of the following one. Et grenades. He then opens a parenthesis and writes once again in italics, having posed these premises or general definitions, and given the diminishing space available, we shall cast the 15 null propositions in a form that is even more granulated, grainy, disseminated, aphoristic, discontinuous, juxtapositional, dogmatic, indicative or virtual, economic, in a word, more than ever telegraphic. My emphasis on space available, the allusion here to casting granulated, grainy, disseminated sections certainly helps justify the translation of et grenades in this case too as en pomegranates, a word, a fruit, that immediately calls to mind the granulated seeds within it. But can we really assure ourselves of this translation and exclude from consideration the other meaning of grenades, namely, grenades? Might not the title of what Derrida calls an ever more disseminated, discontinuous, and telegraphic presentation of propositions be translated as Sam Weber, the translator of Faith and Knowledge, has himself suggested, not only as en pomegranates but as en grenades? If so, then Derrida could have hardly found a better word to express the duplicity of sources, the possibility of good or ill, chance or threat, than the French word grenades, a word that splits in two at the origin, that becomes immediately opened, entom, divided, disseminated, exploded into all kinds of oppositions, an image of religion and science, of mythology and technoscience, of faith and knowledge, Greek mythology and Jewish religion, religious celebration and war, life and death. This word divides already from the beginning, automatically, spontaneously, mechanically, into two sources, the pomegranate as an image of fruitful dissemination, with its red seeds that can be eaten or scattered to bring new life, an image, then, that gathers and symbolizes, that inseminates and disseminates, and the grenade as an explosive machine that scatters and destroys, that tears into pulpy ash with shrapnel, drawing blood and bringing death. Et grenades and pomegranates, and grenades we must not choose, it seems to me, at this crucial juncture in Faith and Knowledge, even if the second use of the word grenade at the end of the essay would seem to argue for one meaning rather than another. Like the word pharmakon, already a kind of grenade thrown into Plato's critique of writing in the Phaedrus, the word grenade would itself be a pharmakon. It contains two opposing, connecting, almost contradictory values that make it dangerous to grab hold of and turn in one direction or another without blowing one's hand off. Just like pharmakon, it means, in effect, both remedy and poison, and so these all are attempts to read, interpret, or even understand it all at once. Grenades. The phrase is itself a grenade that explodes on contact, a pomegranate that is already from the origin in dispersion, already opened or breached, already entom. Without a clear context, this two-word phrase inserted into the text like an oblique offering, lobbed into its midst like a little word bomb, does any kind of univocal translation, any attempt to protect, safeguard, or indemnify one meaning from the other, the pomegranate from the grenade, the natural miracle from the technoscientific machine. It is in just these terms that Derrida, in A Silkworm of One's Own, another important text on religion, speaks of a certain theory of translation in its received truth. Translation bets on a received truth, a truth that is stabilized, rm and reliable, bios, the truth of a meaning that, unscathed and immune, would be transmitted from one so-called language to another in general, with no veil interposed, without anything essential sticking or being erased, and resisting the passage. SW. What Derrida says here about translation pertains to all writing, and rst of all to his own essay in veils, that is, in voiles, which means at once veils and sails, an essay entitled Unver a Soi, yet another title that divides and multiplies, since it can be heard to mean either a silkworm unver a soi or a worm unver, though perhaps also a verse, a line of poetry unver of one's own a soi, hence the suitably rendered English title by Geoffrey Bennington, which brings with it an air of literature. A La Virginia Woolf, A Silkworm of One's Own, written in November and December, that is, just months after Faith and Knowledge was completed. Derrida's warnings about wanting to keep a meaning unscathed and immune should cause us to hesitate before a phrase like grenades and to follow out all of its disseminal or explosive implications and consequences. Yes, all of them, which probably cannot be counted or calculated, or else, why not, counted as a very large number, like the number of commandments in the Torah, but also the number of seeds often attributed to the pomegranate, one for each of these commandments, which is why the pomegranate is a particularly appropriate fruit for Jewish religious celebrations. Between physis and nomos, one might say, the number would thus be both the natural number of seeds of the pomegranate and, as Derrida himself reminds us in A Silkworm of One's Own, the lawful number of the positive, and negative, precepts of the Torah. It would also be the number that governs the weaving of the talit or prayer shawl, the numerical value of the word designating the fringes of the talit, the tzitziths, is, plus threads and knots, making, SW. In a later section of A Silkworm of One's Own, Derrida speaks yet again of his talit and inscribes or weaves into this passage, which dates from November to December, the title of the essay that we have been reading throughout this work. I love it and bless it with a strange indifference, my talit, in a familiarity without name or age. As if faith and knowledge, another faith, and another knowledge, a knowledge without truth and without revelation, were woven together in the memory of an event to come, the absolute delay of the verdict, of a verdict to be rendered, and which is, was, or will make itself arrive without the glory of a luminous vision. My white talit belongs to the night, the absolute night. You will never know anything about it, and no doubt neither will I. SW, we have seen these terms and these themes before, but not woven together in precisely this way without age, is how Kara was described in A Knowledge Without Truth and Without Revelation, is more or less how Derrida distinguishes Kara from the knowledge and revelation of a sovereign good or a sovereign God. A verdict or decision without the glory of a luminous vision is how Derrida understands the place of Kara, or the place of a messianicity without messianism. The memory of an event to come, and, Nali, the talit, the white talit, as what belongs to the night, the absolute night, also resembles Kara as the place of absolute exteriority, the nocturnal source of both religion and science. The talit is thus, in some sense, another name for Kara, the place that gives place and has no name that is absolutely proper to it. In A Silkworm of One's Own, Derrida seems to oppose sight and touch, the veil, and the prayer shawl, the unveiling of a truth that would be independent of our designation of it and the making of truth through the performative of prayer. For the tallit is not, after all, a veil that might be lifted to reveal the truth of being or the truth of religion, but a shawl of benediction or of prayer through which or thanks to which the truth is made. Like benediction, writes Derrida in the penultimate section of Faith and Knowledge, prayer pertains to the originary regime of testimonial faith or of martyrdom that we are trying to think here in its most critical force. To return to the terms developed earlier, prayer does not belong to the regime of dogmatic belief or knowledge, the regime of truth as unveiling or as revelation, the regime of the constative, but to that of an originary, elementary, or testimonial faith, to the regime of the performative that is itself an event, beyond the possibilities and the power of the subject. As we read in Faith and Knowledge, the truth of prayer maintains itself beyond the true and the false, that is, in a word, beyond onto theology. It is here that Derrida in Faith and Knowledge invokes the gur of the Murano that is so important to many of his texts on religion. He thus writes near the end of the FTYRST of the FTY2 sections of the essay on Theology and Cripps faith and destines it to the condition of a sort of Spanish Murano who would have lost in truth, dispersed, multiplied everything up to and including the memory of his unique secret, and then Derrida adds the line we looked at above, emblem of a still life, an opened pomegranate, one Passover evening, on a tray. Faith would thus be encrypted like a Murano within religion, given a chance to circulate within a religion only on the condition of hiding or being concealed within it. As Derrida recalls in several places, a Murano was a Spanish or Portuguese Jew who was forced during the Inquisition to convert to Catholicism. The Murano thus had to renounce or else conceal his or her Jewish identity to avoid persecution, and so became a sort of secret Jew, a Jew who must keep his or her identity secret or maintain a secret identity. Faith, Derrida suggests, would be encrypted in onto theology in this way, sublimated, one might say, forced underground, forced to go by other names or go about in other guises, able to reveal its true identity only to other members of the same secret community. If onto theology is, as Sam Weber nicely summarizes it, a tradition that seeks to subordinate the thinking of both being, ontos, and God, theos, to a certain logos, and to its logic of self-presence and indivisible identity, then faith would be a Murano that eludes this putative self-presence, like a crypt within onto theology, and opens the seemingly indivisible identity, like a cut pomegranate. But the Murano Derrida is evoking here would be a Murano even to the secret community, a Murano of Muranos, then, a secret even for or to those in on the secret, not unlike the desert within the desert that is Kura. It is in this sense that we must understand why Derrida refers to himself not only as a sort of Murano of French Catholic culture but, in an untranslatable French phrase, as le dernier des Juifs, that is, as the last of the Jews, the least of the Jews, but also the most Jewish of Jews, the most because the least became the most, the rst because the last, and so on, see. We have thus seen how, in Faith and Knowledge, a single source automatically, spontaneously, mechanically soars or, through splits in two, making possible the differences between science and religion, between religion as revealability and religion as revelation, between rootedness or enracination and teletechnological abstraction, between reactive aggression towards science and affirmative reappropriation of it, and, nally, between two sorts of grenades, the pomegranate and the grenade, Persephone, and all the unnamed victims of religious violence. What we are left with, then, are the traces of this originary splitting or duplicity, the ashes of what cannot be revived or resuscitated like gradiva in its indemnid purity but must be left to mark the place of an incineration like a signature. Derrida, begins to draw Faith and Knowledge to a close with what appears to be an autobiographical ourish, the childhood memory, we have speculated, of a pomegranate opened on a tray during a religious feast. This image of a pomegranate can lead us toward either myth and memory, toward a certain incalculability, or toward calculation and calculability, the number of seeds of the pomegranate or the number of precepts of the law. Perhaps this is the place, then, to consider a bit further the whole question of numbers and calculation, which haunts the entirety of Derrida's text and takes on a certain supplementary force at its end. It is a question that has been at the center of my book as well, and from the very beginning. Even in our brief look at DeLillo's Underworld, this great novel on religion in America, there have been innumerable references to number and calculability, from the number, so prominent on that miracle day, into the rusting BS of the following chapter, to the relationship between a certain calculability in science, in weapons technology and so on, and the incalculability of waste and of the weapons of war and religion. As for faith and knowledge, pretty much everything in this essay will have been determined by a kind of numbers game that combines chance and calculation, from the numbered sections of the essay to the two sets of into which they are divided, one of these being further divided into and from the three theses about two sources and their one common element to the question of what legitimates putting all three monotheisms into the single category named religion. At issue always and everywhere has been the question of the possibility of counting, the question of what counts and of what can be counted. As Gil Anadjar succinctly puts it in his introduction to Faith and Knowledge, religion counts, AR. In the crucial passage we looked at in chapter, where Derrida at once recounts the origin of the theme of the conference at Capri and then proceeds to explain that his own contribution would be to write some sections distributed over some or so pages, Derrida asks, but why, always the question of number, were there 10 commandments, subsequently multiplied by so and so many? We thus see Derrida, throughout Faith and Knowledge, constantly trying to think the interconnectedness of knowledge and faith, technoscience and religious belief, calculation and the sacrosanct, as well as the alliance, holy or not, of the calculable and the incalculable. In any number of ways, therefore, the question of number, of the machine and the counting machine, is at the center of Derrida's thinking about the nature of religion today. What are we to make, then, of the fact that the passage that speaks of the Murano, of prayer, of the encryption of faith in onto theology, and of an opened pomegranate on a tray, is surrounded by two passages on calculation that offer two seemingly similar and yet very different formulations for thinking religion today N1, and the one N. As we will see, these two formulations are neither the same, they are not two different ways of saying the same one thing nor opposites, since both will prove to be at once expressions and products of a process of supplementarity, or autoimmunity, that Derrida will have been developing with regard to religion from the very beginning of Faith and Knowledge. Before turning to these passages, however, it will be worth looking at other places in the essay where the question of numbers and calculation is raised. In Derrida addresses the question of numbers in a very explicit and direct way. The question of number concerns as much the quantity of populations as the living indemnity of peoples. When they feel themselves threatened by an expropriative delocalizing teletechnoscience, peoples also fear new forms of invasion. They are tarried by alien populations, whose growth as well as presence, indirect or virtual but as such, all the more oppressive becomes incalculable. Among the many questions of number that return quite regularly in Faith and Knowledge is thus the question of demographics, from the question of how to count peoples or the faithful when it comes to religion to the real or imagined problems that stem from demographic shifts in religious affiliations or practices. Recall that, in our analysis of in the previous chapter, we saw Derrida referring, in the context of a passage on the value of the human and of human life, to a certain demographic disproportion that must be taken into account today. Derrida was, in essence, raising what might be called the biopolitical stakes of today's new wars of religion, at the intersection, as always, of bios and techne, life, and technology. From Islamism, not to be confused with Islam, which, says Derrida, represents today the most powerful example of such fundamentalisms as measured by the scale of global demography, n.c., to the survival of the State of Israel or of the Jewish people, the unique source of the three monotheisms. The question of numbers in relation to life is absolutely crucial. At issue is always the safety and security, the indemnity, even the salvation of peoples and the reactive responses of populations when they are threatened. The question of numbers, of demographics, but also of calculation thus continues to haunt the three monotheisms, that is, the three great religions of one God or of the one God, of a God who, as Derrida often phrases it, is one. In the section just before the reference to the pomegranate, Derrida again poses the question of number and asks why it is necessary for there to be always more than one source. Calculability question, apparently arithmetic, of 2, or rather of n1, through and beyond the demography of which we spoke above. Why should there always have to be more than one source? Because there are, for the best and for the worst, division and iterability of the source. This supplement introduces the incalculable at the heart of the calculable. But the more than 1 plus d(un) is at once more than 2. There is no alliance of 2, unless it is to signify in effect the pure madness of pure faith. The worst violence. The more than one is this n1 which introduces the order of faith or of trust in the address of the other, but also the mechanical, machine-like division, testimonial affirmation and reactivity, yes, yes, etc., answering machine, and the possibility of radical evil, perjury, lies, remote control murder, ordered at a distance even when it rapes and kills with bare hands. Already from the beginning there is division and iterability, a supplementarity that introduces incalculability into the heart of the calculable. There is thus immediately more than one, and, in fact, already more than two, see, since if there were in the end just two sources these might, says Derrida, enter into an alliance or covenant with one another and so produce the worst. Such an alliance would be, as he puts it, the pure folly of pure faith, the worst violence, since faith, originary faith, would then be bound to some singular expression or idiom, some singular religion, a religion absolutely coextensive with faith. Neither nor, then, but n1, which introduces the necessity of the supplement, always one more, one, to any set or number, the necessity, therefore, of incalculability and the order of faith or abilite in the address to the other, the opening of every set to what exceeds it, to a future that is incalculable from within it. The formula n1 which Derrida speaks of earlier in relation to the testimonial deus ex machina, suggests that for any n there is already one more, already a supplement that would make for a new n and thus the addition of another one, that is, n1, 1, and so on to the nth degree. But, we might ask, what would happen to this formula if n were to have the value not of 1 or some other number but the one which is not one number among others? It would suggest, it seems, that even the 1 is open to the addition of 1, to the supplement of, that even the 1 is open to difference and iteration, in short, that even with the 1 there is more to be said and done. That is what Derrida would seem to be suggesting in when he speaks not of n1 but of the one n. If every n is open to the supplement of 1 in an infinite series of iterations, n1, then even the 1 would be open to just such an infinite series to the nth degree, the 1n. What this then means is that the one of onto theology is never one with itself, that it begins already from the beginning to breach or broach itself, centimer, or indeed, as Derrida will say, to do violence to itself. It means, in a word, that even the one is autoimmune. Derrida begins the null section of faith and knowledge at the bottom without bottom of the script. The one n incalculably engenders all these supplements. L on n engendra incalculablement 2 ses supplements. The crypt referred to here is, it seems, the crypt of onto theology mentioned in the preceding section, the one that encrypts faith and destines it to being a sort of Spanish Murano. Rather than repeating the formula n, which can be found in so many places, from restitutions onward, Derrida reverses the terms without completely reversing the meaning, suggesting that the one of onto theology always engenders spontaneously, automatically, mechanically an incalculable number, n, of supplements. It supplements the one n. This n would be like a Murano that circulates within onto theology, opening the one to what is other than it, to this incalculable other that cannot be identified without becoming part of the one, that at once threatens the one of onto theology and keeps it alive. Derrida continues, and I will cite here without interruption the remainder of the section and, thus, the end of the essay at the bottom without bottom of the script, the one n incalculably engenders all these supplements. It makes violence of itself, does violence to itself and keeps itself from the other ilse fate violence etc garde de l'autre. The autoimmunity of religion can only indemnify itself without assignable end. On the bottom without bottom of an always virgin impassibility, cura of tomorrow in languages we no longer know or do not yet speak. This place is unique, it is the one without name. It makes way, perhaps, but without the slightest generosity, neither human nor divine. The dispersion of ashes is not even promised there, nor death given. The passage is compact, even cryptic, and it calls out to be unpacked and decrypted. Because of the autoimmune relation between its two sources, religion's attempt to indemnify itself remains interminable. The number of supplements to the one, to what would remain safe and sound, intact and unscathed, is incalculable. And all this takes place against the backdrop of cura, at the bottom without bottom, within the desert in the desert, that is cura, which is of an always virgin impassibility, never marked and never named, or perpetually marked and named only to the extent that it or she withdraws from these marks and names. Cura of tomorrow, says Derrida, bringing together, it seems, the quasi-spatiality of cura with the quasi-temporality of messianicity. Cura would be that unique place that is not a place, a one that is not a one and surely not the one, having been named with names that are never proper, giving place or making way, perhaps, but nothing more, without, therefore, the generosity of a sovereign good or an engendering father, without theology or humanism, promising nothing and yet already open to the future entum. Open and therefore not indemned, not original. And protected, not safe and sound, cura would thus be open to languages we do not yet speak or no longer speak, open, therefore, to a supplement, in whatever language and from whatever time or place. Hence cura would not could not be, despite the appearances, Derrida's null word in faith and knowledge or anywhere else, even if it is granted a certain privilege here and elsewhere, it is the name of this opening to other languages and other names, the proper name of what can have no proper name. To follow Derrida's thinking with regard to cura is to understand that there can never be a null word only the phantasm of one, and the worst possible violence but always, so long as there is time, another supplement and another opening, another text or another iteration, another ending. First, then, the other text. In Archive Fever, a text written in Naples in late May in preparation for a talk he would give just days later, in London on June, Derrida uses the same formulations as in Faith and Knowledge to speak of the relation of the one to itself, two French phrases that can each be divided into l'un fait violence, that is, the one does violence to itself or the one makes violence of itself, and l'un garde de l'autre, the one keeps itself from the other or the one keeps some of the other for itself. There are thus two formulations, both of which are doubled, each one doing violence to itself by opening itself up to the other, to iteration and duplicity, each one keeping a little of its other for itself even as it tries to express itself and so ward off the other. Two expressions of the one, then, that turn on themselves, as if what Derrida suspected most were a one that is not divided in this way, a one that in not doing violence to itself would make itself into pure violence. We read in Archive Fever the words that make me tremble are only those that say the one, the difference of the one in the form of uniqueness, and the one in the gore of totalizing assemblage. The gathering into itself of the one is never without violence. Le rassemblement sur soi de l'un neva jamais sans violence, nor is the self-affirmation of the unique, the law of the archontic, the law of consignation which orders the archive. Af, but if the one gathers itself, affirms itself, attempts always to return to itself in a moment of totalization, that is, if the one tries always to archive itself once and for all, it can do so only by repeating itself in and through what is other. In other words, again, the one is autoimmune. In order to protect and indemnify itself, it must enlist the supplement that does it violence and begins to undo its self-protection. And that, as we have seen throughout this work, is the law of autoimmunity. Derrida writes, using the same phrase as in Faith and Knowledge, l'un se garde de l'autre. The one guards against / keeps some of the other. It protects itself from the other, but, in the movement of this jealous violence, it compromises in itself, thus guarding it, the self-otherness or self-difference, the difference from within itself, which makes it one. The one differing from itself, the one as the other. At once, at the same time, but in a same time that is out of joint. L'un se fait violence. The one makes itself violence. It violates and does violence to itself, but it also institutes itself as violence. It becomes what it is, the very violence that it does to itself. Self-determination as violence. AF, this allusion to the one differing from or deferring itself should make us think of Heraclitus, or again, since this has been the point of this study throughout, it should make us think that Derrida would here be thinking of Heraclitus. Indeed, in a text from in which Derrida reeks on his long engagement with Greek thought from as early as Plato's Pharmacy and Dosia and Graham right up through Cura and beyond, Derrida relates the self-violence of the one to Heraclitus, to difference, and once again to a certain interpretation of Cura. Derrida writes in parentheses in We Other Greeks, the one differing from itself, the hen diapharon heodoi of Heraclitus, that, perhaps, is the Greek heritage to which I am the most faithfully amenable, and the one that I try to think in its oftenity which is surprising, I concede, and at first glance so improbable, with a certain interpretation of the uninterpretable Cura, Wag. Derrida thus returns to a certain Greek heritage in order to end what differs, what has always differed, within it. He repeats this heritage, repeats it as the same, but as a same that is not the same with itself. That is what puts this repetition of a past tradition, here a Greek one, into relationship with the future. Insofar as there would be no future without repetition, AF, the one must repeat itself and, in repeating itself, do violence to itself, make itself into violence, even a bit like the polemos that Heraclitus calls the father of all things. The one, as self-repetition, can only repeat and recall this instituting violence. It can only affirm itself and engage itself in this repetition. This is even what ties in depth the injunction of memory with the anticipation of the future to come. The injunction, even when it summons memory or the safeguard of the archive, turns incontestably toward the future to come. It orders to promise, but it orders repetition, and rst of all self-repetition, self-confirmation in a yes, yes, AF. Derrida thus ends Faith and Knowledge by repeating what he would write or would already have written in Archive Fever, letting all these other texts emerge or well up within it, right down to the dispersion of ashes, not seeds, with which it seems to conclude the dispersion of ashes. Dispersion de cendres is not even promised there, nor death given. This line has all the marks, as I suggested earlier, of a signature, of a parting gesture, a sort of benediction, a phrase that not only summarizes what precedes it but seems to certify and sign it, like a testament. One hears it as anal line, just as one hears the reference at the end of To the Opened Pomegranate as a memory and a crypt. In the RST published English language version of the 15 sections of Faith and Knowledge, which appeared under the title And Pomegranates, this was in fact the concluding line of the work. It has the gravity and tonality, the compact singularity of anal phrase, and it even borrows some of the language of the infamous anal line of dissemination, a formulation so singular that the translator Barbara Johnson did not dare translate it Ilya La Cendra. After concluding that book too with a reference to calculation, times. At least Derrida attaches a note that also speaks of dispersion and of ashes moving off of itself, forming itself wholly therein, almost without remainder. Writing denies and recognizes its debt in a single dash. The utmost disintegration of the signature, far from the center, indeed from the secrets that are shared there, divided up so as to scatter even their ashes pour disperser jusque leur cendre. Though the letter gains strength solely from this indirection, and granted that it can always not arrive at the other side, I will not use this as a pretext to absent myself from the punctuality of a dedication. R. Gask, J. Jagu, J. C. Labenstadchen, J. H. Miller, others, Ilya Lasendra, will recognize, perhaps, what their reading has contributed here. Dis, more than 2 decades before Faith and Knowledge, then, at the end of dissemination, in a footnote that is also dated December, Derrida seems to sign with the phrase of ashes. And much closer in time to Faith and Knowledge, Archive Fever also ends with a reference to ashes, indeed, to ash, in the singular, as if there could be a single ash, with no possible response, be it spectral or not, short of or beyond a suppression, on the other edge of repression, originary or secondary, without a name, without the least symptom, and without even an ash on Sendra, AF. In 3 different texts, then, Derrida ends signs with a reference to ashes, though in the last 2 cases, without even an ash AF, where the dispersion of ashes is not even promised. The Testament questions even the testament of ash, as if the promise of ashes already promised too much. Hence Derrida ends the FTY second of the FTY2 sections of Faith and Knowledge with a reference to ashes and to crypts, an association that recalls the passage from the postcard cited back in chapter as we were trying to understand why Derrida divided the essay into FTY2 numbered sections. For there too it is a question of number, of a crypt, of memory, and of ashes. After pointing out that a blank of some ftitwo spaces has sometimes been inserted to replace certain letters, words, or phrases, a blank inserted at the very place of their incineration, Derrida explains the signs, the mute spaces. In this way in question is a cipher that I had wanted to be symbolic and secret in a word, a clever cryptogram, that is, a very naive one, that had cost me long calculations. Derrida then goes on to say, to swear, even that he has totally forgotten the rule as well as the elements of such a calculation, as if I had thrown them into the redot. That's what it means, it would seem, to be in on the secret of a secret Murano, in on a secret that would remain secret even to the one in on it because it has already been incinerated, a knowledge, we might say, without truth or revelation, without certainty, a knowledge that would thus be inseparable from a kind of faith. Far be it for me or anyone else, then, to expose here what was and will forever remain for all of us a secret. But that should not prevent us from calculating and from counting, from speculating that if the number was dear to Derrida because of the X letters of his name, then the number might have been dear to him for a similarly personal reason, one that might have gone right back to his birth on July, a date Derrida would have probably repeated with the automaticity of a machine in any number of bureaucratic or institutional settings by saying, date of birth. Or as he would have said in France or in Algeria, putting the day before the month, date de naissance, numbers that just happen to add up to. Derrida's own recounting of the origin of the number, already leads us in this direction, as does the fact that the second division of Faith and Knowledge after the division of the essay into 2 sets of 26 separates off the 15 sections within the latter 26 as if to draw attention to an encrypted date. Though it's amusing to speculate about such a secret number, we can never be certain that we are in on the secret, since it is not a secret that can be revealed. As Derrida says of the secret of his Talit, the secret of the absolute night, you will never know anything about it, and no doubt, neither will I, SW. Beginning, we might say, with its proper name. Which is why Derrida uses many of the same terms to describe the Talit as he does to characterize Kura. Neither of these is the proper name of this absolute night, no more than the absolute night is. The proper name immediately multiplies and divides, producing all the oppositions between nature and culture, life and death, pomegranate and grenade, pomegranate and Talit, Talit and Kura, Kura and messianicity, perhaps even Greek and Jew, the 2 sources of religion, the calculable and, because the list could go on interminably, the incalculable. And that is why deconstruction itself has no proper name, and why it is open to an endless series of non-synonymous replacements or substitutions. It is why it engages historicity at the same time as it questions the assurances of that history, and it is why it engages an essentially open series of quasi-concepts or non-synonymous substitutes such as difference, spacing, hospitality, autoimmunity, and so on. It is true that the one of ontotheology is also always open to the play of the supplement, but the best formulation for this open series of quasi-concepts is not so much the one n as n, where there is always one more, always another, always a one differing from itself, always another supplement, so long, that is, as there is time and space available. Genet in Laguna, Gide in Algiers. Derrida thus ends Faith and Knowledge with a reference to the dispersion of ashes and to death, given he concludes with what sounds like a testimony or a testament or, better, a signature that would come to punctuate, endorse, or sign a text that is now complete. As noted earlier, in the very RST appearance of any part of Faith and Knowledge in any language, namely, in the 15 sections RST published in English translation under the title And Pomegranates, this was indeed the null line, a signature event to sign and punctuate the postscriptum and the essay as a whole. But something must have happened in the end, or at the end, with time and space available, a supplement seemed called for, the supplement, once again, of memory, of a dedication, and the paying of another kind of debt. And so after the null line, after the essay properly speaking, Derrida adds one null paragraph, n, unnumbered this time, in parentheses, and as if we were returning to the opening sections in italics. This, perhaps, is what I would have liked to say of a certain Mount Moriah while going to Capri, last year, close by the Vesuvius of Gradova. Today I remember what I had just finished reading in Genet et Chatilla, of which so many of the premises deserve to be remembered here, in so many languages, the actors and the victims, and the eves and the consequence, all the landscapes and all the specters. One of the questions I will not avoid is that of religion. Laguna, April. Derrida speaks here, notice, not of what he said, or even of what he wanted to say but did not, but of what, perhaps, he would have liked to say of a certain Mount Moriah, the place of Abraham or Ibrahim's near Sacris of Isaac or Ishmael, a name, Moriah, that means ordained by Yahweh. Derrida is here recalling from Laguna Beach in California, not far from the University of California at Irvine, where he was teaching at the time, what he would have perhaps liked to say of Moriah. When he went, some 14 months earlier, to Capri, not far from the Vesuvius of Gradova. Writing from Laguna, not far from LA, in a postscriptum to his postscriptum to Faith and Knowledge, Derrida brings Laguna Beach into proximity with not only Capri but Mount Moriah, not far, some would say, from Jerusalem. Capri, Vesuvius, and Moriah, places of memory, sacris, and death. Voir Capri et mourir, as one says in French. You have to see Capri before you die. Once you've seen Capri, you can die. For Derrida, however, there could be no such acceptance of death after a trip to Capri or anywhere else. So long as there is more time or more space available, another response is always called for, another trace and another name up until the end. Hence Derrida goes on after this reference to Capri to recall yet another place and yet another proper name, another text that brings the two together. Genet et Chatilla, a text, says Derrida, of which so many of the premises deserve to be remembered here, in so many languages, the actors and the victims, and the eves and the consequence, all the landscapes and all the specters. This is, as far as I can tell, the only reference in Faith and Knowledge to Jean Genet, certainly the only reference to Genet et Chatilla, which, says Derrida, he today remembers having just finished reading, that is, it seems, just finished reading in or before Capri. The temporality of this sentence is vertiginous, at the very least doubled, duplicitous there in Laguna Beach, at the moment of signing and sending off the essay Faith and Knowledge. Derrida recalls what he had just read in Capri, or at some point just before, a line from Genet et Chatilla that would not be included in any obvious or explicit way in Faith and Knowledge, but that would, at the moment of signing, and place on its border a line, moreover, that would be about nothing other then inclusion and exclusion, confrontation and avoidance. One of the questions I will not avoid is that of religion. If faith and knowledge, the title Faith and Knowledge gestures in the direction of the eponymous essay of Hegel, is it a coincidence that the essay would conclude with a discrete reference to Genet? It is as if Derrida wished to recall that other great text of his on religion, namely, Glass, which brought together in its left and right columns not only Hegel and Genet but philosophy and literature, along with two very different conceptions of the sacred. And yet Genet at Chatilla is not just any Genet. It is, as we will see, the name of a singular testimony that will lead us back to all the questions we have been addressing throughout this work about the relationship between the three monotheisms, language and land, the sexual thing and violence, religion and literature. Before turning to this singular text, then, a few words about these relationships, and especially the relationship between religion and literature, are necessary. With a prologue, 2 interludes, and, soon, an epilogue on Don DeLillo's Underworld, the question of literature has been at issue throughout in this book, even if the question of the status or role of literature in relation to religion has not been explicitly posed. In Faith and Knowledge, this question is raised in several places, at once explicitly and implicitly, through references to the fatwa against Rushdie and the right to literature, c. through the appearances of Gradeva, through lines and images in these null sections, the pomegranate, ashes, that suggest a desire on Derrida's part to sign this essay on religion with something like a poem, and, nally, through this null, parting reference to Genet. Just as religion cannot, for Derrida, be considered completely apart from science, so it cannot be considered apart from literature. It is perhaps no coincidence that so many of Derrida's texts on religion revolve around literature, from Shibboleth and other texts on the poetry of Paul Celan to Abraham, the Other, which looks at a short parable by Kafka, to The Gift of Death, which, in its second edition, includes the essay Literature in Secret. In this essay, Derrida, returning again to the story of Abraham and Isaac in Genesis as well as to Kierkegaard's retelling of it, suggests that literature descends from Abraham, that it inherits from a holy history within which the Abrahamic moment remains the essential secret, that it remains a religious remainder, a link to and relay for what is sacrosanct in a society without God, Gd. It is thus essential to consider not only the relationship between science and religion but, in a work entitled Miracle and Machine on DeLillo and Derrida, that between literature and religion. For if this title is meant to bring together the two sources of religion as well as religion and science, it is worth recalling that, as a rewriting of the Deus ex machina for a secular age, the God, or miracle, from the machine was originally a literary device, a theatrical invention, a plot device and a staging mechanism, in short, a thing of literature or of what would become literature. Derrida wrote so much on literature, on Joyce and Ponge, on Celan and Kafka, on Melville and Sixus, that it is obviously impossible to do any real justice to the subject here. But because I have been privileging throughout this work texts written around the same time as Faith and Knowledge, I would like to turn to De Mur, an important text on the relationship between literature and religion in general but especially between literature and testimony, a testimony that, even in the most secular setting, cannot but invoke the elementary faith we have been following throughout Faith and Knowledge. As we have already seen, testimony is always a speech act, a sworn faith. It is also a place where the miracle and the machine intersect, where a deus ex machina comes to produce an unforeseeable event, a miracle from within the machine of language. Derrida will thus argue in De Mur that there is in essence a common source not simply to religion and science but now to testimony and literature. That common source is the miraculous, the miracle of an originary faith that is at the origin of both truth and falsity, attestation and fabrication, reality and tion, autobiography and testimony, a miracle, as we will soon see, that is at the center of both Derrida's Faith and Knowledge and DeLillo's Underworld. An extended commentary on Maurice Blancot's short narrative The Instant of My Death, De Mur, appears to have been written not just around the same time as Faith and Knowledge but, in some sense, within it, that is, sometime between the Capri Conference in February and the No Lines of Faith and Knowledge written from Laguna Beach in April. We should not be surprised, then, to end many points of intersection between these two otherwise very different texts. Demer is a line-by-line, often word-by-word analysis of Blancot's narrative The Instant of My Death, in which the narrator, who bears a striking resemblance to the author himself but can never simply be identified as such, recounts his near execution and eventual escape from a German-Russian ring squad during the waning days of the Second World War. Interested in the strange relationship in Blancot's work between literature, autobiography, and testimony, Derrida entitles his extended commentary Demer Fiction and Testimony, a transformation or rewriting of Goethe's Die Kunst und die Wahrheit. At once fiction and testimony, literature and, perhaps, autobiographical truth, the one trying to pass itself off for the other and vice versa. Blancot's The Instant of My Death is for Derrida the perfect vehicle for exploring the questions of bearing witness, offering testimony, and taking responsibility that have been at the center of faith and knowledge. It will also help Derrida demonstrate in an exemplary fashion the way in which every testimony is haunted by the possibility of fiction or of literature. Derrida writes, for example, if the testimonial is by law irreducible to the fictional, there is no testimony that does not structurally imply in itself the possibility of fiction, simulacra, dissimulation, lie, and perjury, that is to say, the possibility of literature, of the innocent or perverse literature that innocently plays at perverting all of these distinctions. D. It is important to note here Derrida's emphasis on structure. Derrida is not saying that every testimony is false or fiction, but that every testimony structurally implies fiction, or that falsehood we call perjury. Just as every letter in its structure may not reach its destination, so every testimony in its structure implies the possibility of fiction and, thus, the possibility of literature. Because testimony entails not simply explaining, showing, or demonstrating what is or was objectively the case, but bearing witness to a singular experience to which only the witness has access, it involves not the unveiling or uncovering of the truth for all to see, but the very making of truth. Inasmuch as every testimony must rely upon an elementary faith in the other, upon an elementary conviction that the other is telling us what he or she believes to be the truth, beyond all possibility of proof or demonstration, the price of this faith or this conviction is the irreducible possibility of fiction or falsehood. Hence testimony requires rest of all, and in an exemplary fashion, the kind of originary belief or sworn oath that Derrida claims to be at the origin of both religion and science. All testimony essentially appeals to a certain system of belief, to faith without proof, to the act of faith summoned by a kind of transcendental oath. D. In a passage where Derrida is clearly alluding to what he has already written or is in the process of writing in Faith and Knowledge, testimony appeals to an act of faith that is nothing short of an appeal to the miracle. We thus read in Demer, it is by the Russians that the French writer was almost executed, and thanks to whom miraculously but without grace he escapes death. I intentionally say miraculously to suggest something I will not have the time to develop further, namely, that any testimony testes in essence to the miraculous and the extraordinary from the moment it must, by definition, appeal to an act of faith beyond any proof. When one testes, even on the subject of the most ordinary and the most normal event, one asks the other to believe one at one's word as if it were a matter of a miracle. Where it shares its condition with literation, testimoniality belongs a priori to the order of the miraculous. This is why reaction on testimony has always historically privileged the example of miracles. The miracle is the essential line of union between testimony and fiction. And the passion we are discussing goes hand in hand with the miraculous, the fantastic, the phantasmatic, the spectral, vision, apparition, the touch of the untouchable, the experience of the extraordinary, history without nature, the anomalous. This is also why it is a canonical passion, canonizable, in the European Christian Roman sense. D. Every testimony requires or appeals to faith, and yet this does not exclude the possibility of fiction, even of false testimony. On the contrary, the possibility of false testimony must be there from the beginning, and there would be no originary faith without it. Because testimony as the making of truth is thus always haunted by shin, the truth to which one bears witness can never be completely separated from the possibility of falsehood, perjury, or lying. That is why testimony, why oaths and pledges of trust and faith are necessary to begin with, and it is why testimony is not the process or activity by which some subject simply points out or uncovers the truth of what he or she has seen, but a passion and a bearing witness to what the subject believes he or she has seen. In memory of its Christian Roman meaning, passion always implies martyrdom, that is, as its name indicates, testimony. A passion always testes. But if the testimony always claims to testify in truth to the truth for the truth, it does not consist, for the most part, in sharing a knowledge, in making known, in informing, in speaking true. As a promise to make truth, according to Augustine's expression, where the witness must be irreplaceably alone, where the witness alone is capable of dying his own death, testimony always goes hand in hand with at least the possibility of shin, perjury, and lie. Were this possibility to be eliminated, no testimony would be possible any longer, it could no longer have the meaning of testimony. If testimony is passion, that is because it will always suffer both having, undecidedly, a connection to shin, perjury, or lie, and never being able or obligated without ceasing to testify to become a proof. d. Just as there is an ineluctable relationship between the making of truth and the possibility of shin or perjury, so there is a necessary relationship, a necessary contamination between the singularity of that making, the singularity of a unique, unrepeatable experience or passion, the singularity, in short, of a secret, and the repetition and making public of that secret. On the one hand, Derrida argues, no one can bear witness for me or in my place. As Celan says, no one bears witness for the witness. Hence I can only testify, in the strict sense of the word, from the instant when no one can testify in my place, testify to what I do. What I testify to is, at that very instant, my secret, d. One thus testes always in an instant to a secret, to a present to which only the witness was or is present in the indivisibility of an instant. And yet, in order actually to bear witness to this indivisible instant, to this passion, one must begin to divide and multiply it, to archive the testimony in a testament. To bear witness in the present to what has already happened, one must promise in the present to bear witness in the future to that to which one has already borne witness, even if this means just a moment later during some cross-examination. In other words, the secret must be put into words, made public, and the so-called present instant must from the outset entail a reference to both the past and the future. This is what I would have said yesterday about what I witnessed, and it is what I promise to continue to say tomorrow. In this way, the living present opens itself up to repetition and the technical supplement. When linked to the production of signification, the instant of testimony becomes compromised by repetition and technological reproduction. But then there is a further complication, another form of repetition, as the unique, irreplaceable witness becomes in principle replaceable, indeed universalizable, not only by him or herself in the past or future but virtually by others who would have said the same thing had they been in the witness's place. No testimony would be reliable or convincing if those hearing it were not able to think that they would have given the same testimony had they themselves been witness to what took place. This leads Derrida, in De Mer, to give us one of the clearest expositions in his work of the essential replaceability/irreplaceability of the witness, and thus, to borrow a term from Faith and Knowledge, of the essential autoimmunity of all witnessing. The irreplaceable must allow itself to be replaced on the spot. In saying I swear to tell the truth, where I have been the only one to see or hear and where I am the only one who can attest to it, this is true to the extent that anyone who in my place, at that instant, would have seen or heard or touched the same thing and could repeat exemplarily, universally, the truth of my testimony. The exemplarity of the instant, that which makes it an instance, if you like, is that it is singular, like any exemplarity, singular and universal, singular and universalizable. The singular must be universalizable, this is the testimonial condition. d. In yet another phrase that might have come right out of Faith and Knowledge, Derrida argues that the "I swear, you must believe me" is at once innately secret and innately public, absolutely live and yet already repeatable through the technological machine. What I say for the rest time, if it is a testimony, is already a repetition, at least a repeatability. To the extent that it is repeatable, the singular instant becomes an ideal instant. The root of the testimonial problem of techne is to be found here. The technical reproducibility is excluded from testimony, which always calls for the presence of the live voice in the rest person. But from the moment that a testimony must be able to be repeated, techne is admitted, it is introduced where it is excluded. For this, one need not wait for cameras, videos, typewriters, and computers. As soon as the sentence is repeatable, that is, from its origin, the instant it is pronounced and becomes intelligible, thus idealizable, it is already instrumentalizable and affected by technology. And virtuality. D. In a word, in the words of my title, testimony always entails a relationship between the miracle and the machine. If Derrida, in De Mer, uses many of the same terms to describe the aporia of testimony as he does to describe the aporia of religion and science in Faith and Knowledge, then that is perhaps because there is an even more intimate relationship between testimony and literature, on the one hand, and religion, on the other. In other words, the similarities may not only be structural but may stem from a common history and a shared origin. For it turns out that the word literature, like religion, is a Latin word that, according to Derrida, must be understood on the basis of its Latin root, its sus Latin, d. Literature is a Latin word, he writes in De Mer, even if this belonging has never been simple, and even if this Latin liation has been exported and bastardized beyond its boundaries and affinities, d. Derrida thus goes on to speak in De Mer of a certain universalization or, indeed, a certain mondial-Latinization of literature, and he refers the reader in a footnote to Faith and Knowledge, D.N. Literature, it would seem, participates in the very same processes of mondial-Latinization as religion, that is, it participates in a worldwide movement that is essentially linked to Christianity. Speaking of Blancot's narrative as a passion that recounts in the rest person the narrow escape of the narrator/protagonist from a German-Russian ring squad during the Second World War, Derrida relates this passion rest to literature, to testimony or bearing witness, and then to Christianity. Passion rest implies a history in literature that displays itself as such in Christian culture. Literature forced upon the land of Christian passion, more precisely, in its Roman period, linked to the history of rights, of the state, of property, then of modern democracy in its Roman model as well as its Greek one, linked to the history of secularization which takes over from sacrality, before and through the Enlightenment, linked to the history of the novel and of Romanticism. D. Derrida's last comment here is perhaps the most telling of all. Literature would be part of the global Latinizing movement of Christianity insofar as it takes over or acts as a kind of relay for various forms of sacrality during the Enlightenment. Literature would be a secularization of these sacred elements, or, rather, a relay for the sacred in a so-called secular age. In The Animal That Therefore I Am, Derrida asks in a similar vein whether the unique form of bearing witness we call autobiography is perhaps not Christian as well insofar as it is always linked to confession. He asks, and notice here how autobiography, and thus confession, gets linked to the themes of immunity, redemption, and salvation that we have been following throughout this work. Is there, an ancient form of autobiography immune to confession, an account of the self free from any sense of confession? And thus from all redemptive language, within the horizon of salvation salit as a requiting? Autobiography and memoir before Christianity, especially before the Christian institutions of confession? That has been in doubt for so long now, and a reading of the prodigious confessions of European history, which have formed our culture of subjectivity from Augustine to Rousseau, would not suffice to dispel that doubt. See also SN, in Archive Fever, another text that can be read as something like a crypt within the borders of Faith and Knowledge. Derrida again underscores this relationship between literature and scripture, calling literature a singular testimony, an inheritor escaped or emancipated from the scriptures, af. Literature would have thus both broken with sacred scripture and inherited from it. It would have at once left it behind and taken from it a certain conception, for example, of the inviolability of the literary object as the work of an author-creator. Like the political concept of modernity, indeed, like democracy, literature would thus have a theological origin. Like democracy, it would be a form of onto-theology pursued otherwise. As Derrida writes in Passions an Oblique Offering, no democracy without literature, no literature without democracy, p. In the wake of the Enlightenment, both are universal or universalizable, even as both carry along with them an irreducibly Christian or global-Latinizing element. We can thus now understand a bit better why Derrida would argue, in Faith and Knowledge, directly or not, the theologico-political, like all the concepts plastered over these questions, beginning with that of democracy or of secularization, even of the right to literature, is not merely European, but Greco-Christian, Greco-Roman. It is on the basis of this relationship between religion and literature that we can read in Demer another series of themes common to it and Faith and Knowledge. Derrida evokes, for example, the resistance of certain nationalist movements or literary nationalisms to new types of technoscientic and capitalist internationalization, d. Such resistance to certain forms of technoscientic modernity often goes hand in hand, he argues, with a reaction against not only secularism, international law and democracy but the right to literature. The development of this theme in Demer helps explain similar allusions in Faith and Knowledge. Everything that is hastily grouped under the reference to Islam seems today to retain some sort of geopolitical or global prerogative, as a result of the nature of its physical violences, of certain of its declared violations of the democratic model and of international law, the Rushdie case and many others, and the right to literature, as a result of both the archaic and modern form of its crimes in the name of religion, as a result of its demographic dimensions, of its phallocentric and theologico-political gers. For Derrida, then, literature is the place where a singular testimony comes to cross the experience of democracy and the right to literature, or the right to say everything Islam. That is, as always for Derrida, a certain Islam would appear to have some global prerogative in this debate or this struggle over the future of democracy and over this right to say everything. It is surely appropriate, then, that Derrida ends Faith and Knowledge with a reference not simply to literature but to the very writer he contrasted with Hegel in Glass Inn, a writer who, in the years after the publication of Glass, would become known, even infamous, for his engaged and powerful testimony on behalf of a certain Islam and for his very vocal support of the Palestinian people and their cause, including, and perhaps especially, the central role that women must play in that cause. I recalled in chapter that, just weeks before the Capri conference, Derrida spoke in Paris at a meeting of the International Committee in support of Algerian intellectuals in order to call for the effective dissociation of the political and the theological in Algeria and elsewhere. In his remarks, Derrida spoke rather emphatically of the important role that women must play in this new dissociation of theology and politics and in Algerian politics. He declared or professed, I believe more than ever, in the enlightened role, in the enlightening role which women can have. I believe in the clarity of their strength, which I hope tomorrow will be like a wave, crashing peacefully and irresistibly. I believe in the space which the women of Algeria can and must occupy in the future we call for, AR. Derrida's double invocation of the Enlightenment and of women and his triple invocation of belief are significant. They bring together the question of religion and women, particularly in North Africa but no doubt also in the Middle East, a topic about which Jean Genet wrote a great deal in the null years of his life. This conjunction of religion, violence, and the repression of women became central to both Genet and Derrida, and it will provide us with yet another way to explain Derrida's null invocation of Genet at the very end of Faith and Knowledge. Let it also be noted that this connection between Algerians and Palestinians, between Derrida's support of the former and Genet's support of the latter, is not being arbitrarily imposed upon Derrida. Indeed, Derrida himself makes just this connection in a letter of counterpath dated January, written from Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, Ramallah, where he evokes his alliance with the Palestinian cause, and his affection and limitless compassion for so many Palestinians and Algerians, cp. We thus need to say a few words about Jannat and Shatila, the gur and place Derrida is asking us to recall after our sojourn in Capri. What are we to make of this parting gesture toward Jannat? Since Jannat is the other central gur besides Hegel in glass, it is as if glass had opened up the space of faith and knowledge without, however, programming it, providing it with its title, from Hegel, and its null gesture, toward Jannat, but leaving everything between these two borders radically undetermined. But because so much will have happened to both Jannat and Derrida in the 2 decades separating glass in and faith and knowledge in, this reference to Jannat comes with other associations and expectations. The reference is also all the more curious in light of the fact that, after glass, Derrida would refer to Jannat rather rarely and, to my knowledge, would devote no major text to him from the time of glass to faith and knowledge some 2 decades later, though he would, as we will see, devote an essay to him some years after faith and knowledge. Derrida thus begins faith and knowledge with Hegel, the same Hegel, and ends with Jannat, but not the same Jannat. For Derrida does not cite the texts of Jannat that are at the center of glass, texts such as Notre Dame of the Flowers or the Miracle of the Rose, but Jannat at Shatila. A collection devoted to Jannat's various writings on the Palestinian question and his controversial support of the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization. These texts are gathered under the name Shatila because of Jannat's well-known account in 4 Hours in Shatila of what he himself witnessed the day after the notorious massacre in September of Palestinians in the refugee camp in Shatila, Lebanon. Jannat speaks in graphic detail in this text of the mutilated corpses he saw on that day in the camp and of the tortures the victims had undergone. From to his death in, Jannat actively supported the Palestinian cause, ending a sort of solidarity and sympathy between himself and this people in exile, this strong, beautiful, and independent people whom he so much admired, and particularly its women. Jannat thus notes in several places the refusal of Palestinian women to wear the veil, their refusal, as Jannat puts it rather colorfully, to submit to the mustaches, and their desire to take part in the struggle for a Palestinian homeland alongside men. It is this Jannat that Derrida is referring to by making reference to Jannat at Shatila in the unnumbered paragraph with which Faith and Knowledge concludes. To cite that passage one last time, this, perhaps, is what I would have liked to say of a certain Mount Moriah while going to Capri, last year, close by the Vesuvius of Gradova. Today I remember what I had just finished reading in Jannat at Shatila, of which so many of the premises deserve to be remembered here, in so many languages, the actors and the victims, and the eves and the consequence, all the landscapes and all the specters. One of the questions I will not avoid is that of religion. Laguna, April. There can be little doubt this null, supplementary mention of Jannat is there to remind us yet again of what Derrida already reminded us of in No Muslim is Among Us, alas, even for this preliminary discussion, just at the moment when it is towards Islam, perhaps, that we ought to begin by turning our attention. No representative of other cults either. Not a single woman. We ought to take this into account speaking on behalf of these mute witnesses without speaking for them, in place of them, and drawing from this all sorts of consequences. Indeed, just above these lines in there is an earlier reference to Abraham or Ibrahim and to Mount Moriah, a reference to languages, names, and witnesses, and in the lines cited above, a call to take into account the consequences of all of this, the very words Derrida uses in the null passage of Faith and Knowledge. And then there is the reminder, once again of yet another massacre from just yesterday. Difficult to say Europe without connoting Athens, Jerusalem, Rome, Byzantium, wars of religion, open war over the appropriation of Jerusalem and of Mount Moriah, over the "Here I am" of Abraham or of Ibrahim before the extreme sacrifice demanded of him, the absolute offering of the beloved Son, the demanded putting to death or death given to the unique descendant, repetition suspended on the eve of all passion. Yesterday, yes, yesterday, truly, just a few days ago, there was the massacre of Hebron at the tomb of the patriarchs, a place held in common and symbolic trench of the religions called Abrahamic. Derrida's yesterday. Just a few days ago is no exaggeration. On February, just 3 days before the Capri meeting, there was a massacre of Muslim Arabs in the West Bank city of Hebron in the mosque located at the tomb, or what is sometimes called the cave, of the patriarchs. The attack was carried out by Barak Goldstein, an Israeli-American settler and member of an extremist group, who opened in the mosque, killing between 39 and 52 Muslim worshippers, depending on the source. Goldstein was himself killed during the attack, which was strongly denounced by the Israeli government. Derrida thus recalls this massacre at the beginning of the Capri conference, but at the end of Faith and Knowledge he recalls another, much more organized massacre. The name Shatila at the very conclusion of Faith and Knowledge is enough to return us to this other yesterday, which is, of course, still our today. For if the name Gradava has become almost a synecdoche for the phantasms men have of women, the name Shatila has become, in the wake of the massacre almost synonymous with the Palestinian struggle and, perhaps, though these are clearly not the same thing for there are, of course, many Christian Palestinians the plight and place of Muslims in the Middle East. In Gennett's account of the massacre, as in almost all his writings on the Palestinians, the question of religion is inseparable from the question of women in religion and, as we have seen, from the violence that is so often perpetrated against them. The question of women and the question of Islam, along with the question of women in Islam, will thus have remained in the shadows in Faith and Knowledge but now comes to the surface, steps over the threshold, in this oblique reference to Jennett at Shatila. In the shadows, I say, because that is how Jennett himself puts it in an interview on the subject of Shatila and the Palestinians when I went to school, that is, from the age of 2 or, the Orient, and thus Islam, was always presented in French schools as the shadow of Christianity. I myself, a little French boy, lived in the light. Everything that was Muslim was in the shadows. It is from within these shadows, it seems, that specters, living and dead, some identifiable and some not, jostle and crowd about the gate to gain our attention. But to whom is one to respond when there are always n of them, incalculable and uncontrollable, always one more spectre stepping for an instant into the penumbra, gesturing to us from the threshold? In 4 Hours in Shatila, Jennett answers this question for himself by bearing witness to what he saw in Shatila and to the plight of the Palestinians more generally, and in Faith and Knowledge Derrida answers it for himself by referring to and then citing Jennett at Shatila. The line Derrida pulls from this book to end Faith and Knowledge is from Jennett's reconstitution of a conversation he had one evening in Paris in September with 7 young Palestinians. One of the questions I will not avoid j'enevitere pas is that of religion, but when cited in this way, by itself and out of context, this line raises more questions than it puts to rest. For if Jennett was a writer who did not in fact avoid religion, his treatment of it was rather singular, sometimes admiring and respectful but often rather dismissive or even blasphemous. It is thus hard not to want to ask Derrida or to ask Derrida to ask Jennett what Derrida himself in essence asked Heidegger some 8 years earlier in the opening line of a text, of spirit, that also brought together ghosts, ash, and the question of avoidance. What is avoiding eviter? What does it mean for Derrida to cite Jennett as he is claiming that one of the questions he will not avoid is that of religion? Jennett at Shatila is a collection of short texts and interviews with Jennett and others about Jennett's involvement with the Palestinians. In The Palestinians, the text that provides Faith and Knowledge with its closing line, Jennett does not exactly avoid the question of religion but treats it by more or less dismissing it. Written in September after his stay with the Fedayeen in Jordan, this text treats together the question of the Palestinian Revolution with the question of the relationship between men and women, and particularly Muslim men and women. Jennett begins by speaking of the way in which a national conscience of Palestine really took hold only after the great migration of Jews to the region. Jews bought the land right out from under the feet of the Palestinians, as Jennett says, and forced them into becoming revolutionaries in exile. The question of religion thus really plays a subordinate role, in Jennett's account, in the development of this national conscience of Palestine. Indeed, Jennett declares outright, if my observations and memory are good, Palestinians are not as religious as all that. Jennett goes on to argue that religion can even be a hindrance to revolution, in conflict with the principle and project of revolution, inasmuch as it supports, rst of all, the hierarchy of men over women. The revolution of this people in exile thus requires, Jennett believes, the participation of women. It is unthinkable, he says, that the Palestinian revolution not be accompanied by the liberation of Palestinian women. Jennett makes it clear that his own dream for the Palestinians is a socialist revolution, not a religious one, a cultural and artistic revolution just as much as a political one, a revolution that would require the liberation of women and a redefinition and revitalization of language. In the end, what attracted Jennett to the Palestinians was perhaps less their cause than their beauty and their sense of beauty, the fact that their ethic was indissociable from their aesthetic. As for the idea of a homeland, the most intelligent among them have already understood that the mark of modernity is not putting down roots, trees, houses, rocks, but a greater and greater mobility. For Jennett, the beauty of the Palestinians comes from their exile and their nomadism, their deracination, to use the term at the center of faith and knowledge. Jennett in fact wonders aloud whether he would admire them as much as he does if they were to achieve their objective of gaining a homeland. Hence Jennett's claim that one of the questions he will not avoid is that of religion is surely not false, but this question is, as we can see, just one question and one interest among others for Jennett. While the collection Jennett at Shatila does not include, as its name would lead one to believe, the text 4 Hours in Shatila, originally published in La Revue d'études palestiniennes, it does include a fascinating interview with Leila Shahid, a Palestinian scholar and activist who accompanied Jennett to Shatila and the person to whom Jennett gave 4 Hours in Shatila upon its completion. In this interview, conducted some time after Jennett's death, Shahid recalls Jennett's long-standing desire to write a novel about the Palestinians. Prisoner of Love would be that novel, a work written when Jennett was weakened by throat cancer and radiation treatment and published just after his death. In this book, says Shahid, is the summary of everything. Jennett was at the center of this work is thus not really the question of religion, not even the friendships between the men fighting for Palestine, but the relationship between the Palestinian combatant Hamza and his mother. For there was, says Shahid, between Jennett and Palestinian women a great love story. Shahid goes on to explain Jennett's great love of Palestinian women and his admiration for the part they played along with the men in the revolution. Shahid even speaks of Jennett's interest in the unique form of embroidery for which these women were known and which they transformed into a kind of resistance. According to Shahid, Jennett would actually take this embroidery as a model for his own writing, weaving his life into the fabric of the text, taking great care even over the spacing of his text as we will see in a moment, and thus making his own work at once an exercise in resistance and a revitalization of language. It is at this point that Shahid says to the interviewer, "It is for this reason that I hope that Derrida will speak again of Jennett. I think he is the one best able to speak about the structure and meaning of Prisoner of Love." Jean considered Glass to be the only critical work that added something to his work, and, in return, it's the only one he defended and accepted, the only one. Derrida would perhaps be able, in a certain way, to relocate Jean's position with regard to the Palestinians. There is a proximity between Jennett's thinking and Derrida's, a proximity in their modernity and in the disorder they were able to introduce, one in the literary domain, and one in philosophy. There are in fact so many places where the language of Jennett in Prisoner of Love and Derrida in Faith and Knowledge and elsewhere intersect, from one of Jennett's null sentences, scribbled in the margins of the manuscript of Prisoner of Love just hours before his death and now the epigraph to the novel, place all the images in language in a place of safety and make use of them, for they are in the desert, and it's in the desert we must go and look for them, to its unique opening, which weaves together regions about language, writing, the Palestinian Revolution, and the role of women in it. The page that was blank to begin with is now crossed from top to bottom with tiny black characters, letters, words, commas, exclamation marks, and it's because of them the page is said to be legible. But a kind of uneasiness, a feeling close to nausea, an irresolution that stays my hand, these make me wonder, do these black marks add up to reality? Was the Palestinian Revolution really written on the void, an artist superimposed on nothingness, and is the white page, and every little blank space between the words, more real than the black characters themselves? In Palestine, even more than anywhere else, the women struck me as having a quality the men lacked. Every man, though just as decent, brave, and considerate, was limited by his own virtues. The women, they weren't allowed on the bases, but they did all the work in the camps, added to all their virtues a dimension that seemed to subtend a great peal of laughter. And then Janet writes this, some pages later, after having affirmed that this is my Palestinian revolution, told in my own chosen order. When a drawing has too many mistakes in it, an artist rubs it out. 2 or 3 rubs with the eraser and the paper's blank again. With France and Europe rubbed out, I was faced with a blank space of liberty that was to be LLED with Palestine as I experienced it, but with touchings up that worry me. Like Algeria and other countries that forgot the revolution in the Arab world, my Palestine thought only of the territory out of which a 22nd state might be born, bringing with it the law and order expected of a newcomer. Perhaps the massacres at Shatila in September were not a turning point. They happened. I was affected by them. I talked about them. But while the act of writing came later, after a period of incubation, nevertheless in a moment like that or those when a single cell departs from its usual metabolism and the original link is created of a future, unsuspected cancer or of a piece of lace, so I decided to write this book. We here see Janet embroidering so much onto this piece of lace, everything from Palestine, the revolution, Shatila, even the cancer that made it difficult for him to speak during those null days and that forced him to write after a long period of silence. In Prisoner of Love, as much as in 4 Hours in Shatila, Janet, the narrator, is a witness. For both Derrida and Janet, then, the autobiographical elements are always a kind of witnessing, a testimony. Derrida writes in The Animal that therefore I am a work RST presented at a conference that went under the title The Autobiographical Animal. All autobiography presents itself as a testimony. I say or write what I am, saw, see, feel, hear, touch, think, and vice versa. Every testimony presents itself as autobiographical truth. I promise the truth concerning what I, myself, have perceived, seen, heard, felt, lived, thought, etc., att, and near the end of Prisoner of Love Janet writes, after giving his name and age, a witness is supposed to say something like, I swear to tell the whole truth. Before I started to write it, I'd sworn to myself to tell the truth in this book, not in any ceremony but every time a Palestinian asked me to read the beginning or other passages from it or wanted me to publish parts of it in some magazine. Any reality is bound to be outside me, existing in and for itself. The Palestinian Revolution lives and will live only of itself. A Palestinian family, made up essentially of mother and son, were among the RST people I met in Irbid. But it was somewhere else that I really found them. Perhaps inside myself. The pair made up by mother and son is to be found in France and everywhere else. All I've said and written happened. But why is it that this couple is the only really profound memory I have of the Palestinian Revolution? I did the best I could to understand how different this revolution was from others, and in a way I did understand it. But what will remain with me is the little house in Irbid where I slept for one night, and 14 years during which I tried to end out if that night ever happened. This last page of my book is transparent. By ending Faith and Knowledge as he has, by signing it, in effect, with the reference to Janet at Shatila and thus to the long series of texts I have only begun to recall, Derrida is not only drawing our attention to Janet and the Palestinian question but countersigning Janet's text and commitments, as well as bearing witness to his friendship with him. As I mentioned earlier, Derrida would go on to write at least one more text on Janet after Faith and Knowledge. In August he would participate in a colloquium at Saraisi La Salle devoted to Janet and would deliver a talk entitled, precisely, Countersignature. In this essay Derrida returns to his own earlier reading of Janet in Glass, as well as to Janet's work published after Glass, in particular Prisoner of Love. But Countersignature is also a text of friendship, one that testes to Derrida's unique relationship with Genet, a friendship that NDS a striking confirmation if not a counter-signature in Derrida's parting gesture toward Genet in faith and knowledge. But what does it mean to countersign a text? It certainly does not mean simply and unambiguously to agree with everything Genet said and did. It is not a simple endorsement of the positions Genet took with regard to the Palestinians, to Israel, or to anything else. It is, rather, the mark of a response, the acknowledgement of a certain affinity or intersection between two moments or two signatures that echo but do not necessarily repeat one another. Derrida thus notes, for example, the way Genet distinguishes his faith from theology and religion, in a way from all churches, even if, in the end, he liberates himself more easily from Protestantism than from Catholicism, cs. But it is really the theme of the counter-signature itself that most interests Derrida in this text on Genet, a theme developed out of a reading of Genet's null book, his null testimony. After looking back toward his own reading of Genet in Glass, at his juxtaposition in that text of these two great Christians, Hegel and Genet, cs. Derrida turns to Genet's null novel, Prisoner of Love, a great book that was not yet published when I was writing Glass, a book I love and admire, in spite of some questions that leave a kind of wound in me, in a disconcerted, divided me, proving Genet both wrong and right, today more than ever. The book is Prisoner of Love. Countersigning without countersigning what is said there, for example, about an occasionally undecidable frontier between a Jewish question and an Israeli question, cs. Derrida goes on to try to think the counter-signature in relationship to what Genet calls the ecstasy of betrayal, cs. particularly the betrayal of friends. For if a counter-signature requires a kind of obedience to the other or faithfulness to the other's idiom, it is also the case that to obey, to be faithful, it must be possible to betray. Someone who couldn't betray couldn't be faithful, cs. Just as the possibility of shin is central to testimony, so the possibility of betrayal is essential to faithfulness, which does not mean, of course, that to be faithful to the other one must betray him, or that the best form of faithfulness is betrayal. Betrayal, the possibility of betrayal, is thus part of the counter-signature, that is, the possibility of a signature that not only seconds, repeats, endorses, or affirms but appropriates and absconds, that suffs, or else counters and contradicts. Indeed, the word contra, counter or against, can equally and at the same time mark both opposition, contrariety, contradiction, and proximity, near contact. The word contra possesses these two inseparable meanings of proximity and vis-a-vis, on the one hand, and opposition, on the other, cs. One can thus understand why Derrida would write that countersign is a word I love, a word I have much loved. There is a sort of love story, the story of a love that holds me prisoner between that word and me, cs. In the counter-signature there is at once respect for the absolute singularity of the other and the possibility of betrayal, the singularity of a response to the other, and already the repetition or iteration of that response. As with the structure of testimony we looked at earlier, the counter-signature promises already to sign again, promises to sign and endorse the same thing in the same way, even if the very possibility of this repetition opens up the possibility of betrayal. As soon as I sign, I promise that I can do so again, that I can confirm that it was I who signed, cs. This then means that iterability is already haunting the proto-signature, or archisignature, which is therefore from the outset its own counter-signature, so that all future counter-signatures come to countersign what was originally a counter-signature, an archi-counter-signature, cs. As we saw back in chapter and are now prepared to write or to countersign otherwise, in the beginning was the counter-signature, not an originary inscription withdrawn from all possible repetition or duplicity, all possible falsification or betrayal, but, already from the beginning, a counter-inscription of that beginning, a postscriptum even. As Derrida writes in Sof el-Enam, postscriptum, the postscriptum remains a counter-signature, even if it denies this, sn. The counter-signature endorses what comes before it says yes to it, and promises to say yes again as a kind of response that resembles the elementary faith we have been following throughout this work, the kind that is compared in chapter, in reference to Heidegger, to a kind of alliance or wedding bond, a yes that says yes already to itself. The signature is constituted by a yes as in a wedding. Yes, yes, the doubling of the yes is irreducible. That begins by a yes yes as the promise to say yes to the yes, that is to conream, authenticate, countersign the RST yes that already carries iterability, thus the counter-signature, within it. In other words, the RST yes inscribes the second yes in itself. CS, this affirmation or elementary faith in the coming of the other, is the law that motivates all responses, as we saw in chapter, all responses to all questions and invitations, and thus, for Derrida, all writing. What I here call, with a word that leaves me a little dissatisfied because it is ambiguous, the ethics of my writing, the law it is out of the question I should infringe, is to say yes to the work that comes before me and that will have been without me, a work that was already affirmed and signed with the other's yes, so that my own yes is a yes to the other's yes, a sort of blessing and ring of alliance. CS, it is the law of a counter-signature that affirms the idiom of the other without simply leaving it intact, without simply repeating or imitating it. One must at once respect the absolute, absolutely irreducible, untranslatable idiom of the other and countersign the other's text without counterfeit, CS. And that is what philosophy, in its desire to erase the signature and the proper name, has traditionally attempted not to do, CS. The philosophical ambition of Glass was thus to think, through a reading of Genet, a remaining or a surviving that doesn't fall into the philosophical category of ontology, substance, being, existence, essence, CS. Everything from the encrypted proper names to the glottal GL remains of meaning, a phoneme that is not yet signification, not yet a concept attests to this. In the end, then, it is this counter-signature and not some explicit agreement, some shared principle, meaning, or cause, that seals a friendship for Derrida, a testimony that is not simply the recognition of some kinship between members of the same community but, as we saw in chapter, the seal of another friendship. Derrida writes in counter-signature, I would like to bear witness and counter-witness to a certain friendship between Genet and me, a friendship, however enigmatic it was and stays for me, that remains a chance for which I am grateful and that I will consider a blessing until the end, CS. That is where Derrida ends faith and knowledge, rather unpredictably, I think most would agree, not with a reference to Capri but with Shatila, not with Hegel on the question of faith and knowledge but with Genet on the Palestinians. The ending is unpredictable and unique, inimitable, like a signature or, as always, like a counter-signature. Precisely because the supplement cannot be programmed or predicted, because it is the very law of the future and the possibility of the event, I would like to turn now to one more literary gur and text, one that was very familiar to Derrida but that Derrida makes no apparent allusions to whatsoever in Faith and Knowledge, a text from an even more distant time in Derrida's life. That will allow us to speculate about what lies beyond his life or beyond life in general. Before the apparition of Esmeralda from out of the underworld, we need to invoke or convoke, through another kind of coup du calendrier, yet another spectre in Derrida's work. Having come to the end of Faith and Knowledge, we are now compelled to go beyond the end. Just as the origin will have arrived even before it arrived, as we saw in chapter on, so the end comes always after the end, which means that the end is always to come. For Derrida, as for the tradition he is reading, the end is never quite the end, though there are, of course, many different ways to think what comes after the end. For both Derrida and the tradition he is reading, there is always something that comes after the end, whether this be a form of survival or a living on, that is, for Derrida, an intensification of life but certainly not an eternal life, a form of night survival that is the most one can hope for and the origin of all hope, or else, for the tradition he is reading, something like an afterlife or an afterworld, some kind of life everlasting. It all depends, as we will see, on how we read or interpret the signs, or, really, the sign, and on the value one places on the trace or on the fruits of the earth. In a letter written to Catherine Malibu Encounter Path, Derrida encounters a name, entertains a memory, and then reveals the work that was, and this is his word, the Bible of his adolescence. This name, Sidi Bou said, bears Gide's signature. I must have read and dreamed of it. After decades of separation, I again open what was the Bible of my adolescence, and again ndi my jardin d'essai. Les nourritures terrestres, fruits of the earth. In Tunis, the only garden is the cemetery. In Algiers, in the botanical gardens Jardin d'essai, palm trees of every species, I ate fruits that I had never seen before. CP, despite the somewhat light and wistful tone of this passage, the claim that Gide's Fruits of the Earth was the Bible of Derrida's adolescence merits some attention. For if André Gide would have been a major gour in French letters when Derrida was an adolescent, he seems at Rst blush to be a somewhat unlikely model for Derrida. But this expression of admiration for Gide is not a hapax in Derrida's work. In one of the very last texts published during his lifetime, Derrida says that at the age of 14 he believed he could see his own image and thus, perhaps, his own future in Gide. I believed I could see myself, whence my admiration for him, in the Gide who called himself Protean Proteiform. It's from him that I learned who Proteus was, SSS, my translation. If Derrida confesses to seeing himself in Gide, to having one day candid in my adolescent diary in the mirror of Gide who said he was deprived of any non-proteiform identity, then it is perhaps worth looking for a moment at the work of Gide that Derrida says he so admired. First published in, when Gide was 28, and republished in, along with the new Fruits of the Earth, Gide's Fruits of the Earth, an œuvre de jeunesse was, as Gide himself says in his preface to the second edition, an utter failure, selling only 100 copies in its RST 10 years. By the time Derrida would have read it in the mid-s, it would have enjoyed a good bit more success, though it would have probably not been the reading of choice of most Algerian adolescents. What is it, then, about the Fruits of the Earth that would have appealed to Derrida? One answer leaps to the fore: its unconditional embracing of life in the here and now, on earth and in this world, rather than sacrificing this world and this life to some beyond. Like Derrida, Gide also suspects all idols, communities, and families, indeed, every institution that would create solidarity and preference through some communal belonging. Gide advises us, in effect, to seize the moment, to love life, to become what we are, and to reject all authority, particularly religious authority. Comrade, believe in nothing except nothing without proof. Never anything was proved by the blood of martyrs. No religion, however mad, that has not had its own, none that has failed to rouse passionate convictions. It is in the name of faith that men die, and it is in the name of faith that they kill. The desire for knowledge springs from doubt. Stop believing and begin learning. It is only when proofs are lacking that people try to impose their opinions. Do not let yourself be imposed on. The book draws its title from a line in the Quran: "Here are the fruits of the earth, on which we are nourished," and it presents itself as a celebration of these fruits through a mixture of poetry, prose, song, and anecdote. Addressed to a young man named Nathaniel, The Fruits of the Earth, not unlike Derrida's The Postcard, is thus a hybrid work that combines autobiography, travel log, and a series of brief addresses, or, why not, postcards to Nathaniel and, through him, the reader. Through this artist, the reader feels him or herself to be addressed in the Fruits of the Earth like the young Nathaniel, and it does not take much to imagine that the young Derrida would have felt himself similarly addressed, right down to the advice to read the book and then throw it away in order to embrace life itself. One can thus imagine how this book of travels might have made a deep impression on an adolescent who had scarcely left Algiers, let alone Algeria. Without having to appeal to some vague notion like the Ignance, whether direct or indirect, with or without anxiety of Gide on Derrida, there are several other important points of intersection between the lives of these two thinker-writers, and many echoes between the Fruits of the Earth and Derrida's work on religion, which is what interests us here. In the Fruits of the Earth, Gide writes of his travels in North Africa and, particularly in Algeria, where he lived for a time, and he even evokes, as we have heard, the Jardin d'Essai in Algiers, the one Helene Success makes so much of in her portrait of Jacques Derrida as a young Jewish saint and elsewhere. In the context of our reading of Faith and Knowledge, there are numerous references in the Fruits of the Earth to faith, to the desert, and there is even a poem entitled The Lay of the Pomegranate, Ronde de la Grenade, which begins truly, 3 pomegranate seed suffs to make Prosperina remember. There is thus much in the Fruits of the Earth that nds some echo in Derrida's work, though Gide's idiom is much different from Derrida's. The Fruits of the Earth is a hymn, a paean to life, an exhortation to embrace life, one's own life, to be sure, but also, and most importantly, the life of the other. It is an exhortation to develop a passionate interest in life, in all life, to cultivate the joys and emotions of the moment, and to cultivate these emotions like a religion, says Gide, to look for the beauty of creation. Gide will say God's creation, everywhere, in nature, light, plants, and fruit. Gide's work is thus a benediction of joy and an estual of melancholy, a celebration of the voluptuousness of nature through the identification of nature and God, if then I call nature God. And, Nally, it is a call to break away from all teachers and all tradition, to put the longest possible distance between you and the past. Though all this sounds, at least in these terms, rather unlike Derrida, there is something in each of these notions that we can imagine Derrida admiring, that is, seeing himself in particularly as a youth. One might thus imagine, for example, the attraction of the following lines from near the end of the Fruits of the Earth for a young man trying to nd his own way, perhaps even his own voice, with the help of but also independently of all teachers. And now, Nathaniel, throw away my book. Shake yourself free of it. Leave me. Nathaniel, throw away my book, do not let it satisfy you. Do not think your truth can be found by anyone else. Throw away my book, say to yourself that it is only one of the 1,000 possible postures in life. Look for your own. Do not do what someone else could do as well as you. Do not say, do not write, what someone else could say, could write, as well as you. Care for nothing in yourself but what you feel exists nowhere else, and out of yourself create, impatiently or patiently, Nathaniel, the most irreplaceable of beings. In their emphasis on this world, this night world, there is in both Gide and Derrida, though in the former no doubt more explicitly than the latter, a plea not to sacrifice this world and not to forsake the obligations of this world for the promise of another. We thus read in the Fruits of the Earth, death is dreadful to those who have not led their lives. In their case it is only too easy for religion to say never mind. It's in the other world de l'autre côté that things begin, you'll get your reward there. It is now and in this world that we must live. One could nd many places where this sentiment is echoed by Derrida in another idiom or register, for example, in Derrida's many attempts to rethink, as we have seen, the discourse and logic of Sacris. But instead of going in this direction, I would prefer to focus for a moment on Gide's use of the very common phrase de l'autre côté in the passage cited above. The same phrase is used by Derrida, as we saw in chapter, in a somewhat different though not completely unrelated context to speak of what we have been tracing throughout this work, namely, the miracle. While the phrase de l'autre côté usually means simply on the other side of something that has two identical and distinct sides, the phrase is quite appropriately translated in the passage just cited as in the other world. Like Nietzsche, Gide is here eschewing an otherworldly religion or ethics that asks us to sacrifice this world, this side, for that other world, for what is promised on the other side of life. Such a belief in the rewards in the fruits of some other world leads us, Gide believes, to renounce the richness, joy, and voluptuousness of this world and this life. But such a belief can also lead, for Derrida, to the neglect to the ellipsis of the other side that is to be found on this side, that is, of the other world within this world. That is because, for Derrida, there is already another side to this other side, not some other world beyond this world but an other side or an other world within this world. Indeed it is from that other side or from the other tout court that an appeal to an originary or elementary faith is made, and it is out of an experience of that appeal that Derrida speaks in Faith and Knowledge and elsewhere of a miracle, the most extraordinary in the most ordinary. Let's listen one more time to a passage cited earlier from Above All, No Journalists, in which Derrida speaks of the miracle. The primary miracle, the most ordinary of miracles, is precisely believe me. When one says to someone, believe me, the appeal to proof is itself not provable. What I think in my head, in my inner sanctum, will, for innate structural reasons, never be accessible to you. You will never know what's going on the other side de l'autre côté. You can simply believe. Everything that exceeds the order of originary perception or of proof presents itself as miraculous. The alterity of the other, what the other has in his head, in his intention or in his consciousness, is inaccessible to an intuition or to a proof. The believe me is permanently inhabited by the miracle. Aanj, the other side is thus not some other world to which I might gain entrance after death, but the inner sanctum of the other, to which I can have no access and in which I can only believe. Even more, because the other to whose consciousness or experience I have no immediate access, opens up the world in a unique and unrepeatable way, because the other is the opening of the world. The other side is also another other world, not another world above or beyond this one, but another world within the world, an innately other, non-dialectizable, non-scientizable world within this one. It is thus hardly surprising that this thought of the other side, of the other as what is on the other side, becomes most poignant at the death of the other, whether this death has already taken place or is still to come. Derrida writes in April, again from Laguna Beach, after having heard his mother on the telephone say a few words from her hospital bed in Nice: I am as deprived of understanding what is going on the other side de l'autre côté, her side de son côté, as I am of understanding Hebrew. See. Let me thus conclude this all too brief reading of the Bible of Derrida's adolescence by citing some of its concluding words and then Derrida's own words. Despite the enormous differences between them, we might hear in their juxtaposition something that would explain Derrida's avid reading of Gide as a youth and his professed admiration for him near the very end of his life. Here, then, are just a few lines from the Nil hymn or Nil envoy that concludes the fruits of the earth and sends it off into the world. Look up, eyes bent down toward the grave. Look up. Not to the empty heavens, but to the earth's horizons. Comrade, do not accept the life that is offered you by men. Never cease to be convinced that life might be better, your own and others, not a future life that might console us for the present one and help us to accept its misery, but this one of ours. This is the same sentiment, the same admonition, we heard earlier in the fruits of the earth, the same sort of discourse we might imagine having an influence on the young Derrida in Algiers as he was reading the Bible of his youth. But in these parting words from the fruits of the earth I am tempted this time to situate Derrida not in the place of Nathaniel receiving the advice of Gide or the narrator of the fruits of the earth, but in the place of the narrator himself, no longer being spoken to by another but speaking now to another, to his reader, to his friends, to those who will remain after him, on the threshold of a departure, as if Derrida's life might be measured in some way by this transition from one side to the other, one side to the other side, from the side of the addressee to that of the addresser. For here are Jacques Derrida's words written, scribbled, on an envelope near the very end of his life, we are to presume, and read by his son Pierre at his graveside in Ris Oranges on October, words that might be heard to echo from afar the Bible of his adolescence in its imperative but hardly imperious tone, at once celebratory and melancholic, thankful for the fruits of the earth and mindful of the need to advise others to embrace life in their turn. He asks me to thank you for coming and to bless you. He beseeches you not to be sad, to think only of the many happy moments you gave him the chance to share with him. Smile for me, he says, as I will have smiled for you until the end. Always prefer life and constantly affirm survival. I love you and am smiling at you from wherever I am. Je vous aime et vous seras douk je sois. F.W., at once melancholic and affirmative, Derrida speaks in these words from beyond the grave, for he knew, or at least he wagered on the possibility, that these words would survive him, that a trace would remain as a testament and a testimony. He wagered on the possibility, beyond all speech-act theory, of a performative, a blessing or a prayer that might be successful well beyond the so-called living present in which it was uttered or written, a performative that might be successful even in death. Indeed, even through the proxy of another, he asked me to thank you for coming and to bless you. As Derrida says in Faith and Knowledge, the blessing or the benediction pertains to the originary regime of testimonial faith, or of martyrdom, that we are trying to think here in its most critical force. Though Derrida wrote these null words with his own imminent death in mind, though he seems to have seen death coming, seen it without seeing it, expecting it without expecting it, the performative is successful only in the absence of the one who had the power to perform it, successful only to the extent that it is open to the possibility of failure as well as to the possibility, which is always tenuous, always fragile and threatened, of an affirmation and a counter-signature. These words thus remain an event far beyond anything Jacques Derrida himself could have ever endorsed. As he wrote in counter-signature, waiting for death, a waiting that moreover waits for nothing, expects nothing, is the experience of something like an event exceeding every performative, and thus every signature and every counter-signature. That is why I cannot sign my death, even if I sign my death sentence, CS. There is thus one null reason for concluding this work on Derrida's Faith and Knowledge with a look at Gide's affirmation of life and his admonition not to turn our attention away from this world in the pursuit of something on the other side, quite beyond my admittedly speculative mise en scene of voices or of specters from beyond the grave. It is difficult not to want to ask at the end of a book on religion whether Derrida himself believed in another world or in an afterlife. If not, then what exactly did Derrida mean when he wrote in words that he knew would be read only after his death, "I love you and am smiling at you from wherever I am, doukje sois"? When faced with questions of this kind, I tend to answer as Derrida often answered, with a double postulation such as on the one hand, on the other hand, yes and no, and so on. This time, however, it is perhaps best to answer straightforwardly so as not to risk any misunderstanding. No, I do not believe that Jacques Derrida believed in an afterlife, and that is no doubt why he was so preoccupied by death, by the absolute limit that death imposes. In an interview conducted in January, that is, just weeks before signing Faith and Knowledge, Derrida makes this quite clear: "I think about nothing but death, I think about it all the time, 10 seconds don't go by without the imminence of the thing being there. I never stop analyzing the phenomenon of survival as the structure of surviving, it's really the only thing that interests me, but precisely insofar as I do not believe that one lives on post-mortem. And at bottom it is what commands everything: what I do, what I am, what I write, what I say." T.S. So, no, Derrida did not believe that we live on elsewhere or that we live again. He did not believe in another world, in a world on the other side of this one. What Derrida did believe, and would have been able to affirm every day through 1,000 different signs, is that, while we do not live after death in another world, while we are not resurrected for another life or in another life, we do survive or live on for a time after death through the traces we produce and the marks that make us visible to others. And because we begin to produce these traces or signs as soon as we are born, we begin surviving or living on from the moment we are born, surviving through traces that, as we have seen, are readable and attributable to us only insofar as they are repeatable in our absence, that is, insofar as they repeatable at all. This surviving is thus an excess of life over itself. As Derrida writes in Archive Fever, the afterlife survivance no longer means death and the return of the spectre, but the surviving of an excess of life which resists annihilation, AF. Though Derrida argued for and demonstrated this logic of survival or of living on in a powerful and poignant way in some of his last writings, he had in effect argued from the very beginning that all writing is related to death and survival, that as soon as it comes to supplement life it can be iterated in the absence of the author and so can come to stand in or take the place of the author. Derrida argued from the very beginning that this possibility of iteration in the spoken or written word, in the recorded or recordable word, in the archivable word, is not some accident that supervenes at some point upon speech or writing but an essential possibility of these. This is the thought of the trace that Derrida developed from as early as of grammatology in and signature event context in, right up through his null interview, learning to live finally in the summer of. In signature event context, he thus argued, for example, that writing, by which he means the trace in general, must continue to act and to be legible even if what is called the author of the writing no longer answers for what he has written, for what he seems to have signed, whether he is provisionally absent, or if he is dead, sec. And then, in learning to live finally, more than 3 decades later, he leaves us with this, more prosaic in its formulation but also more powerful as an account of the general structure of the trace: I leave a piece of paper behind, I go away, I die. It is impossible to escape this structure, it is the unchanging form of my life. Each time I let something go, each time some trace leaves me, proceeds from me, unable to be reappropriated, I live my death in writing, LLF. Derrida thus never believed in an afterlife, but he developed throughout his work a singular thinking of survival or living on, a notion of the trace as what, in principle if not in fact, always survives the one who produced it or received it. As soon as I utter or even read a trace, as soon as I make a mark, my death and my survival are implied therein, my death and the trace or mark that can always survive me for a time. While there is no guarantee that the archivable, survivable trace will indeed survive, while every trace as night is threatened by forgetting, erasure, indeed, by catastrophe or apocalypse, the trace in principle survives me. However powerful this thought of survival or living on may be, it is a far cry from any kind of belief in an afterlife or in the immortality of the soul. We begin living on already from the beginning, and we continue to live on in these signs after our deaths, living on, says Derrida, not in the indicative but in the subjunctive, from wherever I may be doukje sois, and so living on, I think we are to understand, only in these words as they are repeated or as they remain repeatable in others, for others, and only for a time. But there is yet another dimension of death that must be taken into account here, one touched on above in relationship to the other side. Because Derrida did not believe in an afterlife or in an eternal or immortal life after death but always only in a night and very mortal survival, it might be thought that this living on is something of a consolation in the face of death, solace in the recognition that, although we are not immortal, the traces we leave live on within the world, in the memories of others, in the works available for others to read, hear, or experience, and so on. And yet any consolation to be found in this acknowledgement must compete with 2 other irrecusable truths. First, the survival or living on whose logic Derrida has developed is anything but a personal survival, for the trace I leave behind is precisely not my own, and the desperate attempt to multiply traces in order to leave more of myself behind does little more than distance me even more from myself, which means, in effect, that the self is autoimmune. The second truth with which any consolation in the trace must complete is that with every death, including my own, there comes the end not of some individual within the world but the end of the world as such. If the birth of the other sign is nothing less than the birth or origin of the world, then the death of the other sign is not just a death within the world but the death of the world within the world, that is, nothing less than the end of the world itself without recuperation or redemption, indeed, without the consolation of philosophy. As Derrida writes at the very end of a long book dedicated to his friend Jean-Luc Nancy, just salad, greeting without salvation, just a salad on the way, ot. In the Phaedo, Socrates says he would be wrong in not grieving at death if he did not believe he was going to other good gods, and, moreover, to men who have died, better men than those here, b. Since Derrida did not believe that he would be going to other gods and other men, to another world, he could not but grieve at death. In Derrida's account, there might be living on for a time, but certainly no afterlife. To accept death would thus be to accept nothing less than the end of the world, a thought that seemed to Jacques Derrida to be quite literally and absolutely structurally unacceptable. In an interview given to Le Monde in August, just months before his death, Derrida rejects every economy of self-sacrifice and redemption, every thought that my death can be understood and dialectized within the horizon of other deaths, he rejects, in short, the idea of a common horizon of death, and so persists in believing that death truly is the end of the world, though learning to accept death is commonly thought to be one of the achievements of a life well lived, and particularly for a philosopher. Derrida simply could not accept it. As he put it in The Summer of Learning to Live should mean learning to die, learning to take into account, so as to accept, absolute mortality, that is, without salvation, resurrection, or redemption, neither for oneself nor for the other. That's been the old philosophical injunction since Plato. To philosophize is to learn to die. I believe in this truth without being able to resign myself to it. And less so. I have never learned to accept it, to accept death, that is. We are all survivors who have been granted a temporary reprieve. LLF, accepting death, absolute mortality, without salvation, resurrection, or redemption, is something Derrida could never do, because it would be equivalent to accepting the end of the world. Just about a year before this null interview, in his preface to Chaque fois unique, La and du Monde, the French version of the work of mourning, a collection of Derrida's funeral orations for friends and colleagues, Derrida makes it very clear that death in this case, the death of the other, must be understood not as an event within the world, not even as the end of a world to be followed by other worlds, but as the end of the world itself. He thus wrote in The Spring of Death declares each time the end of the world entirely, the end of every possible world, and each time the end of the world as a unique, and thus singular, and thus inite, totality, cfu. This thought of death as the end of the world is not something that came to Derrida only near the end of his own life, in his null interview or in the preface to this collection of funeral orations from the spring of, when the diagnosis of the pancreatic cancer that would ultimately take his life was being confirmed. Already back in No Apocalypse, Not Now, Derrida relates the death of the individual to nothing less than the end of the world. As such, I live this anticipation of my own death in anguish, terror, despair, as a catastrophe that I have no reason not to equate with the annihilation of humanity as a whole. This catastrophe takes place with each individual death. There is no common measure able to persuade me that a personal mourning is less grave than a nuclear war. Why? Derrida's argument in Chaque fois unique, La and du Monde helps explain what, might have looked like an unjustified hyperbole. Derrida simply could not accept death because to do so would be to accept nothing less than the end of the world. He could not accept death, and so could not accept the long philosophical tradition that begins already in the Phaedo, where philosophy itself is understood as a preparing for death and an acceptance of it. He could not accept death because he, like all of us, had a certain preference for life, and because all life and all preference tacitly and structurally reject such an end of the world. He could not accept it because he could not think or assimilate it, because it, like birth, like every end or origin of the world, is beyond every horizon. And he could not accept it because he wished to question and thus rethink. Right up until the end, the concepts he will have inherited from both Greek philosophy and the Abrahamic lineage, concepts such as death, sacris, salvation, and, so close to the end, with the end in some sense in view, redemption or resurrection. For Derrida there is living on, but there would be no resurrection, and this living on is not even my living on at all, that is, the living on of a sovereign or self-same self. In the FTH of the FTY9 periods or periphrases of circumcision, and Derrida reminds us here that, in the FTH of what we might call its FTY9 breaths, Derrida writes, I posthume as I breathe, playing on the French expression il ment comme il respire, he lies as easily as he breathes. Derrida suggests that with every breath he takes he is already living on beyond himself, surviving, not at all immortal but living on as absolutely mortal in these marks emptied of all living breath. That is why Derrida's thinking of the trace was always tied to erection on death and on mourning, a mourning that begins, therefore, not with death but already at the beginning of life, indeed, as soon as one is RST marked by a name or as soon as one leaves a RST impression. As we have seen from the very beginning of this work, life, for Derrida, is autoimmune, open to its own undoing, open to what will destroy it, but also to its own surplus, to what will allow it to live on elsewhere or to live tout court. Only insofar as a work allows itself to use words that have been central to this work from the very beginning, uprooted, displaced, and transplanted elsewhere, can it live on for a time. Derrida would no doubt have wagered, he would no doubt have had faith without, of course, any knowledge that the work of deconstruction, that his own work, his own legacy, was destined to live on after his death much as it did before, that is, always elsewhere and otherwise. It would continue to be declared dead and over, and it would continue to live on long after all these declarations, whether under this name or others, in this guise or others, the spectre, as always, of itself. As we have seen throughout this work, there is always one more spectre ready to step forward into the light, always one more supplement, always ready to vie for our attention, elicit our response, and call for translation. After this reading of Derrida on the afterlife and on survival, after the spectres of Gradiva and Persephone have emerged from the underworld of faith and knowledge to haunt its pages, after the appearance of Kura, yet another Gur of the feminine, this one completely unexpected and well beyond Derrida's text, beckons to us and calls to be put on the scene, the very last of the queens in our deck, the spectre of Esmeralda Lopez from the closing scene of Underworld, yet another victim of sexual violence, yet another Gur, though this time in America, for thinking the relationship between faith and knowledge. When it comes to understanding her appearance in Underworld, it will all come down, as we will see, to how one reads the signs, or, really, the sign where the miracle takes place. It will all come down to whether one reads it as a resurrection or return of the living body, as the spontaneous return of a life more living than life itself, or as a hoax or mass delusion made possible by the machine or by the machinations of some ad agency, or else a third option, and the one I will tend to endorse or countersign here as an affirmation that, for the moment, there is still time, and in the words of the sign itself, which can be read as the translation of either a messianicity. Without messianism or Kura, still space available. As we have seen, Derrida's faith and knowledge ends and then ends again. The RST 26 sections, presumably presented by Derrida at the conference in Capri, seem to have called for a long postscriptum, and that postscriptum, at the moment of the signature, seems to have called for the concluding paragraph we have just looked at in such detail. But, like every text that demands to be read, faith and knowledge requires not just faithful imitation and repetition but displacement and translation. It calls for a counter-signature, for a testimony that runs the risk not of verifying or elucidating the text but of leading it astray or leading it to be forgotten. Such is the risk this book has run by introducing, twice interrupting, and now concluding a reading of Derrida's faith and knowledge by means of a few reactions on Don DeLillo's Underworld. Like all literature, as we saw in the previous chapter, Underworld is related to the experience of the miracle, to the experience of a testimony that is equivalent to asking someone to believe in you as they would believe in a miracle. But Underworld is a novel not only of but about the miracle. It is a novel whose very theme is the miraculous and the everyday, the miracle of the everyday and the miracle that suddenly disrupts the everyday. The penultimate section of the novel, part arrangement in gray and black, returns us to the time frame of the opening sequence, that is, to the days immediately following that famous baseball game between the New York Giants and the Brooklyn Dodgers spoken of in the prologue. Set in Brooklyn from fall to obsessed with purity and driven in both his professional and private life by a fear of infiltration and contamination, familiar with the details of modern weapons technology, he knows that pathogenic bacteria are every bit as destructive as megaton bombs. Worse, in a way, because the sense of infiltration was itself a form of death, And so he dreams of being interred in a lead-lined coffin of 1,000 pounds plus. To protect his body from worms, germs, moles, voles, and vandals. Lead-lined, yes, to keep him safe from nuclear war, from the ravage and decay of radiation fallout, In the terms of faith and knowledge, Hoover dreams of a body that would remain safe and sound, indemned and invulnerable, protected from every outside contaminant, forded by the phantasm, for it is a phantasm that the body is not already and from the beginning parasite from within by all kinds of germs and bacteria. He's a real case, this J. Edgar, a limit case for a law of purity and contamination. As Dominique Laporte succinctly put it in his infamous History of Shit, the incapacity of the system to manage its own LTH is lucidly betrayed by its intrepid fantasy of an elimination so complete it leaves no trace of waste. Hoover's obsessions are a limit case, to be sure, but they are not unique in Underworld. Also living in Brooklyn from around the time of the shot heard round the world into the closing scene, which takes place sometime in the is Sister Alma Edgar, a nun obsessed, like her homologue J. Edgar, with infection, inultration, and germs. Though her ministry consists in tending to the poor, the drug addicted, and the AIDS infected of the Bronx, she does so with disgust and revulsion and often with latex gloves. But something happens that will change all that, an apparition that will go by the name Esmeralda. Throughout the novel, Sister Edgar and her associate Sister Gracie attempt to track down an elusive, eat-footed 12-year-old runaway named Esmeralda Lopez. They hear about her long before they see her and then spend much of the novel trying to ND her, protect her, and save her from the dangers of the neighborhood. Before they are able to catch up with her, however, Sisters Edgar and Gracie learn that the young girl has been raped and thrown off a building, her body found in a vacant lot. Soon thereafter, the short life of Esmeralda Lopez is memorialized on a graffiti wall nearby, by a well-known graffiti artist, who depicts her as a pink angel on a mural that already has several other blue and pink angels, all victims of an all-too-common violence and aggression in America. The combination of the mural and the violence, and no doubt also the sexual nature of the violence, causes the story to be covered by CNN. The headline reads, "Tragic Life and Death of Homeless Child." We have seen it all before, and so has Sister Edgar, but this time seems different, and it sends Sister Edgar into a tailspin, a new kind of trial or test of faith. She had had premonitions earlier of such a test of faith or change of faith, intimations of the faith of suspicion and unreality, of the faith that replaces God with radioactivity, the power of alpha particles and the all-knowing systems that shape them, the endlisted links. But until the death of Esmeralda she had always been able to protect herself from faithlessness, to cleanse herself of the scourge of doubt. This time, however, her faith is not just shaken but perverted, deformed, turned into another kind of belief, a second force, insecure, untrusting, a faith that is spring-fed by the things we fear in the night, and she thinks she is succumbing. Who knows what to call this second faith, this faith that feels like terror, abandonment, and hopelessness. But then it happens, something totally unique and unexpected that breaks the walls of common experience, the horizon of the everyday, something that penetrates the protective coating of Sister Edgar and transforms her, turns her inside out. We learn about the event not through direct narration but, curiously, through what we might call the place of revelation and testimony for the latter days of the 20th century, a website on miracles that Nick Shea's son has been monitoring from Phoenix, a name that evokes all by itself not only the desert but resurrection from Re and Ash. DeLillo writes, in the Ruins of the Future, an essay published just weeks after, the Internet is a counter-narrative, shaped in part by rumor, fantasy, and mystical reverberation. It is Nick Shea's son who tells his parents about the miracle in the Bronx, at a place near where his father grew up but to which he, the son, now has a relation only through his internet provider. It seems like a shallow substitute for the real thing, but, as we all now know, the real miracle is the web, the net, where everybody is everywhere at once, and he the son is there among them, unseen. In a section entitled Keystroke, the RST of two keystroke sections, as if that stroke heard round the world in the prologue had divided in two, gone digital, we learn through Nick's son just what happened in the wake of Esmeralda's horrific death. Soon after her death and after what might be called Sister Edgar's dark night of the soul, the stories began, word passing block to block, moving through churches and superettes, may be garbled slightly, mistranslated here and there, but not deeply distorted. It is clear enough that people are talking about the same uncanny occurrence. And some of them go and look and tell others, stirring the hope that grows when things surpass their limit. The focus of their attention and awe is not the mural where Esmeralda lives on as a pink angel, but a billboard display for Minute Maid orange juice. Yes, an ad for a juice that comes from a fruit a bit smaller than a pomegranate, indeed, just about the size of a baseball. The billboard depicts a vast cascade of orange juice pouring diagonally from top right into a goblet that is handheld at lower left, the perfectly formed hand of a female Caucasian of the middle suburbs. Nothing miraculous yet about this appearance in the kingdom of Das Kapital, this advertisement for one of its commodities and its promise of life, health, and vitamin C. But as night falls, this billboard becomes the place of a visitation, a miraculous, unique apparition, the commercial goblet for a well-known orange juice becoming something like the holy grail of faith and hope. Hearing the rumors, which Sister Gracie writes off as the worst kind of tabloid superstition, Sister Edgar convinces Gracie to go and see for themselves why all these people go there to weep, to believe. Here, then, is what happens to them, which I cite at some length and without interruption so as not to take anything away from the event, or from the rhythm of DeLillo's pen or machine as it relates the event, which is, of course, a miracle. They stand and watch the billboard. They stare stupidly at the juice. After 20 minutes there is a rustle, a sort of perceptual wind, and people look north, children point north, and Edgar strains to catch what they are seeing. The train. She feels the words before she sees the object. She feels the words although no one has spoken them. This is how a crowd brings things to single consciousness. Then she sees it, an ordinary commuter train, silver and blue, on Grafty D, moving smoothly toward the drawbridge. The headlights sweep the billboard and she hears a sound from the crowd, a gasp that shoots into sobs and moans and the cry of some unamiable painful elation. A blurted sort of whoop, the holler of unstoppered belief. Because when the train lights hit the dimmest part of the billboard a face appears above the misty lake and it belongs to the murdered girl. A dozen women clutch their heads, they whoop and sob, a spirit, a god's breath passing through the crowd. Esmeralda! Esmeralda! It happens in an instant, and then it is gone. The light of the train sweeps the billboard and the face of Esmeralda is revealed, an instantaneous revelation in the light, through the light, and then the light and the revelation are gone. But everyone is certain of what they see, and Edgar Rst among them. She sees Esmeralda's face take shape under the rainbow of bounteous juice and above the little suburban lake, and there is a sense of someone living in the image, an animating spirit, less than a tender second of life, less than half a second, and the spot is dark again. The crowd is awestruck, enthralled, positively rapt before this eating appearance, humbled before the miraculous appearance of what we might want to call Our Lady of the Oj, Esmeralda Lopez E.L., for short the Minute Maid Madonna. Had the crowd been asked at that moment, "Do you believe in ghosts?" it would have surely answered with a single voice, "Yes, now we do." Yes, everyone is awed, dumbstruck, save Sister Gracie, who sees no miracle here, no moment of grace, no revelation, because she has quite literally seen through it all, seen through to the other side of the miraculous billboard with a knowledge that is able to cut through and eat all faith and phantasms. It's just the undersheet, she says, a technical awe that causes the image underneath, the image from the papered over ad to show through the current ad. So it's not a miracle at all, just an optical illusion, an easy case for a good skeptic or miracle debunker. For Sister Edgar, however, the event remains nonetheless miraculous, not Esmeralda's apparition, exactly, but the contact and contagion this supposed apparition brings her, the end of her fears of infection, inultration, and contamination by foreign bodies. Unlike Sister Gracie, Sister Edgar is taken up by the crowd, by the throng of believers that see her and embrace her, and she lets them. Her presence is a verifying force majeure from a universal church with sacraments and secret bank accounts and a fabulous art collection. Edgar is jubilant, even ecstatic, ready to shed her skin and mingle with those she had devoted her life to helping but never allowed herself to touch. She takes off her gloves and embraces those around her, even the HIV-infected graffiti artist responsible for the painted angels. Caught up in the moment, Sister Edgar gains a brief reprieve from herself. Edgar thumps a man's chest with her STS. She NDS's smile and embraces him. She looks into his face and breathes the air he breathes and enfolds him in her laundered cloth. Everything feels near at hand, breaking upon her, sadness and loss and glory and an old mother's bleak pity and a force at some deep level of lament that makes her feel inseparable from the shakers and mourners, the awestruck who stand in tidal traffic. She is nameless for a moment, lost to the details of personal history, a disembodied fact in liquid form, pouring into the crowd. This, it seems, is the miracle, the transformation of Edgar into liquid, into OJ of a sort, no longer separate from others, allowing herself to be contaminated, to pour into others but also to distinguish herself, in effect, from the other Edgar who not only lived his life afraid of contamination and corruption but tried to protect himself even in death from these others by being buried in an armored coffin. This, it seems, is the miracle of everyday contact, a contact and contagion that does not promise somnal fusion but, precisely, loss and lament, pity and force. We can sense that the end is near. The night after this RST apparition of Esmeralda to Edgar and Gracie, word spreads even further, and the crowd swells to 1,000 people, with vendors selling soft drinks, pinwheels, and laminated images of Esmeralda. The following night the mother shows up, Esmeralda's lost junkie mother, and she collapses with hung arms when the girl's face appears on the billboard. What began as a rumor and then grew to be a local phenomenon has now become headline news. Helicopter cameras record the scene and the police trail orange caution tape through the area, the very orange of the living juice. The phenomenon has gone global, gone viral, and shots of the apparition are now seen round the world, from the Bronx to Phoenix, by means of the telecommunications networks that today form the very ether of religion. And then the next night, well, the next night there is nothing, no revelation at all, except perhaps, for those who have read Faith and Knowledge, the space of revealability itself, the space for phantasms to appear, it is true, but also, perhaps, for a faith before or beyond any revelation or phantasm, the place, perhaps, for the most barren and desert-like of all abstractions. The next evening the sign is blank. What a hole it makes in space. People come and don't know what to say or think, where to look or what to believe. The sign is a white sheet with two lonely words, space available, followed by a phone number in tasteful type. When the RST train comes, at dusk, the lights show nothing. It is at this point that someone, is it the narrator? Is it DeLillo, turns to those who have witnessed the miracle and are now left abandoned, to ask them, to ask the reader, to ask us. And what do you remember, Nally, when everyone has gone home and the streets are empty of devotion and hope, swept by river wind? Is the memory thin and bitter, and does it shame you with its fundamental untruth, all nuance and wishful silhouette? Or does the power of transcendence linger, the sense of an event that violates natural forces, something holy that throbs on the hot horizon, the vision you crave because you need a sign to stand against your doubt? One answer, it seems, is that it all comes down to the kind of signs we need or think we need, the kind of signs we are still looking for, or the kind of faith we still need as our search engine searches. It would thus all come down in the end to the way we read the signs, to the space that is or is not open and available for those signs, to whether we read them as true signs of a miracle, signs of the resurrection or return of the living body, of what is more living than life itself. A return of the source of life itself, or as signs of a mass hoax or delusion made possible by the machine, a trick of light and motion, or else, third possibility, the one in which I would tend to put my faith, as an affirmation that, for a moment, for a time, there is still time left, still life, and, in the words of the sign itself, still space available. It would thus be a question of faith, not a faith in our indemnity, salvation, or essential goodness, faith in our ultimate victory. But faith in the knowledge, which is always fragile and in need of verification, indeed in need of faith, that with an N count in the bottom of the ninth there is still time for another stroke, there at the plate or on the keyboard, still time to give it a shot, still time and space available, up until the moment, which is always divided and repeatable, when it's going. It's going, when it's out of here. Still time, then, to hear the evangelist say holy cow. Chicago, February. Derrida begins in the beginning. The title will have been my RST aphorism. It condenses two traditional titles, entering into a contract with them. We are committed to deforming them, dragging them elsewhere while developing if not their negative or their unconscious, at least the logic of what they might have let speak about religion independently of the meanings they wanted to say. Derrida goes on in this section to speak of the theme of light and of enlightenment, and he cites in relation to these themes Kant's religion within the limits of reason alone and Bergson's the two sources of morality and religion. These are the two titles Derrida would appear to be referring to in the passage cited above, the two traditional titles condensed in the subtitle of Faith and Knowledge, the two sources of religion at the limits of reason alone. What Derrida passes over in silence, as we saw in chapter, is the fact that the title is itself borrowed without any deformation, beyond translation, from Hegel. Hence Derrida's aphoristic title really brings together three traditional titles, three more or less canonical texts on the question of religion. However, one might wish to understand what Derrida calls here a deformation of these texts by means of the development of a logic or meaning beyond what the texts themselves consciously intend. It is pretty clear that Derrida does not intend to enter into an extended critical debate with any of these texts, whether considered on their own, in the context of the critical debate each has generated, or in relationship to one another, the way in which, for example, both Hegel and Bergson are responding in large part to Kant. That this is not Derrida's intention can be gleaned from the fact that almost all the comments on Kant, Hegel, and Bergson are con to the italics, that is, to the portion of the text read or at least presented in some improvised form at the Capri Conference. When we get to the postscriptum, that is, to the 26 sections presumably added after the conference and written between the time of the conference, February, and the date on which the text was signed, April, little more than the two titles condensed in the subtitle really appear in the text, along with the citation of the null, memorable words of Bergson's text, about which Derrida will then ask what would happen if Bergson were made to say something entirely different from what he believed he wanted to say but what perhaps was surreptitiously dictated to him. I will return to this question later, but for a moment let me simply emphasize the relative absence of Kant and Bergson and the total absence of Hegel in these null 26 sections, along with, interestingly, the ever-growing presence of Heidegger. If these four thinkers Kant, Hegel, Bergson, Heidegger provide Derrida with many of the themes he will treat and the majority of the terms he will use, from the title and subtitle onward, Faith and Knowledge is not a straightforward reading or commentary on any of them, with the possible exception of Heidegger, the only one of the four who is not alluded to in any obvious way in the title. These foregers form the border, so to speak, of the discussion of religion in Faith and Knowledge, but they can in no way be construed to be at its center. Instead of treating these gers in any detail within the foregoing analysis of Faith and Knowledge, I have opted to devote to each of them what might be considered imitating Kant, a brief observation or, better, a paragon, in order to provide some of the historical background for Faith and Knowledge that Derrida assumes and so does not himself spell out. Because subsequent gers sometimes refer to former ones, I will take the four in historical order: observation, Kant, observation, Hegel, observation. Derrida focuses on the themes and terms of Kant's work Religion within the limits of reason alone in a few of the central sections of the italics. These comments on Kant can be organized around four basic themes: the notion of radical evil, the two families of religion and the idea that Christianity is the only moral religion, the four parerga for a religion within the limits of reason of alone, the death of God and the relationship to universality and globalization. In what follows, I will try to develop each of these themes in a somewhat more comprehensive reading of Kant's religion than Derrida gives us in Faith and Knowledge. Of course, to get a more complete understanding of Kant's religion, one would need to place it in the context of both Kant's earlier works on religion, including and especially those related to Kant's critical project, and contemporary debates over, for example, the relationship between pietism and deism, or natural and revealed religion. But such considerations would take us too far afield of the central concerns of Faith and Knowledge, which are, after all, what is happening to religion and in the name of religion today. Radical evil, the most prominent Kantian theme in Faith and Knowledge, the one that runs from the second section right up through the next to last and is referred to more than a dozen times in between, is radical evil, in French, le mal radical. This theme and this term can be found in many of Derrida's works before and after Faith and Knowledge, always with a more or less explicit nod toward Kant. But in Faith and Knowledge the reference to Kant is absolutely explicit, even though, as we will see at the end of this observation and as we saw in chapter, Derrida's use of the term appears at first glance to deviate a good deal from Kant. What, then, is radical evil, das radikale Böse in Kant? Much of the RST2 books of Kant's religion are taken up with this important notion, and Kant's entire argument hinges upon it. Kant deans it early on in religion in this way: we call a man evil, not because he performs actions that are evil, contrary to law, but because these actions are of such a nature that we may infer from them the presence in him of evil maxims. Radical evil, then, has to do not with performing actions but with the nature of the maxims or motives on the basis of which our actions are performed. In short, it is evil to act out of any motive other than the moral law. Evil is thus an abuse or perversion of free will. It comes from the propensity of the will to maxims which neglect the incentives springing from the moral law in favor of others which are not moral, for example, ambition, self-love in general. Even a kindly instinct such as sympathy. Hence it is evil to act with a view to one's own advantage, either in this world or the next, or even to act in a way that one believes to be pleasing to God. The only motive for action must be the moral law, or what Kant calls in the Critique of Practical Reason the categorical imperative. Kant calls this evil radical not because it is extreme or extraordinary but because it is a propensity so deeply rooted in the will, that it can never be completely extirpated or eradicated, from the Latin radix, meaning root. Radical evil is thus a deeply seated or rooted evil. It reaches down to the very roots of human freedom, into the deeps of the heart, into a ground of action that, Kant claims, is and must remain inscrutable to man. It is because this evil runs so deep that Kant is able to say that man is evil by nature, or has a natural propensity to evil, or that there is a radical innate evil in human nature. Translating a certain biblical tradition of original sin into moral philosophy, Kant speaks of radical evil as a debt which is original, or prior to all the good a man may do. Of course, in order for the biblical parallel to hold and in order for there to be any real charge for moral philosophy, Kant must also argue that radical evil, no matter how deeply rooted and ineradicable, can be overcome. In other words, Kant will have to go on to argue, as he will do in the second and third books of religion, that man is also capable of goodness, which is to say, capable despite the nature of radical evil of incorporating the moral law into his maxim. The terms evil and goodness can have meaning only insofar as there is human will and freedom, only insofar as our actions are not simply determined by natural causes. Radical evil is indeed inextirpable, but it does not determine all of man's actions. For in addition to a propensity to evil, man also has an original predisposition to good, an original goodness that consists in the holiness of maxims, in doing one's duty, merely for duty's sake, that is, with no self-interest involved. Since there is, then, as Kant puts it, a seed of goodness that still remains in its entire purity, incapable of being extirpated or corrupted, one could say that there is a kind of radical goodness as well as radical evil in man. It is no doubt Kant's much greater experience of the latter, and the many more historical examples of the latter, that prevent him from actually putting it in these terms. but it is no doubt this notion of a radical or inextirpable goodness that motivates Kant's moral philosophy and, as we will see in section 4 of this observation, his hope for an ethical commonwealth. There are, therefore, two originary principles in man, one good, one evil, and the moral drama that is played out between them becomes, as we will see next, the basis for the narrative of Christianity. While evil is radical, inextirpable, man's original predisposition is good. What determines whether man thus becomes good or evil are the maxims he adopts to guide his actions. As we will see in section, what is essential for the practical or moral use of reason is the determination of an action with a view only to its moral rightness and a use of reason that does not overstep the limits that have been set for it. Though Kant's notion of radical evil is radically different from Derrida's, it is important to note Derrida's explicit borrowing of Kant's vocabulary. It is also important to note that Kant's own understanding of radical evil is itself already quite different from its traditional religious meaning, which might suggest that, in this regard at least, Derrida is following Kant in interpreting radical evil in a radically new way. Whereas evil in Kant is understood as the inversion or perversion of one's ethical maxims, a substitution of self-interest for the categorical imperative as the fundamental principle of choice, Derrida's radical evil has to do with the abstracting, deracinating function of technoscience and telecommunication, which threatens always to lead the self or the community beyond itself, opening it up to the possibility of corruption and contamination but also to the possibility of health and salvation, that is, to the possibility of either good or ill. In the second section of Faith and Knowledge and Salvation, is it necessarily redemption, before or after evil, fault or sin? Now, where is evil mal? Where is evil today, at present? Suppose that there was an exemplary and unprecedented gur of evil, even of that radical evil which seems to mark our time as no other. Is it by identifying this evil that one will accede to what might be the gur or promise of salvation for our time, and thus the singularity of the religious whose return is proclaimed in every newspaper? From this RST introduction of the term, though without, as yet, any explicit reference to Kant, Derrida marks a clear distinction between his notion of radical evil and Kant's. It might even be said that Derrida uproots or extirpates the very notion of radical evil from the Kantian text in order to graft or transplant it elsewhere. Whereas in Kant radical evil would take on different gurs and shapes in each individual and would no doubt vary in its gur or shape over time, it would in its essence or form be the same evil, an evil rooted in human will and freedom. Though the term evil obviously comes from the biblical tradition in which he is working, Kant appropriates the term and makes it more or less his own. What Kant calls radical evil is what he considers radical evil to be. He points out the evil and he names it as such. As for Derrida, who is working within the same tradition as Kant, it is not so clear that the term radical evil is his own and that he is uttering it in his own name. Rather, radical evil would be what others call it, namely, the movements of deracination and expropriation that Derrida himself might simply term in a more neutral vocabulary iterability or difference. While iterability or difference is the condition for anything good or evil to happen, it is difficult to see Derrida appropriating these moral terms for his own discourse, at least not in the same way as Kant. Radical evil would thus be what others identify with these movements of deracination, expropriation, and abstraction movements that, for Derrida, are ineluctable as soon as there is some machine, that is, as soon as there is repetition, which is already there from the beginning. Moreover, Derrida seems to suggest with all these references to time, now, is, today, at present, our time, that radical evil itself may be different from epoch to epoch, that it is not simply rooted in the nature of human freedom but is transformed over time and so needs to be re-examined at various historical epochs. How, Derrida asks, can one give an account of a history of radical evil, of its gurs that are never simply gurs and that this is the whole evil are always inventing a new evil? This will be related to Derrida's emphasis in Faith and Knowledge on the nature of religion today, on the forms our new wars of religion are taking today, on the so-called return of religion that is not a return at all, and so forth. Hence both the meaning Derrida attributes to the term, and the uses he makes of it, are not at all symmetric with Kant's. Much the same could be said of Derrida's appropriation of the theme of the two families, sources, or stocks of religion in Kant and Bergson. The two families of religion. Well before Bergson spoke of two sources of morality and religion, Kant argued that religion has, precisely, two families, two stocks, two sources or two genealogies. On the one hand, there is religion as simple cult, the religion of cult alone, de blossen cultus, teaching only prayer and desire, writes Derrida, simple endeavors to win favor, mere worship, and, on the other, moralistic religions, i.e., religions of good life conduct cfk. Kant contrasts these two sources or families of religion on the basis of man's motivations for action, his will to become better or not. In the RST of these stocks or families, that is, in simple cult, man enters himself by believing that God can make him eternally happy, through remission of his sins, without his having to become a better man, while in the latter, in moral religion, which is to say, in Christianity alone, it is a basic principle that each must do as much as lies in his power to become a better man, and that only when he has not buried his inborn talent, Luke, but has made use of his original predisposition to good in order to become a better man, can he hope that what is not within his power will be supplied through cooperation from above. This follows from what we saw above concerning radical evil. Because acting under any other motive than that of the moral law is evil, any expectation of compensation for one's good actions or for one's service to religion is evil as well. Man can hope for compensation from above, but he cannot expect it, and he certainly cannot act in expectation of it. If Christianity is the only moral religion of all the public religions which have ever existed, then it stands in contrast to all other public religions, which are thus all religions of mere cult or worship. Throughout religion, however, Kant contrasts Christianity almost exclusively, I say almost because there are some references to Greek and Roman religions, with the Jewish religion, which Kant characterizes as little more than a collection of mere statutory laws upon which was established a political organization. As such, Judaism is really not a religion at all but merely a union of a number of people who, since they belong to a particular stock, formed themselves into a commonwealth under purely political laws. It is thus not only the case, as Derrida says in Faith and Knowledge, that Christianity is, for Kant, the only true religion. In some sense it is the only religion at all. Because Judaism aims not at inner transformation but mere outer observance, example the Ten Commandments, because it presupposes revelation and so is merely contingent and non-binding upon all men, it is to become a universal church. Lacking such universality and thus falling short of the one true religion, it in some sense falls short of being a religion at all. According to Kant, then, the Christian religion would be the only moral religion, the only true religion, if not the only real religion at all, the only religion charged with the mission of freeing reactive faith. It is the only religion that favors goodwill over knowledge, the only one that subordinates knowing to doing and that aims for a reactive faith that depends upon no historical revelation and corresponds to the rationality of pure practical reason, while dogmatic faith, that is, the belief of a cult, according to Kant, claims to know and so does not know the difference between faith and knowledge. Christianity does not claim to know but understands that knowledge must be subordinated to this pure practical reason. Here is how Derrida characterizes Kant's argument concerning the singularity of Christianity as the only moral religion. Are we ready to measure without inching the implications and consequences of the Kantian thesis? The latter seems strong, simple, and dizzying. The Christian religion would be the only truly moral religion. A mission would thus be reserved exclusively for it and for it alone, that of liberating a reacting faith. It necessarily follows therefore that pure morality and Christianity are indissociable in their essence and in their concept. If there is no Christianity without pure morality, it is because Christian revelation teaches us something essential about the very idea of morality. From this it follows that the idea of morality that is pure but non-Christian would be absurd, it would exceed both understanding and reason, it would be a contradiction in terms. The unconditional universality of the categorical imperative is evangelical. The moral law inscribes itself at the bottom of our hearts like a memory of the Passion. When it addresses us, it either speaks the idiom of the Christian or is silent. Derrida's characterization of the moral law as ineluctably Christian NDS further justification in the very language Kant uses to explain it. One will have noticed, for example, the way in which Kant, in his description of moral religion, slips in a reference to Scripture, in this case Luke, in order to help illustrate or make his philosophical point. In the preface to the first edition, Kant tries to justify this use of Scripture by arguing that what he proposes is a philosophical theology that remains within the limits of reason alone. Kant will thus use the history of religion, and even cite the Bible, but without, he says, carrying these propositions into biblical theology. As he goes on to say in the preface to the second edition, he wants to show how the religion of reason can coincide with the cult of Christianity, that is, how reason can be found to be not only compatible with Scripture but also at one with it, so that he who follows one, under guidance of moral concepts, will not fail to conform to the other. It is from this perspective that Kant reads Scripture as the visible narrative, so to speak, of the intelligible moral relationship. From the story of creation in Genesis to the fall and original sin, radical evil, to temptation by the devil and our resistance to that temptation, the moral law, Scripture represents in a visible and external form the invisible and internal drama of man's moral relationship. In its vivid depiction of the perpetual struggle between good and evil, Scripture is the visible narrative of the internal conflict between radical evil and radical goodness under the guidance of the moral law. Hence the genuine meaning of Scripture is that there exists absolutely no salvation for man apart from the sincerest adoption of genuinely moral principles into his disposition, the very same meaning as the one found in Kant's religion of reason. In this narrative of Scripture, Christ thus becomes the personification of this moral disposition or this religion of reason. He is the ideal of moral perfection, which we must imitate and to which we must thus elevate ourselves. There is no danger of idolatry here, Kant believes, so long as we imitate Christ not as the Son of God or as a supernatural being but as the complete expression of moral virtue. In the end, therefore, the historical example of Christ is not absolutely necessary, inasmuch as the idea of moral perfection he represents is already furnished to us by our reason. As the founder of the RST True Church, Christ will have left behind him visible traces in the form of his teachings that can then be read as indubitable evidence of religion in general. Hence Kant is able to nd in Scripture a Christian formulation, indeed two different formulations of what he calls the categorical imperative: perform your duty for no motive other than unconditional esteem for duty itself, i.e., love God, the legislator of all duties, above all else, and love everyone as yourself, i.e., further his welfare from goodwill that is immediate and not derived from motives of self-advantage. It is this compatibility or even convertibility between Christianity and moral religion that makes Christianity the RST and only truly universal religion, available to all men insofar as they are able to obey the moral law. As Kant puts it, here then is a complete religion, which can be presented to all men comprehensibly and convincingly through their own reason. Nothing, in Kant's view, could be further from this than Judaism, with its statutory dogmas, which make it almost entirely unfit for the religion of reason. We can thus see why Derrida would claim that, for Kant, morality and Christianity are unthinkable without one another. Inasmuch as the categorical imperative expresses unconditional universality in an irreducibly Christian idiom, it is already, says Derrida, evangelical. Derrida thus asks, whether it is possible to think a universal religion that would not simply follow the Christian paradigm, that is, whether the very idea of writing a book entitled Religion Within the Limits of Reason is not already a Christian idea. We will return to these questions in section below. Before doing that, however, we need to say a word about Kant's treatment of Christianity, so that one does not get the impression that Kant is simply an apologist for some historical form of Christian faith. When Derrida notes in above all, no journalists, that however little dogmatic he may have been in his Christianity, Kant considered the only morality to be Christian morality, AANJ. He is acknowledging at once the Christian liation of Kant's moral philosophy and, importantly, Kant's own non-dogmatic relation to that liation. For at the same time as Kant calls Christianity in the form we nd it in Scripture a complete religion, he reserves some of his most acerbic comments for various perversions within the history of Christianity, chief among them being what he calls in book clericalism, which is but a form of idolatry or fetish worship. By imposing not free homage, as that which rst and foremost must be paid to the moral law, but submission to precepts as a compulsory service, such clericalism is but a pseudo-service to the Christian Church. Through such clericalism the masses are ruled and robbed of their moral freedom by subservience to a church, not to religion. Kant warns elsewhere in a similar vein against all kinds of religious illusions, from anthropomorphizing God to offering sacrifices and self-sacrifices in the hopes of winning favor from this God. All this is but pseudo-service to God, and Kant is not only clear but radical on this point. Whatever, over and above good life conduct, man fancies that he can do to become well-pleasing to God is mere religious illusion and pseudo-service to God. Organized religion thus becomes corrupted or perverted for the same reason that individuals do, by acting out of self-interest or self-serving motives. It goes against the ends of pure religion. Here is just one among many examples of Kant's clear distaste for all forms of organized religion that substitute ceremony and ritual as the means of obtaining grace for a genuine change of heart. To this end man busies himself with every conceivable formality, designed to indicate how greatly he respects the divine commands, in order that it may not be necessary for him to obey them. We thus need to keep this critique of organized Christianity in mind at the same time as we note, along with Derrida, that Christianity for Kant is the only public religion that is a purely moral religion. Though there have been, as Kant spares no energy denouncing, a long litany of blind superstitions that have hindered the progress of Christianity, none of them ended up preventing Christianity's RST invention from shining forth, namely, to introduce a pure religious faith. The four purga for a religion within the limits of reason alone. Throughout faith and knowledge, Derrida evokes the notion of limits, beginning with the limits of his own discourse. This is, obviously, a nod toward Kant, who not only proposes in religion treating the subjects of radical evil and goodness in terms of a philosophical theology that remains within the limits of reason alone, but who places at the end of each of the work's 4 books what he refers to as an observation or a paragon that treats something that does not properly belong to the work of which it nonetheless forms a part. Derrida explains the placement of these purga at the beginning of this definition of reacting faith appears in the RST of the 4 purga added at the end of each section of religion within the limits of reason alone. These purga are not integral parts of the book, they do not belong within religion in the limits of pure reason, they border upon it. I stress this for reasons that are in part theotopological, even theoarchitectonic. These purgas situate perhaps the fringe where we might be able, today, to inscribe our reactions. All the more since the RST paragon, added in the 2nd edition, thereby deans the secondary task, paragon, which, concerning what is morally indisputable, would consist in surmounting all the difficulties connected to transcendent questions. CTP, as their name suggests, the parerga, the plural of parergon, are beside, para, or on the border of the work itself, the ergon. As Kant will argue, consideration of such things as grace, miracles, illumination, and thaumaturgy cannot be located within the limits of reason alone because each makes claims about some transcendent reality, God and his actions, that is beyond the limits or bounds of reason. But Derrida is also suggesting here that his own reactions are in effect paragonal with regard to Kant's, that is, they can be read as being inscribed along the frame of Kant's reactions, along the 4 sides, so to speak, of this great book on religion by this great thinker of force. He is also suggesting that, in order to consider the question of religion today, the question of what is happening in the name of religion, and thus what is happening through a name that perhaps cannot be radically separated from the thing it is supposed to name, we will need to take into account all these things that Kant thought to be paragonal to the question of religion, everything from belief in miracles to the fanaticism to which a belief in grace can lead. Derrida continues, and I cite him at length here, both because he provides a good summary of Kant's parerga and because he reveals several important elements of his own interests and agenda when translated into the element of religion. Moral ideas pervert the purity of their transcendence. They can do this in 2 times 2 ways, and the resulting square could today frame, providing that the appropriate transpositions are respected, a program of analysis of the forms of evil perpetrated at the 4 corners of the world in the name of religion. We will have to limit ourselves to an indication of the titles of this program and, RST, of the criteria: nature/supernatural, internal/external, theoretical elucidation/practical action, constative performative, A, the allegedly internal experience, of the effects of grace, the fanaticism or enthusiasm of the illuminated, Schwärmerei, B, the allegedly external experience, of the miraculous, superstition, Aberglaube, C, the alleged elucidations of the understanding in the consideration of the supernatural, secrets, Geheimnis, Illuminatism, the frenzy of the initiates, D, the risky attempt of acting upon the supernatural, means of obtaining grace, thaumaturgy. The program to which Derrida is referring here is not absolutely clear, though it would no doubt involve thinking what is meant by the expression, at once so common and so vague, religious fanaticism. Derrida begins faith and knowledge, recall, by evoking the so-called return to religion, a journalistic phrase that in the mid-s was linked to claims about religious fundamentalism and fanaticism. The program for thinking religion today would thus have to include an understanding of this fanaticism as not simply or not only what can be placed on the borders of reason, especially since, for Derrida, both reason and these seemingly irrational expressions of religious faith share a common source. Another part of this program is suggested by Derrida in the following passage when Marx holds the critique of religion to be the premise of all ideology critique, when he holds religion to be the ideology par excellence, even for the matrix of all ideology and of the very movement of fetishization, does his position not fall, whether he would have wanted it or not, within the paragonal framework of this kind of rational criticism? Or rather, more plausible but also more difficult to demonstrate, does he not already deconstruct the fundamentally Christian axiomatics of Kant? This could be one of our questions, the most obscure one no doubt, because it is not at all certain that the very principles of the Marxist critique do not still appeal to a heterogeneity between faith and knowledge, between practical justice and cognition. What Derrida contests in the Marxist, as well as Kantian, critique of religion is precisely this appeal to a heterogeneity between faith and knowledge. This will become the central element in Derrida's critique of an entire line of Enlightenment thought, one that is sometimes even represented as a line or relation, as in the one that runs, that dashes, Voltaire, Feuerbach, Marx, Nietzsche, Freud dash, and even, Heidegger. Faith and knowledge are thus not, despite the title of Derrida's essay, 2 heterogeneous things that have to be conjoined with and. As we have seen, faith lends itself almost immediately, sans souffre, to knowledge, while knowledge is always conditioned by the element of faith. But let's return for a moment to Kant's own understanding of the 4 parerga and to their treatment in the 4 observations placed at the end of each of the 4 books of religion. Each observation treats one of the following: works of grace, miracles, mysteries, means of grace. Each of these is, Kant argues, a morally transcendent idea, that is, an idea that exceeds the bounds of reason, and each therefore leads to a particular ill or injury when it is introduced into religion. For works of grace, that is, for the belief that grace is given by God, the danger or damage is fanaticism; for belief in miracles, it is superstition; for belief in the mysteries, illumination; and for belief that one has at one's disposal the means of grace, thaumaturgy. As Kant argues, these 4 things are a parerga to religion within the limits of pure reason, they do not belong within it but border upon it. Reason can thus neither deny nor affirm the reality of any of these things, and so must not incorporate any consideration of them into its maxims for action. Reason does not dispute the possibility or the reality of the objects of these ideas, she simply cannot adopt them into her maxims of thought and action. She even holds that, if in the inscrutable realm of the supernatural there is something more than she can explain to herself, which may yet be necessary as a complement to her moral insufficiency, this will be, even though unknown, available to her good will. Reason believes this with a faith which, with respect to the possibility of this supernatural complement, might be called reactive, for dogmatic faith, which proclaims itself as a form of knowledge, appears to her dishonest or presumptuous. Hence Kant opposes a sort of reactive faith of reason, where reason remains within her limits, to the dogmatic faith that proclaims itself to be a form of knowledge and so exceeds the limits of reason. By making assertions and pretensions to knowledge with regard, for example, to the possibility of an afterlife and the means for procuring a favored lot in that afterlife, reason simply passes beyond the limits of its own insight. It is thus possible to admit a work of grace as something incomprehensible, but we cannot adopt it into our maxims either for theoretical or for practical use. Grace may indeed be necessary, Kant claims, to supplement the incompleteness of our own virtue, but we can know nothing about it and, especially, we must not believe we can do anything to bring it about. Because it is a supersensible object, which resides wholly outside our experience, we remain wholly in the dark as to when, what, or how much, grace will accomplish in us. As for miracles, a topic we must dwell on just a bit in a book entitled Miracle and Machine. These are, says Kant, events in the world the operating laws of whose causes are, and must remain, absolutely unknown to us. In the affairs of life, therefore, it is impossible for us to count on miracles or to take them into consideration at all in our use of reason, and reason must be used in every incident of life. Belief in such things as miracles, mysteries, and various means of obtaining grace, including, interestingly, prayer, is thus an illegitimate extension of the bounds of reason into the workings of the supersensible. We must instead attempt to act as moral agents within the limits of reason alone, since to venture beyond these limits is rashness and immodesty. At their very best, miracles would be but the mere enticements of religion, the ornaments, the bells and whistles, as it were, that a historical religion may initially need in order to gain authority, but that any true, moral religion must forego and understand to be superfluous. Kant will thus not claim or affirm that there are no miracles, that Christ, for example, did not perform miracles, or that his life was not itself a miracle. 2. Keep within the limits of pure reason, he can neither confirm nor deny the reality of miracles. What is essential is that we do not make it a tenet of religion that the knowing, believing, and professing of miracles are themselves means whereby we can render ourselves well pleasing to God. A historical religion may indeed need to dress itself up in miracles in order at the outset to win converts, but the right use of reason ultimately dictates seeing beyond the dress and the dogma to the reasonable doctrine behind them. This is perfectly in line with Kant's emphasis throughout religion on using the visible church, for example, or scripture, the letter of the law or the letter of prayer, as the vehicle to the invisible church, the moral law, the spirit of the law, etc., his emphasis on the need to overcome the outer for the inner, to abandon the shell for what it contains. Speaking of prayer, for example, Kant argues that one may elevate one's moral disposition to the point where the spirit of prayer alone is sufficiently quickened within us, and that the letter of it, at least as directed to our own advantage, nally falls away. It is this movement away from the body of the letter, away from its body and toward its inner spirit, that propels Kant's thinking in the direction of universality, away from the visible church and toward the ethical commonwealth. The death of God, universality, and the ethical commonwealth. Kant had the genius to encapsulate almost all of his argument in religion in the very RST sentence of the preface to the first edition. Having seen Kant's emphasis on the moral law and his insistence that reason must not overstep its bounds in claiming anything about the supersensible or supernatural, we are now able to read the sentence in all its radically so far as morality is based upon the conception of man as a free agent who, just because he is free, binds himself through his reason to unconditional laws, it stands in need neither of the idea of another being over him, for him to apprehend his duty, nor of an incentive other than the law itself, for him to do his duty. Kant thus makes it clear from the outset that, in effect, morality does not need religion at all. By virtue of pure practical reason it is self-sufficient and needs no other ends than itself in the form of the moral law. As Kant will go on to argue, not only does a free agent not need the idea of another being over him, but he must act without any consideration of such a being, disregarding all thought about whether this being, if he exists, will or will not look favorably upon the agent's actions. Because one cannot know anything about such a supersensible being, not even whether he exists, a free agent must thus act always as if such a being did not exist. Hence Derrida is hardly over-interpreting when he says that Kant's moral philosophy implies a certain death of God, insofar as the one who acts in accordance with the moral law must, says Derrida paraphrasing Kant, act as though God did not exist or no longer concerned himself with our salvation. Christian morality can thus respond to its vocation only by means of a certain epoche, bracketing, or suspension of God's existence. Derrida can therefore conclude that, from this perspective, European Christianity must be a kind of paganism, a religion that will have been living the death of God since Kant and the Enlightenment, a thesis that would then make Judaism and Islam the only remaining monotheisms with faith in a single, living God. That Christianity is the death of God thus announced and recalled by Kant to the modernity of the Enlightenment. Judaism and Islam would thus be perhaps the last two monotheisms to revolt against everything that, in the Christianizing of our world, signifies the death of God, death in God, two non-pagan monotheisms that do not accept death any more than multiplicity in God, the Passion, the Trinity, etc., two monotheisms still alien enough at the heart of Greco-Christian, Pagano-Christian Europe, alienating themselves from a Europe that signifies the death of God, by recalling at all costs that monotheism signifies no less faith in the one, and in the living one, than belief in a single God. Well before Nietzsche, therefore, with whom this phrase is most often associated, the theme of the death of God will have been central to Kant, though also, as we will see in observation, to Hegel. This death of God requires a mankind that has come of age and outgrown his need for God. It also suggests that the very locus of absolute value has shifted from God to man. Derrida thus refers into the Kantian theme of the dignity or absolute value of man, Wertigkeit, as an end in itself, and never a means, a value or dignity of human life that must go beyond life itself. The price of human life, which is to say, of anthropotheological life, the price of what ought to remain safe, heilig, sacred, safe and sound, unscathed, immune, as the absolute price, the price of what ought to inspire respect, modesty, reticence, this price is priceless. It corresponds to what Kant calls the dignity, Wertigkeit, of the end. In itself, of the rational night being, of absolute value beyond all comparative market price, Marktpreis. This dignity of life can only subsist beyond the present living being. In chapter we looked at the way in which, for Derrida, this value of life always exceeds life itself and so often comes to be affirmed through self-sacrifice and the sacrifice of life. The dignity of human life, the value of all human life, thus implies a movement beyond particular cults and nation-states, beyond historically determined churches and commonwealths, toward various forms of universality that Kant will characterize in terms of either the invisible church or the ethical commonwealth. Derrida introduces this question of universality in How then to think within the limits of reason alone a religion which, without again becoming natural religion, would today be effectively universal? And which, for that matter, would no longer be restricted to a paradigm that was Christian or even Abrahamic. What would be the project of such a book? For with religion within the limits of reason alone, there is a world involved that is also an old new book or testament. Does this project retain a meaning or a chance? A geopolitical chance or meaning? Or does the idea itself remain, in its origin and in its end, Christian? And would this necessarily be a limit like any other? In Book of Religion, Kant envisions, to cite the title of that book, the victory of the good over the evil principle, and the founding of a kingdom of God on earth. But what is meant by a kingdom of God on earth? Having seen what Kant calls radical evil and the means for its overcoming, as well as Kant's understanding of Christianity as the only truly moral religion, we can already guess at the answer. A kingdom of God on earth would be one in which all of mankind lives and acts, or at least strives to do so, according to no other maxim than that of the moral law, a mankind that no longer needs the letter of Christian scripture because it has internalized its spirit. Kant calls this an ethical commonwealth, that is, a society whose task and duty it is rationally to impress these laws in all their scope upon the entire human race. For only thus can we hope for a victory of the good over the evil principle. Unlike a political commonwealth, then, where membership is restricted to a particular group, an ethical commonwealth is extended ideally to the whole of mankind. Hence Kant envisions the one true moral religion becoming the one true religion, universal in its scope, a kingdom of ends in themselves where each treats the other as an end in itself in accordance with the absolute value or dignity that is due an individual endowed with freedom. The great challenge for such an ethical commonwealth is, of course, trying to bring about what Kant calls the invisible church within the visible one, trying to make not only universal but public the invisible church that exists in the heart of every right-acting moral agent. As Kant puts it, such a commonwealth, being a kingdom of God, can be undertaken by men only through religion, and, nally, in order that this religion be public, and this is requisite to a commonwealth, that it must be represented in the visible form of a church. There is thus a tension here between the historical determinations of every visible church, every public church, which, because of the particularities of language, culture, and understanding, will necessarily be limited and contingent, and the universality of the invisible church that is sought. As the only religion that is able to shed its historical determinations and so achieve such universality, Christianity is the only religion that requires that this be done. As Kant argues, every church originates in some historical or revealed faith, what he goes on to call an ecclesiastical faith, and churches that have a scripture to pass on are the ones most likely to survive and spread. But as we have seen in Kant's critique of Judaism as a merely statutory religion, an emphasis on scripture alone can hinder the development of an institution whose laws are purely inward. By focusing on the letter of the law or on the letter of scripture rather than its spirit, a church becomes necessarily limited in its scope. Kant thus sees a certain necessity of scripture for most men for a certain period of time, though he dreams of a commonwealth that could ultimately do without it. As he says with the characteristic sarcasm we noted earlier, a holy book arouses the greatest respect even among those, indeed, most of all among those, who do not read it. Only a church founded not upon scripture but upon a religion within the limits of reason alone, then, can be unlimited in its scope and achieve true universality. The advent of monotheism, of belief in one God, was itself already a major step in this direction. But what was then needed was a monotheism founded upon a scripture that was in complete conformity with the moral law. Christian scripture was the answer to that need. Kant writes how fortunate, when such a book, fallen into men's hands, contains, along with its statutes, or laws of faith, the purest moral doctrine of religion in its completeness, a doctrine which can be brought into perfect harmony with such statutes, which serve as vehicles for its introduction. In Christian scripture, Kant argues, the various statutes or laws of faith presented there, though necessarily contingent, historically determined, can nonetheless serve as vehicles for the introduction of a pure religious faith that would not be historically determined and continent. Hence Kant will go on to argue that ecclesiastical faith, the faith of the visible church, can become the historical vehicle of pure religious faith, a vehicle that can in time be dispensed with. As he says later with a more naturalistic metaphor, historical or ecclesiastical faith would be but the shell from which pure religion might eventually emerge. The goal of ecclesiastical faith is thus, in some sense, its own overcoming, that is, setting up the religion of good life conduct as the real end, in order, at some future time, to be able entirely to dispense with the statutory articles of ecclesiastical faith. Only when a religion has thus dispensed with its statutory articles of faith can it become truly universal. It is able to do this to the precise extent that pure religious faith becomes the highest interpreter of ecclesiastical faith. Because the predisposition to the moral religion lay hidden in human reason, pure religious faith, which in principle needs no historically revealed religion though in fact often does, can interpret that which within ecclesiastical faith does or does not belong to a religion within the limits of reason alone. Hence it is possible for Kant to say that there is only one, true, religion, but there can be faiths of several kinds. That is, there can be churches of various kinds but only one religion that acts as their highest interpreter, one religion that would try to end that which is universal in each church and so conforms to the one truth of pure religious faith. As Kant argues, a rightful claim to universality is a church's most important mark of truth. Kant thus opposes the universality of the true church or the one true religion, which is necessary and singular, to historical faiths, which are based upon revelation and so are contingent, have only partial validity, can reach only a portion of humanity, and so on. Though Derrida would reverse these terms and speak of many historical or determinate religions but only one true faith, this drive toward a certain conception of universality, even if it is not the same universality, is central in both thinkers. Let me end this observation with a passage from Religion that demonstrates Kant's reverence for a pure religion of reason, whose universality is expressed so well by Christian scripture, in this case Paul's first letter to the Corinthians, but which, according to Kant, requires no faith in or knowledge of the Christian God referred to in this scripture, not even whether such a being exists. It is a universality that is related, for Kant, to a kind of coming of age for mankind, a putting away of childish things, a verse from the New Testament that Kant is willing to use to make his point, obviously, but that in the end would itself have to be one those childish things to be put away in mankind's null coming of age. In the end religion will gradually be freed from all empirical determining grounds and from all statutes which rest on history and which through the agency of ecclesiastical faith provisionally unite men for the requirements of the good, and thus at last the pure religion of reason will rule over all, so that God may be all in all. The iguments within which the embryo rst developed into a human being must be laid aside when he is to come into the light of day. While he, the human race, was a child, he understood as a child and managed to combine a certain amount of erudition, and even a philosophy ministering to the church, with the propositions which were bestowed on him without his cooperation. But when he becomes a man he puts away childish things, as Derrida puts it in a phrase that begins with the title of the essay we have been following throughout this work: faith and knowledge, between believing one knows and knowing one believes. The alternative is not a game. If, as we have seen, Derrida in Faith and Knowledge makes frequent reference to the terms and themes of Kant's work on religion but gives no sustained reading or interpretation of that work, this is even more so for Hegel. Beyond the opening reference to Hegel's Who Thinks Abstractly, there are only two other explicit mentions of Hegel, one little more than a passing reference to the Christian or Greco-Christian concept of the world and of history extending to Kant, Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger in, and the other a more extended reference in. The latter is the only section in Faith and Knowledge where Derrida speaks of Hegel's philosophy of religion in any detail, and the only one that evokes, in the same breath as the phenomenology of spirit, the title of the text that Derrida's essay doubles or reproduces, Hegel's Faith and Knowledge. While it might thus be tempting to want to claim that Hegel's text of the same title must play a significant if not determining or organizing role in Derrida's essay, neither the one section where Derrida refers to it nor the rest of the essay bears this out. What, exactly, does Derrida say about Hegel in? Only this: after asking in the preceding section a series of questions about the meaning of religion today, the meaning of a religion within the limits of reason alone, and the relationship between particular religions and a universal religion, Derrida begins. Keeping these questions in mind, we might be able to gauge two temptations. In their schematic principle, one would be Hegelian onto theology, which determines absolute knowledge as the truth of religion, in the course of the null movement described in the conclusions of the Phenomenology of Spirit or of Faith and Knowledge, which announces in effect a religion of modern times, Religion der Neuen Zeit, founded on the sentiment that God himself is dead in it, pain is still only a moment, rein als moment, and the moral sacris of empirical existence. Only dates the absolute passion or the speculative Good Friday, speculativer Karfreitag. Dogmatic philosophies and natural religions should disappear and, out of the greatest asperity, the harshest impiety, out of kenosis and the void of the most serious privation of God, Gottlosigkeit, ought to resuscitate the most serene liberty in its highest totality. Distinct from faith, from prayer, or from sacris, onto theology destroys religion, but, yet another paradox, it is also perhaps what informs, on the contrary, the theological and ecclesiastical, even religious, development of faith. The other temptation, perhaps there are still good reasons for keeping this word, would be Heideggerian. Derrida's intentions with regard to Hegel here seem relatively clear. Drawing on the relationship in Genesis between temptation and knowledge, Derrida calls the Hegelian determination of absolute knowledge as the truth of religion one of the two temptations he will try to avoid. Derrida makes this connection between knowledge and temptation explicit later in the essay. As always, recourse to knowledge is temptation itself. Knowing is temptation, albeit in a somewhat more singular sense than believed when referring habitually, at least, to the evil genius or to some original sin. The temptation of knowing, the temptation of knowledge, is to believe not only that one knows what one knows, which wouldn't be too serious, but also that one knows what knowledge is, that is, free, structurally, of belief or of faith, of fiduciary or of trustworthiness. Insofar as Derrida is attempting to avoid the Hegelian determination of absolute knowledge as the truth of religion, it should come as no surprise that Derrida offers no real reading of faith and knowledge. In Faith and Knowledge, indeed, Derrida gives us little more than a paraphrasing of its null paragraph, where Hegel is laying out the project of his own speculative philosophy, the idea of absolute freedom, and along with it, the absolute passion, the speculative Good Friday, in opposition to critical philosophy or to what Hegel calls the reactive philosophy of subjectivity. That is no doubt in large part because the vast majority of Hegel's Faith and Knowledge is not, as the title might suggest and as the conclusion cited by Derrida might lead one to believe, a development of Hegel's own speculative philosophy, but a critique, often rather detailed and sometimes quite blistering and polemical, of Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte. This is evident from the subtitle of this text, for it too, like Derrida's essay, also has a subtitle, and a rather long one at that: The Reactive Philosophy of Subjectivity in the Complete Range of Its Forms as Kantian, Jacobian, and Fichtean Philosophy. If the title Faith and Knowledge is meant to give us some idea of the ultimate ambition of Hegel's text, a radical rethinking of the relationship between religion and reason, the subtitle makes clear the immediate focus of his critique and, true to the methodology Hegel is in the process of developing, the material through which the greater ambitions of the speculative project will be clarified. Published in the Journal of Critical Philosophy, the journal Hegel co-edited with Schelling, Faith and Knowledge is an approximately 100-page essay, in the original German, that consists of a 9-page introduction, a 2-page conclusion, which is what Derrida cites, and 3 more or less independent chapters or essays devoted to criticisms of Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte from the perspective of Hegel's own thought. Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit would not be published until, years after Faith and Knowledge. From its opening page, Hegel pulls no punches and hones in on the object of his critique. Enlightened reason won a glorious victory over what it believed, in its limited conception of religion, to be faith as opposed to reason. Yet seen in a clear light, the victory comes to no more than this: the positive element with which reason busied itself to do battle, is no longer religion, and victorious reason is no longer reason. The newborn peace that hovers triumphantly over the corpse of reason and faith, uniting them as the child of both, has as little of reason in it as it has of authentic faith. Reason had already gone to seed in and for itself when it envisaged religion merely as something positive and not idealistically. And after its battle with religion, the best that reason could manage was to take a look at itself and come to self-awareness. Reason, having in this way become mere intellect, acknowledges its own nothingness by placing that which is better than it in a faith outside and above itself, as a beyond to be believed in. This is what has happened in the philosophies of Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte. And then Hegel adds this little line, which was surely meant to strike at the heart of the one who famously wrote in the preface to the second edition of his Critique of Pure Reason that he had to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith. Philosophy has made itself the handmaid of a faith once more. This is, of course, exactly what Kant thought he was avoiding by limiting the claims both of reason and of a faith based on an illegitimate use of that reason. As Walter Cerf humorously muses in his preface to Faith and Knowledge, if Kant had read the essays they might have shortened his life, XXXV. According to Hegel, then, critical or reactive philosophy gives us neither genuine faith nor genuine reason. Hegel returns again and again, in Faith and Knowledge, to what he believes to be the false dichotomy between the innate and the night in these philosophies of subjectivity, a dichotomy that forever severs man from any cognition of God, thereby leading to an impoverished reason and a pollution. Hegel's word of genuine faith. The fundamental principle common to the philosophies of Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte is, then, the absoluteness of nitude and, resulting from it, the absolute antithesis of nitude and inity, reality and ideality, the sensuous and the supersensuous, and the beyondness of what is truly real and absolute. Because of this absolute antithesis, the sphere of the eternal is the incalculable, the inconceivable, the empty and incognizable God beyond the boundary sakes of reason. This, argues Hegel, is the XED standpoint and predicament of the times, the common ground of these otherwise quite different philosophies of subjectivity. In this situation philosophy cannot aim at the cognition of God, but only at what is called the cognition of man, and man becomes, complains Hegel, not a glowing spark of eternal beauty, or a spiritual focus of the universe, but an absolute sensibility, able only to employ his faculty of faith in order to touch himself up here and there with a spot of alien supersensuousness. Hegel's critique of Kant is thus all-encompassing, taking aim at his ontology, epistemology, aesthetics, and, especially for our purposes here, his moral philosophy and philosophy of religion. Even in the parts of Faith and Knowledge seemingly devoted to a critique of Fichte or Jacobi, Kant is never very far from Hegel's thoughts. Here is just one example. This pollution of faith and this hallowing of subjectivity must lead us into the practical philosophy of Jacobi. Kant's practical reason, being the empty concept in its unmoved opposition to nature, can produce nothing but a system of tyranny of the law of reason over human nature, a rending of ethical integrity, Sittlichkeit and beauty, or else like Kantian morality cleave to so-called beauties of a formalistic kind that determine nothing. This is not the place to enter into the long debate about this critique, especially since Derrida does not do so himself in Faith and Knowledge. It should at least be noted, however, since the conclusion of Hegel's essay, which Derrida cites, really only makes sense when seen in this light, that Hegel's critical reading of Kant, and to a lesser extent Fichte and Jacobi, is tempered throughout by his attempt to ND within these philosophies of subjectivity something positive from the viewpoint of speculative thought. Insofar as the philosophies of Kant, Fichte, and Jacobi brought certain aspects of reactive philosophy to their point of culmination and conclusion, they in some sense prepared the way for speculative philosophy. Reactive philosophy will have revealed and pushed to their extreme a series of dichotomies, between the night and the innate, subject and object, receptivity and spontaneity, the phenomenal or the sensuous and the noumenal or supersensuous, that speculative philosophy will now be called on to reconcile. Kant himself will thus often have glimpsed without fully recognizing the significance of many speculative ideas. Hence Hegel will argue, for example, that the thought of an a priori synthesis through the productive imagination is a truly speculative idea. See, and, elsewhere, that it is in reacting judgment that Kant NDS the middle term between the concept of nature and the concept of freedom. Kant will thus have anticipated speculative philosophy, but in each case will have fallen short of it by making subjectivity absolute and separating thought from being. Hegel begins his conclusion to Faith and Knowledge in their totality, the philosophies we have considered have in this way recast the dogmatism of being into the dogmatism of thinking, the metaphysic of objectivity into the metaphysic of subjectivity. But now that this metaphysic of subjectivity has run through the complete cycle of its forms in the philosophies of Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte, the external possibility directly arises that the true philosophy should emerge out of this completed culture. Hegel can thus at once criticize these philosophies of subjectivity and argue that they have their positive, genuine though subordinate, position within true philosophy, that is, within speculative philosophy, whose task, then, is to rethink or re-express the philosophy of subjectivity in a way that does not oppose thought to being or the innate to the night. H. S. Harris writes, in his Introduction to Faith and Knowledge, "The idea is the true entity of life, an entity that is not, like the concept, the moral law, or the law of nature in the earlier tradition, essentially opposed to the night. It does not exist simply as a thought or concept to be reacted on by the night consciousness. It is an entity that contains the night, a concept that involves existence, an ideal that is the life of the real." This is the speculative Good Friday of Hegel's conclusion, the one Derrida cites both here and in Glass, the one which he characterizes as a kind of onto-theological temptation. Derrida's Faith and Knowledge thus refers to Hegel's text with the same title, it even cites its closing paragraph, and thus, implicitly at least, it evokes Hegel's critique of Kant and the debate between their various philosophies of religion, but it remains more or less silent or agnostic about this debate. The fact that Derrida ends up devoting much more of his attention to Kant's religion than to Hegel's Faith and Knowledge may tell us something about where Derrida's sympathies or at least his interests lie, but it is important to underscore yet again that Derrida is doing something quite different from either Hegel or Kant in his exploration of the relationship between faith and knowledge, or, rather, for these are not the same thing, faith and technoscience. It will always be possible, of course, to argue that Derrida's relative silence with regard to Hegel as opposed to Kant and Kant, as we shall see later, as opposed to Heidegger in the second half of the essay is evidence for the determining role the former must be playing in his work. Perhaps, but a lot of interpretative work would need to be done to make this case, and even more would need to be done to show that Derrida was trying, in Faith and Knowledge, to intervene in the debate between Kant and Hegel. In his attempt to understand the nature of religion today, Derrida had other things in view. For instead of ending his text with a reference to the speculative Good Friday, he concludes with an equally dramatic reference to violence, to ashes, to the massacre at Shatila, and to an opened pomegranate, one Passover evening, on a tray. Derrida's title and subtitle Faith and Knowledge, the two sources of religion at the limits of religion alone, combine, as we have seen, not just two but three classic texts on religion: Hegel's Faith and Knowledge, Kant's Religion within the Limits of Reason Alone, and Henry Bergson's The Two Sources of Morality and Religion. Such a combination is striking insofar as Bergson is a far less common reference in Derrida's work as a whole than either Hegel or Kant. If Derrida devoted a significant amount of work to Hegel, especially early on, in The Pit and the Pyramid, Glass, and elsewhere, and to Kant, in The Truth in Painting and his various works on hospitality, cosmopolitanism, and the university, there is really no comparable engagement or dialogue with Bergson anywhere else in Derrida's published works. Given the significance of Bergson in 20th-century French philosophy, this absence may come as something of a surprise, even if it is hardly unique. For reasons that would surely call for extended analysis, Derrida's 20th-century sources or influences tended to be much more German than French. Although Derrida does have punctual debates with Foucault, Ricoeur, and Lacan, among others, there is nothing to compare to his more sustained engagements with Husserl, Heidegger, and Freud. And while there are commentaries on important French philosopher writers, Montaigne, Descartes, Rousseau, etc., and readings of poets and novelists writing in French, Ponge, Jabes, Blancot, Genet, Baudelaire, Léris, as well as an extended engagement with the philosopher Emmanuel Levinas, writing in French. But born in Lithuania, there is a noticeable lack of engagement with the majorgers of 20th-century French philosophy, such as Sartre, Merleau-Ponty, and Bergson. Given this history, it is hardly surprising that Derrida does not closely read or analyze Bergson's The Two Sources of Morality and Religion in Faith and Knowledge, and yet Bergson's work remains nonetheless always in the background of the essay, from the very notion, alluded to in the title, that there are two sources of religion, to Derrida citing, in Bergson's null sentence, which speaks of the essential function of the universe as a machine for the making of gods, a line that appears to lend to the essay some of the vocabulary if not the very theme of mechanicity and of the automatic or machine-like splitting of sources. Though the two sources of religion are hardly the same in Derrida and Bergson, there are, as we will see, some similarities between them, and Bergson will leave us, in the end, with questions that will resemble those of not just Derrida but Delillo. Written between the two world wars in just 2 years, then, after Derrida's birth and 4 years before Delillo's, Bergson's book on religion poses questions about the future, about our future, that neither Kant nor Hegel really could. It will thus be important for us to look a bit more closely at this book, even if Derrida does not, in order to see the premises for Derrida's rethinking of the question of religion in relationship to science and, especially, the miracle in relation to the machine. As Bergson announces clearly in the title of his book, there are indeed, for him, two sources of morality and religion. Arguing throughout against an intellectualist account or approach such as Kant's, which does not give sufficient weight to the fact of moral obligation in human society, Bergson identifies the RST of these two sources of morality as habit. From our earliest childhood on, we are taught by parents, teachers, and society more generally to follow certain rules and to act in certain ways. In a word, we are taught or trained to obey, and this habituation to obedience can become so strong that it resembles what we call animal instinct. In this regard, human society is not unlike an ant colony, one of Bergson's favorite images, where each individual does his or her job and follows his or her quasi-instinct to obey society's conventions. It is thus under the pressure of habit, this RST source of morality, that the individual obeys society, and society, in return, gives security and well-being to the individual. Bergson characterizes societies that tend to favor the RST source of morality as closed societies, and he terms the religions they tend to foster static religions. The aim of such closed societies and static religions is, essentially, to meet society's needs and secure social cohesion, stability, and survival. In a word, they aim at society's salad as health and salvation. What the individual in such a society loves or is concerned with is thus not humanity as a whole but his or her own, his or her kin or community. Such societies are closed, for Bergson, because they reject what is beyond or outside them and thus always turn inward toward their own perpetuation and survival. The religions that correspond to such societies are static because they resist innovation and progress and quickly devolve into mere cult and ritual, that is, into mere observance or obedience. For many philosophers, RST among them Kant, this is hardly a morality or a religion worthy of the name. For Bergson, however, it is important to recognize this RST source of religion and morality, even if he too will be dissatisfied with it alone. There is thus another source of morality and religion, one that, at its extreme, at its limit, is opposed to the RST as a divine realm would be opposed to an ant colony. This second source is not another acquired habit that takes on the look of an animal instinct but a natural emotion that almost every individual, and certain individuals in an exemplary fashion, can experience. This emotion, characterized by Bergson in various ways as a kind of enthusiasm or joy, is what inspires in individuals a desire for freedom and a love of humanity in general. This embracing of humanity is an emotion or an impetus, an élan, as Bergson famously calls it, that goes beyond both animal instinct and human intelligence. If the RST morality is more or less anonymous insofar as just about everyone from parents and teachers to society in general helps to inculcate it, a morality that extends throughout all of society and exercises a force or pressure from below, so to speak, this second morality is a morality of certain great individuals. Bergson calls them heroes, or, later, mystics who have opened themselves up in an exemplary way to a love of humanity as a whole and who thereby become models for others in society to look up to and follow. While the RST source of morality thus comes from below and is in its automaticity and inexhibibility akin to animal obedience, or else the machine, the second comes from above and in its freedom and creativity is akin to the divine, or the miraculous. Bergson calls societies that tend to favor the second source of morality open societies, and the religions they tend to encourage, dynamic religions. In such societies and religions, the goal is no longer mere self-preservation or social cohesion but creativity, progress, and love. While certain religions, as we will see, embody this dynamism better than others, the spirit of such religions can be seen in its purest form in the singularity of mystical experience. Rather than being turned inward toward particular communities, dynamic religions aim at universality and at a love of humanity as a whole, and they contribute to societies that resemble that of a people of gods. Insofar as closed societies and static religions aim at self-preservation, at what might be called the indemnification of society, they are perpetually concerned with war. Open societies and dynamic religions, on the other hand, are inherently universalizable and so aim always at peace. Habit and emotion, obedience and love, these two sources of morality are thus at the basis of all religions, and they explain why religions can be used either to consolidate and reinforce a particular society's already established habits, ideals, and institutions or else to elevate human beings above their particular society so as to embrace humanity as a whole. Though elements of dynamism exist in all static religions and all dynamic religions are always liable to become static, Bergson contrasts static, organized, doctrinal religions with dynamic, creative, mystical religions and, especially, with mystical experience that has not yet been appropriated by any religion at all. Not unlike Kant, he contrasts the religions of cult and mere observance, mere statutory religions, one might say, with the religions or, really, the religion that seeks to go beyond mere observance and ritual in order to embrace humanity as a whole. But the real specificity of religion, as opposed to morality, is to be found in what Bergson calls the myth-making function, a natural human ability derived from human intelligence that allows man to confront and overcome his fear of death and the uncertainties of life through the creation of religious stories and images. Whereas the stories and images of static religions thus aim to comfort, conserve, and reinforce a particular society's ideals, those of dynamic religions aim to give expression to a love of all humanity and all creation. Even when this love comes to be expressed in the images and words of a static religion, the original inspiration or elan of these images and words always exceeds the dogmatism of that religion. It is thus only through dynamic religion and open societies that there is the push or drive and always by leaps toward greater and greater universality and peace. Such leaps are made by individuals who exceed the limitations of their societies or static religions so as to become models for others to imitate and follow. Bergson and D.S. forerunners of dynamic religion in other religious cultures, for example, in certain forms of Greek mysticism, but, as the emphasis on love might suggest, it is really only in Christian mysticism that dynamic religion and ds its elan and its truest expression, as well as its highest point of evolution. This reference to evolution by the author of Creative Evolution, puts everything we have seen thus far in a somewhat different light. For it suggests that both kinds of religion, static and dynamic, and both kinds of morality, closed and open, along with both instinct and emotion, are in the end the products of a single, ongoing, evolutionary process. It suggests that all of these are, in the end, expressions of life. Life is the common source of both kinds of morality and religion, even if the development of one kind of religion, static religion, has been blocked and become predictable, simply turning in circles like a machine, while the development or progress of dynamic religion, inspired and drawn out of itself, is unpredictable and sudden, coming to humanity from above, so to speak, through an unexpected mutation, through a leap or an elan tout d'un coup, just one of the many connections, in addition to habit, to Proust, that might be compared to a kind of miracle. As in Derrida, then, there is in the end really only one source that divides in two, as human intelligence, in Bergson's account, tries to understand it. What Derrida thus retains from Bergson's account, or what Derrida's account has in common with Bergson's, is, among other things, this notion of a single source of religion that, already at the origin, divides in two, though also a thinking of religion in relationship to the machine. The last part of Bergson's work is entitled Mechanics and Mysticism, along with a certain a displacement of reason by that which comes before it or exceeds it, habit and inspiration, or obedience and love, for Bergson, faith for Derrida. Those are just a few of the places of contact between Bergson and Derrida, even if a rigorous account of the differences between them would no doubt cast a good deal of doubt on the real pertinence of these comparisons. For, in addition to the enormous differences in style between these two thinkers, there is the obvious emphasis in Bergson, born to Jewish parents, on Christianity and Christian mysticism, leading Derrida to call Bergson in faith and knowledge that great Judeo-Christian. Derrida would thus no doubt question the degree to which Bergson's thought draws on a particular culture and tradition, in this case, Christian culture and the Christian religious tradition, making it into what Derrida might have called, imitating Bergson, a kind static philosophy, with, precisely, little opening to what exceeds it. One can also imagine that Derrida would have rejected a good deal of the language associated with this tradition, beginning with the notion of the call of the hero. As for the relationship between Kant and Bergson, there is one clear place of intersection among their many differences. As we saw, Kant claims that the Christian religion would be the only true religion because it is the only one concerned with the good conduct of life and thus the only one that is universalizable. Though Bergson is always critical of Kant's intellectualist approach to religion, his conclusion is not totally incompatible with Kant's on this score. Christianity would be the highest expression of creative evolution, of the Allah vital, insofar as it goes beyond the parochial concerns of static religion, beyond the tenets of a particular religion, to embrace humanity in general through love. Static religions could thus be considered those with a living God, Judaism and Islam, for example, while Christianity would be the only religion with a death of God that opens onto the Allah vital itself. For Bergson as well as for Kant, there are two stocks or two families of religion, and while both thinkers are willing to give the name religion to both stocks, only one of the two stocks, moral religion for Kant, dynamic religion for Bergson, is really worthy of a name that both thinkers would in the end be willing to give up as humanity progresses toward a universal ethical commonwealth or a people of gods. Let me conclude this all too brief consideration of Bergson by citing a short passage from near the end of the two sources of morality and religion that will bring us back to both Derrida and Delillo. The passage concerns humanity's capacity to take over what was given to it by nature in order to produce through science things of which nature itself is incapable. In it we will see Bergson's enthusiasm and hope for the progress of science in humanity's evolution toward greater and more complete forms of open morality and dynamic religion, but now intelligence, raising the construction of instruments to a degree of complexity and perfection which nature, so incapable of mechanical construction, had not even foreseen, pouring into these machines reserves of energy which nature, so heedless of economy, had never even thought of, has endowed us with powers beside which those of our body barely count. They will be altogether limitless when science is able to liberate the force which is enclosed, or rather condensed, in the slightest particle of ponderable matter. Bergson expresses his genuine admiration here for the invention of certain machines, such as the steam engine, that are able to extract from matter, such as coal or oil, the energy that had been stored up and kept in reserve for millions of years. He sees these machines being used to meet human needs in order to free human activity for the kinds of things favored by dynamic religions: love of humanity, charity, good works, and so on. Though Bergson clearly recognizes that such machines might also be used for the production of needless luxuries and expectations of a standard of living that can lead to conflicts between nations and thus war, he nevertheless celebrates man's intelligence and, here near the end of the two sources of morality and religion, glimpses something like an ideal limit and thus an optimal development for mankind. These lines were written, let me recall, in 9 years before Bergson's death, in what would turn out to be his last completed work. One can only imagine what he might have thought, had he lived just a few more years, of the prodigious, unimaginable, almost unlimited extract ions of power yielded by atomic energy. One can only imagine how the images of Hiroshima or Nagasaki or indeed of Trinity, New Mexico would have dampened his admiration for the machine and its potential for freeing mankind for the activities of dynamic religion. One can only imagine what Bergson might have thought of these unimaginable attempts to liberate the force which is enclosed, or rather condensed, in the slightest particle of ponderable matter. But Bergson, who died did not need to live into the nuclear age in order to have intimations of this sort, worries, in any case, about not just the enormous war machines he saw in use during the First World War but about the deadly uses to which the smallest particles of matter might be put. Indeed, Bergson seems to have had an inkling already in that the threat today comes not just from these great machines of death but from something innately smaller within the machine, or from something within us, something more powerful than that in which it is contained, something, therefore, that is beyond all containment. In the closing lines, therefore, of the two sources of religion and morality, Bergson's initial optimism in the passage cited above is more than tempered, as he asks whether humanity is still truly capable of living up to its own vocation in order to become what it is, or whether humanity's progress, the very progress Bergson had identified with open societies and dynamic religions, has not led to man's own undoing. In the null words of the book, Bergson seems to leave the issue undecided, or, rather, he leaves it up to us to determine which way we will go. Mankind lies groaning, half crushed beneath the weight of its own progress. Men do not sufficiently realize that their future is in their own hands. Theirs is the task of determining rest of all whether they want to go on living or not. Theirs the responsibility, then, for deciding if they want merely to live, or intend to make just the extra effort required for fooling, even on their refractory planet, the essential function of the universe, which is a machine for the making of gods. Bergson asks in these null, dramatic lines whether humanity wishes only to survive, to preserve itself by living in a closed society that aims only at social cohesion, or whether it should, whether it must, seek something beyond this. For even though closed societies and static religions all aim to preserve societies and sustain life, they are all organized around war, and war seems to have evolved in the 20th century into something quite new or qualitatively different. True, war and peace will always have been in tension with one another, just as closed and open societies or static and dynamic religions have been, but progress in the sciences over the past few centuries seem to have changed this dynamic. For it has now become possible, Bergson seems to have understood, for humanity not only to do irreparable damage to the drive toward universal love that characterizes dynamic religion but to destroy itself completely. And the terrible hypothesis Bergson seems to entertain at the very end of the two sources is that humanity may not only be able to destroy itself in this way but may want to. In short, the hypothesis Bergson considers is that human life, perhaps even life itself, is autoimmune. Faced with the possibility not just of humanity's stagnation but of its destruction, Bergson ends with the hope that humanity might instead pursue and accomplish what he famously characterizes as the essential function of the universe, the making of gods. What he means here, it seems, is not the creation of gods through a myth-making function that would calm humanity's fear of death, but the appearance of individual human beings who have become, through the organization of open societies and through the impetus and inspiration of dynamic religions, divinities or gods in their own right, who have become, through their love of humanity, or their representation of the God of love, a people of gods who are love. Though matter remains recalcitrant or refractory to this ambition, though human society tends to resist it, though the myth-making function is often used to domesticate this vital force, Bergson seems to bank on the hope that humanity is still capable of achieving the highest point of its evolution, that it is still capable of advancing through science to the point where it can liberate itself from certain kinds of repetitive and oppressive labor in order to devote itself to the charitable. Works that make each human being into a quasi-god. In effect, he seems to be hoping that humanity is still capable of reading the null word of underworld peace without irony or cynicism. Though Faith and Knowledge makes no explicit allusion to Heidegger in its title, which comes from Hegel, or its subtitle, which crosses texts of Kant and Bergson, Heidegger plays a significant role in the essay. Indeed, it could be argued that Heidegger is, in the end, Derrida's principal interlocutor, especially in the latter sections of the essay, where Derrida, in both the main body of the text and the notes, multiplies references to him. If the majority of Derrida's comments on Kant and Hegel occur in the RST half of the essay, in the italics, the second half of the essay is almost entirely dominated by references to Heidegger, as if a dialogue with Heidegger were not only developing but growing in intensity as Derrida was working on the postscriptum and drawing the essay to a conclusion. This dialogue would even include references to a few of Heidegger's most prominent contemporary commentators, example François d'Aster and Jean-François Coubertin, something we'd not see all in Derrida's readings of Kant, Hegel, or Bergson. All this suggests an engagement with the Heideggerian text and with scholarship on Heidegger that is unique. In the end, no other thinker, ancient or contemporary, is granted a similar privilege. Because Heidegger comes to play a more and more prominent role in Faith and Knowledge and Derrida refers to more than one text by Heidegger, this observation will be different from the preceding three. Whereas in the previous observations I attempted to give a fuller reading of Hegel's Faith and Knowledge, Kant's Religion within the limits of reason alone, and Bergson's The Two Sources of Morality and Religion no analogous reading of Heidegger can be given here, since Derrida refers to a series of texts written over a period of decades. By looking at a large swath of Heidegger's work, Derrida wishes not just to pull a few themes from Heidegger's work but to demonstrate a coherence or consistency within Heidegger's thought about religion from his early to his late works, namely, a consistent and coherent ambivalence with regard to the role of faith or belief in philosophy and in thinking more generally. If Derrida thus uses Kant, Hegel, and Bergson to develop his own thesis regarding the relationship between religion and science, he actually develops something of a reading and a thesis with regard to Heidegger on this question of the relationship between religion and science and the role faith plays in both. In this observation, I will not try to reconstitute Heidegger's own thinking in this regard but, much more modestly, simply try to follow Derrida's itinerary in his reading of Heidegger. Beyond a few passing references to what Heidegger calls, in being and time, Dasein's pre-understanding of being, in, or Heidegger's relationship to negative theology, in, or his development of the notion of world, in, or his rethinking of the nature of justice or Dyke, most of the references to Heidegger can be grouped into three related categories, which, when taken together, form something like an argument if not a brief essay within the essay Faith and Knowledge at issue. Throughout is what Derrida perceives to be Heidegger's insistence on the originary, his insistence, for example, on an originary determination of the concept of religion in Rome, on a more originary Christianity or proto-Christianity that would come before this Roman determination, and, nally, on an originary gauge or engagement, an originary or elementary faith or belief that would precede and condition even this proto-Christianity and would perhaps be the condition of thought in general. If Heidegger comes to play a major role late in the essay, his importance can already be discerned in a few earlier sections. In, for example, Derrida follows up a discussion of Kant's notion of reacting faith and an implied death of God by speaking of Heidegger's attempt to think a different possibility for thought in the wake of this death of God. According to Derrida, Heidegger, at once like and unlike Kant, looks for pre-religious possibilities, pre-Christian possibilities, at the same time as he seeks a more originary Christianity. With regard to this logic, to its formal rigor and to its possibilities, does not Heidegger move in a different direction? He insists, indeed, insinuendizide upon the character of originary conscience, Gewissen, being responsible guilty indebted, schuldig sein, or attestation, Bezugung, as both pre-moral and pre-religious. He would thus appear to go back before and beyond that which joins morality to religion, meaning here, to Christianity. This would in principle allow for the repetition of the Nietzschean genealogy of morals, but de-Christianizing it where necessary and extirpating whatever Christian vestiges it still might contain. A strategy all the more involuted and necessary for a Heidegger who seems unable to stop either settling accounts with Christianity or distancing himself from it with all the more violence in so far as it is already too late, perhaps, for him to deny certain proto-Christian motifs in the ontological repetition and existential analytics. Derrida thus sees in Heidegger both an attempt to end pre-Christian, perhaps Greek, possibilities and an attempt to de-Christianize a certain Christian tradition, a strategy that would be not completely unlike Derrida's. And yet Derrida also discerns a sort of proto-Christianity in the themes Heidegger develops and the rhetoric he deploys. Having contrasted Heidegger with Kant Derrida goes on to contrast him with Hegel. We already saw in observation the way in which Derrida characterizes Hegel's understanding of absolute knowledge as the truth of religion as arst temptation. Derrida goes on to speak of a second temptation, which he labels Heideggerian, the other temptation, perhaps there are still good reasons for keeping this word, would be Heideggerian beyond such onto theology, where the latter ignores both prayer and sacris. It would accordingly be necessary that a revealability, a Offenbarkeit, be allowed to reveal itself, with a light that would manifest itself, more originarily than all revelation, Offenbarung. Moreover, the distinction would have to be made between theology, the discourse on God, faith, or revelation, and theology, discourse on being divine, on the essence and the divinity of the divine. The experience of the sacred, the holy or the saved, heilig, would have to be reawakened unscathed. This relationship between revealability and revelation is, as we demonstrated in chapter, a leitmotif throughout faith and knowledge. It is RST raised in, where Derrida speaks of discourses of a revelation, Offenbarung, or of a revealability, Offenbarkeit, of a possibility more originary than manifestation. More originary, which is to say, closer to the source, to the sole and same source. More originary than all manifestation or revelation, this revealability would be the possibility or virtuality of the event, rather than the event itself, and it would seem to be, or at least this is Derrida's question, his hesitation, independent of all religion. Independent in the structures of its experience and in the analytics relating to them. It is this important distinction that will allow Heidegger and perhaps Derrida in turn to develop a notion of faith, testimony, or attestation that is independent of all religious faith. Derrida continues introducing the theme of the pre-Roman in Heidegger. As for the Roman, does not Heidegger proceed, from Senuendizeit on, with an ontologico-existential repetition and rehearsal of Christian motifs that at the same time are hollowed out and reduced to their original possibility? A pre-Roman possibility, precisely. Did he not contulo it, several years earlier, that in order to assume the spiritual heritage that constitutes the facticity of his I am, he ought to have said I am a Christian theologian? Which does not mean Roman. To this we shall return. The reading of Heidegger we saw a moment ago in relation to Kant is here confirmed. Heidegger repeats but also attempts to hollow out, perhaps we could say de-Christianize, the term used in certain Christian themes in order to return to a more originary, pre-Roman Christianity. In the accompanying footnote to this section, Derrida cites a passage from Heidegger's Remembrance, on Denken, in which a contrast is drawn between the prophetic word of poets, who restrict themselves to the anticipatory founding word of the sacred and whose poetic prediction only opens the time of an apparition of the gods, and the word of prophets in the Judeo-Christian sense of the word, who, not being so restrained, immediately announce the God upon whom one can subsequently count as upon the certain guarantee of salvation in superterrestrial beatitude. We see here something that resembles the contrast Derrida draws between faith and religion, or indeed between the two sources of religion, the one related to salvation and assurance and the other to a more anticipatory opening up of the future beyond all assurances or determinate horizon. Developing this contrast in terms we have already seen, Heidegger goes on to say that the poetry of Hölderlin should not be discarded with the religious element of religion, which remains the business of the Roman way of interpreting the relations between humans and gods, n. Again, it is the Roman, we might even be tempted to say the Globalaten, that Heidegger questions or critiques in the name of a more originary possibility, in this case, the possibility offered by Hölderlin's poetry. The same contrast between the divine or the sacred and religion, and particularly Roman religion, can be seen, says Derrida, 2 decades later. In a passage from Heidegger's Sojourns, The Journey to Greece, where Heidegger recounts his trip to Greece and his visit to the Orthodox monastery of Kaisarani, near Athens. In this later text, Heidegger's protest is renewed against Rome, against the essentially Roman guru of religion, but this time the indictment covers much more than Roman religion. It brings together into a single conjuration, writes Derrida, modern humanism, technics, politics, and law, a conjuration that Derrida too, it seems, tries to rethink in Faith and Knowledge and elsewhere. Through this critique of Rome, Heidegger would thus have tried to recover a more originary Christian possibility, one that is in harmony with ancient Greece and that does not bow before the Roman Church, its theology, and its canon law, and by citing texts by Heidegger that are separated by almost 2 decades, Derrida wants to demonstrate a persistence or consistency in Heidegger's desire to return to a pre-religious notion of belief or the prophetic, or a pre-Roman possibility for religion. Much later in Faith and Knowledge, and once again in a footnote, Derrida returns to this argument regarding Heidegger's critique of religion. Referring to a study by Jean-François Coubertin on Heidegger's contributions to philosophy, Derrida underscores the way in which Heidegger's critique of religion is essentially related to his critique of technology. He writes, Heidegger directs suspicion at the same time against religion, especially Christian Roman, against belief, and against that in techniques which menaces the safe and sound, the unscathed or the immune, the sacrosanct, heilig, and Derrida will thus want to argue that these two reactions of Heidegger against religion and against technology are part of the same immune/autoimmune attempt to indemnify and keep safe and sound a more original possibility for thinking. As Coubertin speculates and Derrida cites with approval, Heidegger would have insisted on modern nihilism as uprooting, Entwurzelung, in relationship always to the critique of the gestal and all technical instrumental manipulation of beings, Meckenschafft, with which he even associates a critique of the idea of creation directed primarily against Christianity, and Derrida's thesis regarding the reaction against the deracinating powers of telecommunication here and DS a striking confirmation in Heidegger. The deracination of teletechnology and the reaction against it in the name of something more originary that must be kept intact, protected, and indemned, is explicitly related to this Heideggerian idiom of uprooting a few sections later. Derrida writes, violent sundering arrachement, to be sure, from the radically of roots, Entwurzelung, Heidegger would say, we cited him above, and from all forms of originary physis, from all the supposed resources of a force held to be authentically generative, sacred, unscathed, safe, and sound, heilig, ethnic identity, descent, family, nation, blood and soil, proper name, proper idiom, proper culture, and memory. Derrida returns to the contrast between revelation and revealability, to the question of the originarity of one with regard to the other, in order to offer a hypothesis on the subject with regard to Heidegger, namely, that Heidegger would have considered a certain Christian revelation to be what ultimately revealed a kind of revealability more originary than all revelation, a sort of originary Christendom or Urchristentum. This originary Christian possibility would thus, like its Greek counterpart, precede and so escape the discurrement brought about by Rome and Roman Christendom. Having posed the aporia between revelation and revealability, Offenbarung and Offenbarkeit, the latter being perhaps independent of all religion, Derrida asks whether faith itself would be independent of all historical revelation or whether the event of revelation would have consisted in revealing revealability itself, and the origin of light, the originary light, the very invisibility of visibility. He then adds, this is perhaps what the believer or the theologian might say here, in particular the Christian of originary Christendom, of that Urchristentum in the Lutheran tradition to which Heidegger acknowledges owing so much. Again, Derrida sees Heidegger as being tempted by a pre-Roman possibility for religion, a pre-Roman Catholic possibility that would recover not a pre-Christian possibility but a more original Christianity. It is this critique of Roman Catholicism, coupled with an emphasis on a more originary Christianity or a proto-Christianity, that licenses Derrida to compare Heidegger to Voltaire. However unlikely this conjunction might at rst appear if one were not fearful of shocking too many people all at once, one could say that by their vehement anti-Christianity, by their opposition above all to the Roman Church, as much as by their declared preference, sometimes nostalgic, for primitive Christianity. Voltaire and Heidegger belong to the same tradition proto-Catholic, n. Derrida thus emphasizes throughout Faith and Knowledge Heidegger's tendency to try to end a more original possibility than religion, example poetry, or a more original religion, pre-Roman. But the question that will motivate Derrida most will be whether or not there is in Heidegger an originary gauge or engagement, an originary or elementary faith in thought itself, or whether thought must be considered independent of such faith. Already in Derrida suggests this relation when he speaks of the holding back halt of scruple, religio, the restraint of shame, a certain Verhaltenheit as well, of which Heidegger speaks in the Beitrag zur Philosophie, the respect, the responsibility of repetition in the wager gauge of decision or of affirmation, Realiger, which links up with itself in order to link up with the other. Though Derrida strings these various terms together as if they were more or less synonymous, everything we have seen in our reading of Faith and Knowledge would suggest a difference, in Derrida's account, between scruple, restraint, and respect, all related to the RST source of religion, and the wager or gauge of decision or affirmation, notions associated with the second source. It will be precisely an inability to keep these two sources separate in general but particularly in Heidegger, that will come to preoccupy Derrida in, which is something of a summary of all the other references to Heidegger in Faith and Knowledge and a development of them in the direction of the question of originary faith. In order to set up this question of originary faith, Derrida concludes it seems impossible to deny the possibility in whose name thanks to which the derived necessity, the authority or determinate belief, would be put in question, suspended, rejected or criticized, even deconstructed. One cannot deny it, which means that the most one can do is to deny it. Any discourse that would be opposed to it would, in effect, always succumb to the gur or the logic of denial denegation. Such would be the place where, before and after all the enlightenments in the world, reason, critique, science, teletechnoscience, philosophy, thought in general, retain the same resource as religion in general. Derrida thus ends this section by referring to a logic of denial denegation with regard to the possibility of faith in relation to reason, science, philosophy, and thought. According to this logic, what is denied is affirmed in its denial. The logic of autoimmunity is thus a kind of denegation and vice versa. By denying the elementary faith at the origin of both religion and science, religion and philosophy or thought, one is doing nothing other than reaffirming it. Hence the ambivalence Derrida will end in Heidegger with regard to this originary faith. Derrida will thus try in this section to follow such a logic of denial or denegation in Heidegger. In relation, then, to this question of thought in general but also the thought of religion, in relation to all those who, before and after all the enlightenments in the world, believed in the independence of critical reason, of knowledge, techniques, philosophy, and thought with respect to religion and even to all faith, Derrida says he is going to privilege the example of Heidegger. Derrida begins his analysis of this Heideggerian example by citing once again, just as he did back in, the famous line of Heidegger's from a letter to Loet in I Am a Christian Theologian. Derrida then adds this declaration would merit extended interpretation and certainly does not amount to a simple declaration of faith. But it neither contradicts, annuls, nor excludes this other certainty. Heidegger not only declared, very early and on several occasions, that philosophy was in its very principle atheistic, and the idea of a Christian philosophy as absurd as a squared circle. Heidegger would thus have not only proposed a radical separation between philosophy and theology and attempted a destruction of all forms of the ontotheological, but would even have written in belief or faith has no place in thought, Der Glaube hat im Denken keinen Platz. Derrida will thus try to square this claim with everything in Heidegger that would seem to suggest precisely the opposite, namely, that a certain faith in the form of a Zusage is inseparable from thought itself. He will therefore seem to endorse Heidegger in his separation of thought from various forms of dogmatism and religious authority, but he will then question those places in Heidegger where thought is distinguished from faith in general. Hence Derrida contests Heidegger's claim of from within Heidegger's own thought when he writes Heidegger still extends with force and radically the assertion that belief in general has no place in the experience or the act of thinking in general. And there we would have difficulty following him. First along his own path. For it still seems difficult to dissociate faith in general, Glaube, from what Heidegger himself, under the name of Zusage, accord, acquiescing, trust or condence, designates as that which is most irreducible, indeed most originary in thought, prior even to that questioning said by him to constitute the piety, Frömmigkeit, of thinking. Derrida goes on to suggest at once with and without Heidegger that this notion of a Zusage before all questioning, thus before all knowledge, all philosophy, accords with everything which, beginning with the existential analytics of the thought of being and of the truth of being, reaffirms continuously what we will call, in Latin, alas, and in a manner too Roman for Heidegger, a certain testimonial sacredness or, we would even go so far as to say, a sworn word foi jure. These references to testimony and sworn faith, terms developed by Derrida at some length in Faith and Knowledge and identified with the common source of both religion and technology, both faith and knowledge, demonstrate just how close Heidegger, or at least a certain Heidegger, is to Derrida. What Derrida gives us in what follows is nothing less than an entire program. For rereading Heidegger, beginning with being and time, on the basis of these terms. Derrida suggests returning to the decisive and largely underestimated motif of attestation, Beziehung, in Senuendizeit, as well as to all the other motifs that are inseparable from and dependent upon it, which is to say, all the existentials and, specifically, that of conscience, Gewissen, originary responsibility or guilt, schuldig sein, and Entschlossenheit, resolute determination. After then raising and setting aside the immense question of the ontological repetition, in all these concepts, of a so markedly Christian tradition, that is, the question of how determining the Christian tradition was in the very formulation of these notions, Derrida makes a suggestion and lays down a principle. Let us therefore limit ourselves to situating a principle of reading. Like the experience of authentic attestation, Beziehung, and like everything that depends upon it, the point of departure of Senuendizeit resides in a situation that cannot be radically alien to what is called faith. Not religion, to be sure, nor theology, but that which in faith acquiesces before or beyond all questioning, in the already common experience of a language and of a we. The reader of Senuendizeit and the signatory who takes him as witness are already situated in this element of faith from the moment that Heidegger says we to justify the choice of the exemplary being that is Dasein, the questioning being that must be interrogated as an exemplary witness. After recalling what Heidegger labeled in Being and Time the factum of a vague and ordinary pre-comprehension of the meaning of being, a factum that allows a we to elaborate the question of being, Derrida goes on to argue that the notion of the Zusage, of sworn faith, communicates with everything in Heidegger that has to do with restraint, modesty, and reserve in relationship to the sacred. Derrida thus seems to see in Heidegger a communication between, or perhaps even a conation of, the two sources of religion identified and distinguished throughout faith and knowledge. Heidegger's ambivalence, his denegation or denial with regard to the place of faith or belief in thought, seems to stem from this conation. This zone is that of a faith incessantly reaffirmed throughout an open chain of concepts, beginning with those that we have already cited, Beziehung, Zusage, etc., but it also communicates with everything in Heidegger's way of thinking that marks the reversed holding back of restraint, Verhaltenheit, or the sojourn, Aufenthalt. In modesty, Sku, in the vicinity of the unscathed, the sacred, the safe, and sound, Das Heilige, the passage or the coming of the last God that man is doubtless not yet ready to receive. Having suggested the communication or conation of these two sources in Heidegger, Derrida hones in on the relationship between faith or belief, on the one hand, and religion, on the other. That the movement proper to this faith does not constitute a religion is all too evident. Is it, however, untouched, indemned by all religiosity? Perhaps. But by all belief, by that belief that would have no place in thinking? This seems less certain. Derrida thus contests Heidegger's claim that belief or faith has no place in thought, but, even more importantly, he seems to provide an explanation for why Heidegger would make such claim in order to protect or safeguard the indemnity of a pre-Christian or proto-Christian experience of the sacred or the holy, the RST source of religion. Heidegger would have reacted against an experience of belief or faith in general, the second source, reducing it to a dogmatic belief in authority, or to a belief in accordance with the religions of the book and onto theology. By reducing belief or faith to one of these forms, Heidegger would perhaps have foreclosed too quickly the question of the nature of belief in general, the very question that Derrida is intent on opening back up. Since the major question remains, in our eyes, albeit in a form that is still quite new, what does it mean to believe, we will ask, elsewhere, how and why Heidegger can at the same time affirm one of the possibilities of the religious, of which we have just schematically recalled the signs, Faktum, Bezugung, Zusage, Verhaltenheit, Heilige, etc., and reject so energetically belief or faith, Glaube. Our hypothesis again refers back to the two sources or two strata of religion which we distinguished above, the experience of sacredness and the experience of belief. More receptive to the RST, in its Greco-Holderlinian or even archaeo-Christian tradition, Heidegger was probably more resistant to the second, which he constantly reduced to gers he never ceased to put into question, not to say destroy or denounce dogmatic or credulous belief in authority, to be sure, but also belief according to the religions of the book and onto theology, and above all, that which in the belief in the other could appear to him, wrongly, we would say, to appeal necessarily to the egological subjectivity of an alter ego. This is where Derrida parts ways with Heidegger in a more denitive fashion. By contesting Heidegger's claim that philosophy is in principle atheistic, a claim that takes both religion and faith, which are not, as we have seen, coextensive with one another, out of philosophy, Derrida seems to be suggesting that another understanding of the alterity of the other might have led to another, more positive understanding of faith. Referring to a faith that would come from the holy other, from the address to the other in general, a faith that would be the very condition of Mitsein, Derrida in a gesture that seems to show once again the ambiguity in Heidegger with regard to such a faith suggests that just such a faith can be found in the Heideggerian notion of the gauge, or pledge. We are speaking here of the belief that is demanded, required, of the faithful belief in what, having come from the utterly other de l'autre tout autre, there where its originary presentation in person would forever be impossible, witnessing or given word in the most elementary and irreducible sense, promise of truth up to and including perjury, would constitute the condition of Mitsein, of the relation to or address of the other in general. We have here, then, both Derrida's critique of Heidegger in relation to what Derrida has shown to be the common source of both faith and knowledge, religion and science, religion and thought, and an entire program for rereading Heidegger based on this critique. Derrida is suggesting a reading of being and time that would take into account the testimonial or elementary faith that makes the very we of that work possible. By proposing that we read Heidegger through a different relation to the other, through this elementary relation to the other, through questions of testimony and witnessing, we end up seeing that Heidegger either in spite of or in accordance with himself situates a kind of elementary faith at the origin or source of all thought. In many ways, therefore, Heidegger's understanding of the gauge, of the Zusage, at the origin of all thought would have been the closest and most explicit precursor to Derrida's own thinking of an originary faith at the origin of both religion and science. And yet, in order to emphasize this aspect of Heidegger's thought, other passages from Heidegger's corpus, both early and late, will have to be explained away. One null word, then, About Derrida's reading of Heidegger. Derrida suggests in a few places in his reading of Heidegger in Faith and Knowledge that he would like to return to these questions elsewhere, since all of them require more time and space, beyond the limits of time and space assigned to the participants of the Capri Conference or to their published contributions. This is yet another sign of a kind of engagement with Heidegger that we do not quite see with Kant, Hegel, or Bergson. As Derrida was completing from Laguna Beach in California his long postscriptum to Faith and Knowledge, he returned again and again to Heidegger, as if to an island he could not bring himself to leave behind definitively. One will notice, moreover, Derrida's interest throughout Faith and Knowledge in Heidegger's interest in islands, his reactions in his sojourns, the journey to Greece on, for example, Corfu, Sicily, and Delos, which Heidegger calls the saintly or sacred island Die Heilige Insel, n. This engagement with Heidegger would last right up until the end, that is, right up until Derrida's Null seminar in The Beast and the Sovereign, volume, a seminar that revolves almost entirely around just two books, Heidegger's Seminar, published as the Fundamental Concepts of Metaphysics World, Finitude, Solitude, and, as its second source, the second of its two foci, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe. Two great texts, says Derrida, that he would like to isolate like islands so as to read as closely as possible, as faithfully but, as always, as freely as possible, b.s. a reading that is at once faithful and free, faithful to the text and yet free to criticize it or to develop what is undeveloped in it. That is the principle Derrida will have followed in reading Heidegger from the late S right up to, leaving Heidegger behind from time to time only to return to him again, like an island he would forever sail away from only to end himself perpetually blown back, attracted from the beginning right up to the end to something on this island that goes beyond the island, beyond its isolation and ipseity, an island within this island, perhaps, that would have given Derrida the most to think.